When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, it's 1 o'clock. It's, of course, Hobbymaker right the way through the day until 8 o'clock tonight. Hope you're well. Thank you, Sewing Street. Thank you, Jewellery Maker. And you've got us for the next 7 or so hours. Now, I get excited quite easily, as many of you probably know, but I'm really excited this afternoon because we've got a great lineup right the way through the day. And we've got the return of one of our most popular guests as well. Actually, two of our most popular guests. Francoise here. And Rudy is here as well from Siser. And yeah, that means one thing. We've got cutting machines coming up. We've got, actually have a look. This is your menu for the afternoon. We've got the lovely Francois here with another chance to see the Mon Jardin Part 2, which was so popular yesterday at 5 o'clock when we did it. So looking forward to that. You'll love the stamps in a minute. Then Rudy is back with a 2-hour special. I'm so glad we've got 2 hours on this because it is the launch of the brand new Juliet. It's the UK TV exclusive launch of the Juliet cutting machine. We've seen the Romeo one before, the huge one. This is a 12-inch cutting machine at a brilliant price. And we've even got the stamp press with it as well, which I know we've only had separately available before. It's available as a duo as well if you want to go for both. If you go on the website right now, you can see it and get a sneaky preview of what's coming up between 2 and 4 o'clock. It's going to be a cracking show. Major discounts, amazing deals, amazing prices, and great demonstrations from Rudy. That's 2 o'clock for 2 hours. Make sure you grab a cuppa and join us for that. Then at 4 o'clock, Francois comes back for part 2 of the day with another look at Mon Jardin. Then after that, at 5 o'clock, we've got Personal Impressions, the art of ink pads. That's with lovely Sharon Curtis. She'll be here for a couple of shows at 5 and 7, and then Juliet machine again with, that's if we've got stock left, with Rudy at 6 o'clock this evening. That is your lineup here on Hobbymaker for today, the 8th of May. Okay, first things first, Mon Jardin. Let's bring Francois in. Come on. Good to see you again. You had a cracking.
It's a long way from that desk.
I know. You had a cracking show yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, it was absolutely brilliant, and I'm really pleased with the response that I've got, especially to the new die that we had on the show yesterday, but to the collection as a whole. So thank you, everybody, for your wonderful support.
Well, just to let you know, yesterday we had 2 deals where you could either buy the set of 8 stamps, or you could buy the I Want It All bundle, or you could buy over here that die there, which will cut out like perforated stamps, the stencil that goes with it, and also, of course, those stamp verses. Now, that as a bundle, those 3 there that I'm pointing at, they sold out yesterday. So the only way you can get the stamping die and the stencil and those fantastic sentiments is in the big bundle, okay, which most of you, to be fair, went for yesterday. So you've got 9 stamp sets, 1 stencil, and 1 die.
Yep.
At a cracking price. Now, Mon Jardin, tell us about this because you've actually designed all these.
Yes, I started off the beginning of the year with Mon Jardin Part 1.
Yes.
So Mon Jardin, basic French, it's my garden. And I think I called it Mon Jardin because I've got a little bit of French somewhere, my big toe probably.
Yeah.
So, you know, I wanted that sort of, to bring in that sort of aspect as well. So, but it sort of focuses on plants in the garden. So the first part I focused more on the spring flowers, and then in this one I've gone more for summer flowers. And it was a big collection. So we started off the year by saying really that we had to split it. So that's why you've got a part 2 today. Well,
shall I show you what you're going to get in the I Want It All bundle, because it is amazing value for money and the most gorgeous stamps. Now, that's one big stamp. You've got the water tap. You've also, of course, got the geraniums, which I know you said were a firm favourite of your mum's.
Yes, it was. Yeah, she loved those, and the hollyhocks that we've got as well coming up.
So that is your geraniums, and you've got, you know, franking marks on there, postal marks as well. That's the first one. Second one we've got here, that's the postal rose, which is beautiful. A bit of a hint to Paris there as well. Beautiful. Again, that's one big stamp. Then we've got the wood grain. Now, everybody is going to find so many uses for the wood grain stamp. Absolutely brilliant that that's in there. It's a lovely size. What sort of size is that?
That's A6.
A6.
So yeah, we've got our A6 and then our minis. But it's, like you said, it's a really nice big size. And instead of focusing on sort of backgrounds with planks, I've seen lots of backgrounds with planks of wood. This is like a sort of close-up of wood grain, which is really nice.
Brilliant. Then we go on to the birdies. This is the flying birds. So you've got those beautiful, well, are they swifts?
I think they're Swiss, yes.
Yeah, and you've got the feather as well, the words l'oiseau, let your imagination fly. You've got the thistle there as well, a little distress background stamp, and another postal stamp there as well. Yeah. Then we've got your hollyhocks, which, if I do it that way, is actually like a vintage postcard, really.
It is. So it's just sort of vary it a bit, because otherwise all my stamps would be sort of standing up portraits. So it's nice to go for landscape occasionally.
Then you've got your postage stamp, literally, and the word airmail and first class. We then go on to your mini geranium. And then we've got, I love this one, the French script, which is, well, it doesn't really say very much because it's in French, obviously, and you won't be able to read it very well. But certainly, for a background that goes diagonally across the page, or you can make it go horizontally across the page, it's up to you. Beautiful. So that's that one. And then you're also in the I Want It All going to get your stamped greetings. Now, these are on the old-fashioned typewriter, the kind of Murder, She Wrote type font.
It is, with a bit of extra splodges added by myself.
Yeah. You're a blessing in my life. I couldn't be more thankful. Wishing you a wonderful birthday. Big hugs. Art is what you make it. Happy day. Make every day a new beginning, full of possibilities, and so on. So that's that. And then, remember, this is the only way you can get the stencil. You've got the stencil, and you've also got the die that gives you the stamp perforations. Now, those did sell out yesterday, so if you want to get hold of these, this is the only way you can get them now in the actual I Want It All bundle. So they sold out individually, and they also sold out in their trio, because you could buy those three as a set yesterday. That's now gone as well. So that's the I Want It All bundle. $79.42 is not the deal price. That's what it should be if you're paying proper prices for all of those things. Let's get the price down. Let's show you what we can offer it to you for today. It is going to be on split pay as well. I can let you know that. PL2803 is only $64.99. And loads of you I know that got Mon Jardin 1 are buying this to complete your collection, but it does stand alone on its own as well.
It does, because there's also previous collections that you can keep intermixing the stamps with.
Right.
But like you said, you can use them on their own. So it doesn't mean that you're going to miss out just because you haven't got part 1.
Yeah.
What you'll probably do is buy part 2 and then go back and try and filter in part 1 too as well.
Now, this only launched from Creative Expressions and Woodware yesterday, okay? So this is hot off the press, only out yesterday. We've got it first on TV here. Look at that for that lovely kind of water tap. You've then got the geraniums here, different finished samples to what we had yesterday. But to give you some ideas as to the potential and what you can do with these stamps, absolutely gorgeous. And I know Francoise has got a legion of fans that buy virtually everything that she does, whether it's Norman the Gnome or whether it's geraniums.
Because I have a, quite a different following sometimes for the stamps as well. So you'll find that we've got some Norman fans, and then we've got some more people who love this particular style. I think what people have come back time and time again and said to me that they like the collage style, and they like the fact that it's been done for them, because it's actually quite hard to sort of create a sort of a nice collage image.
And that shows you what the die does. That die that cuts out the perforations of the postage stamps, absolutely beautiful. And then, of course, you can use the stencil to create the inlays that we've got here, which is very 3D. Love that to bits. Here's another geranium look. And we've got the products that have been used in the finished samples are in the show as well. So we've got the beautiful watercolour palettes in the show. We've got all sorts. The colour clouds are in the show as well. Again, look at those perforations. You can trim it down.
Yeah, you can trim it down. I just love the fact you're not limited to having a postage stamp look as, mini postage stamps. You can just use it to sort of cut out a panel.
Sure. And you can cut them, or you can literally tear them if you want to as well for a different effect. But these are absolutely phenomenal finished cards using Francoise stamps today. And again, they don't come much fresher than basically a release that was released yesterday by Creative Expressions. So today on split pay, if you want to get the whole bundle, it's only £32.49. You pay the same again in 4 weeks' time, and 1 P&P per day, remember, with us at Hobby Maker. That's the way we do things. So if you buy something from Rudy a bit later on, something a bit later this evening, from midnight to midnight, 1 P&P of £3.95. And it's even free to call our call centre as well, which is 0800 001 4433. That will get you to the call centre upstairs. It's a free phone number on a mobile or a landline, and you can also order on the website and on the app as well.
Brilliant.
Fantastic. I'll let you go back over.
I'm going to zoom back over to my space.
Demo is on the way, but remember, if you want to get the I Want It All, that's the only way you can get the die that makes the perforated stamps and the fantastic stencil, and of course those beautiful verse stamps as well. All of that. Part 2 and the final part of Mon Jardin is PL2803. Right, Francoise.
Okay, so I'm ready for my first demo. So I'm going to be using the flying birds for this demo, and our beautiful die as well. So this is the card that we're going to work towards creating. I'm going to show you how to do that.
Okay.
And when I finish that as well, I'm going to show you some extra samples with that particular set of the flying birds, because there's some samples that we didn't see yesterday that are absolutely stunning and show you a completely different way of using the stamps.
Okay, brilliant.
So what you will need to start yourself off is you're going to die cut 2 lots of postage stamps. So this one I've actually cut both of them with both the frame on the outside. That's how you get that nice even border all the way around. So that's why you've got that extra die in the set. Rather than just giving you the plate, they've given you the border die as well, which cuts that perfect little border as well.
Excellent.
So the reason I've die cut 2 is I decided that I wanted to be able to layer them up and also to support the paper version. Now this paper comes from the 2 paper pads that we've got on the show today. I think this one comes from the chapter 3 junk journal papers. But to be honest with you, with this card, any of the papers would look absolutely stunning. And it creates an already sort of sponged background, because what you will find on my papers is that all the stamps that you purchase from all your collections, they appear on the papers.
Right.
So everything coordinates beautifully.
And the stamps with the verses, would they fit into the little postage stamp sizes?
Yes.
They would?
Yes, as well. So you've got sort of lots of possibilities. And one of the things I mentioned yesterday was that with the paper collections, because we have to order huge bundles, we may not necessarily bring them back a second time.
Right.
Because, you know, it's a case of we don't know how many we're going to sell on. So if you haven't got the papers yet in your collection, it's a really good idea to get those. I mean, I'm a little bit sad to think that I may eventually run out and and have to create them myself again.
Tell you what we'll do, so we don't interrupt Francoise during the demo, we'll give you a little list of what Francoise has used, the paper pads, the colour clouds, all that sort of thing at the end of the demo, if that's all right.
Okay, so just taking the my sheet of postage stamps. You see as well the papers are double-sided as well, I'll just mention that. So that's a nice background to work on as well, if you don't necessarily want anything other than stripes in your background. But it just shows how everything coordinates beautifully. So I've got my stamps ready, and I'm going to start off with the thistle, and I'm going to ink that up. Now I'm using a black VersaFine because I know that that will dry waterproof when I've stamped it. So I want to do a little bit of watercolouring, so I need that to be waterproof.
You're very versatile, you, aren't you? Because designing things like this and then designing gnomes, you couldn't get too further apart, really, could you?
That's what everybody always said, you know. Way back when I worked for a very old stamping company, they really thought I was a bargain because I could draw about 5 or 6 different styles for them. So, and I like it because it gives variety to my work.
Yeah, totally.
So.
And you're great at all of it, so. And look at the detail in the stamp as well. The amount of intense detail in the thistle is superb. The quality of the stamps are great, as you'd expect.
I can say that it's taken years and years of practice and development on the computer to be able to learn how to manipulate the stamps and how to make them look as good as what they are. It's and it's all been self-taught.
And lots of you coming through for this right now. Remember, the best value is the I Want It All bundle. It's the only way you can get the stamp die and the stencil and the verse set of stamps as well.
So I'm going to add in our birds coming across.
Beautiful.
And you get one bird that goes left and one bird that goes right, so that you can, if you want to, for instance, if you want to design something where you have something hanging between the birds, like a heart or a flower, you can do that. Or if you want to just have a message. And
you've got all the individual components, so you can kind of build up your story, tell your story and your scene yourself.
So what I like to do with my collections is to actually give you some already pre-prepared whole images.
Yeah.
And then I like to have at least 1 or 2 sets, possibly like this, where you can add components and you can stretch the other stamps to do more.
Yeah.
So we got the birds. I'm going to add on a little postmark.
I don't know what it is about stamps and postmarks, but I find them fascinating, and postcards too, and script. Always love to try.
So I've actually gone through and found, I think I mentioned it before, but I found, I've been going through some old papers and letters from my parents, and I have found some really interesting postmarks from the 1950s, 1930s, and I've been sort of scanning those and using those. So there's like a personal note to the postmark as well that gets used.
That's really nice. It's nice taking a trip down memory lane.
It is. It's lovely because I can look at the artwork and I can sort of pinpoint something that sort of reminds me as well. But I think it's nice for people as well to see that you can give something a personal look as well. So I'm just going to bring in my wording coming off the side.
L'oiseau.
I'm using literally everything there is on this set so I can show you what it all does.
And if you just want this particular set with the birds on it, that will be available on our website individually, I believe, as well. But the I Want It All has got everything, obviously, as it suggests. But if you want the bird flying, or the flying bird collection, just that stamp set, it is available as an individual item for £7.99. So if you want to cherry pick some of the individuals, you can. But remember, you can't cherry pick the stamp die or the stamp stencil. They both have gone individually. So
make sure I've got my numbers going the right way. And that way I have created my space. Okay, so I've got my fingers nice and black as well at the same time. I'm just going to give this a quick heat first, just to make sure that the ink is nice and dry.
fair enough. And there is, by the way, a set of just the stamps on their own, the set of 8, which we'll give you details of after the demo. So.
Okay, now so to bring in a little bit of colour, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of the colour palettes that we've got on the show today. And we've got Carnival Brights and Summer Garden.
Yep.
So I'm going to use a little bit of the Summer Garden. Let's get my water.
And these palettes, they've been a firm favourite for many, many years. We'll give details of these after the demo as well. But you can mix and match the colours, take the little palettes out and move them around if you want to. And they're activated by water, aren't they?
They are, just literally with water. And, when you finish using them, just let them dry out and they will be absolutely fine. So that's the beauty of not having the colour in the tube, is that you can you don't have to worry about that they're ever going to dry out. So we're just going to add just some little bits of purple to the thistle.
And of course, that paper from the paper pad is uncoated, so it takes colour really well.
Yeah, and that's why it's taken, like, for instance, the stamping really well as well. You don't have to worry about it not sort of taking... I mean, when we were designing the papers, I said to them, I absolutely must have a paper that I can stamp on. I said, because otherwise there's, for me, I know you can use them in the background, but I said it's really... The full potential is that you can use it as a pre-prepared background, like I have today.
So I think
as well.
Backgrounds can be quite intimidating for people to do, whereas when it's done in a pad, it makes it a lot easier. So,
yeah, I think people sort of, you as well, if you're new as well, and you're working yourself up to a different level, then sometimes you want to sort of be able to have things that are semi-prepared for you until you build your skills up.
Yeah.
So this is where the papers come in. The other colour, I'm going to add some colour to the birds, and I'm going to do something which people probably don't normally think that you can do. We've got some colour clouds in the show today, and I'll find my smoothie that corresponds. We've got 2 different sets, which I'm sure that you will mention later on. But a lot of people obviously know the colour clouds, that you can use them for backgrounds, for sponging and smoothing. But the other thing that you can do is you can actually use them as paints as well.
Right.
So I'm just going to put a little bit of the smudge charcoal into the lid of my colour cloud. And
So
then I'm
using
just
the
going
lid as a palette, basically.
Yes, I'm using that as a palette. And then I'm just going to add some water. And immediately I've got a paint. So if I want to add a little bit of grey to my birds and make them just a little bit darker in the background, I can do that.
And because you use VersaFine, that's not going to interfere with that ink at all, is it? So.
Not at all. So once it's completely dry, your ink is waterproof. I have to say that I do use that ink an awful lot because I like to paint. And I like the fact that you can also emboss it with clear powder if you want to. So that's another option. So it's really a very functional.
It's surprising actually how well that first colour that you used from the palette, it's really quite vibrant, that purple, isn't it?
It is. It's picked it up quite a bit. Another tip that I talked about yesterday was that if you're worried about covering over detail, then emboss your image.
Yeah.
And then the paint just sort of, just washes off the line, really.
Brilliant. And it also helps to keep your colour inside the image too.
So that's my little bit of colour added in with that. Next, I'm going to use one of the stencils that we've got on the show. We've got 2 stencils, and I'm going to use the one with the mandala fragments on it.
And we got a really good price on these stencils too, if you like the look of these.
And I'm going to use a bit of the decadent teal to come into the background. So your lid is really useful actually with the colour clouds because you can, like we just saw, you can use it as a palette. But the other thing that you can do is actually use it just to sort of take off a little bit of your ink before you start sponging, because I don't want it to pool or be too heavy inside the stencil. So I'm just going to add a little bit of the colour into the background.
And you've actually got on the stencils, one of them's got 2 designs on it and the other one's got 3 designs on it. So you give a lot of variety, don't you?
I do, and it's the idea that I'm only going to use a section of it.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily need to have sort of one whole big stencil. So it's quite nice to have a sort of a choice of three things on this one to choose from, 3 patterns that I can pick out. And that just adds a little bit of detail inside my image.
Love that.
That I've created. So again, I'm going to make sure that that's nice and dry.
Oh, they're bringing the balloons out, Francoise. You know something big's happening when the balloons arrive in the studio.
I was going to say my birthday isn't till July.
It's for the Juliet launch in about 35 minutes, which you are not going to want to miss. I can assure you of that. That's gorgeous.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I wanted to do a little bit of tearing, just to remove a little bit of the image, just to make it that little bit different. You know, you were saying about tearing, actually. When it's about this sort of weight as a paper, then you can actually tear your postage stamps out.
Right.
If the card's a little bit heavier, you might end up actually twisting the card and not really ripping it properly. So just just experiment with your weight of paper or card that you use if you want a sort of a postage torn look, if you see what I mean.
Yes. And actually, it'd be quite fun to have all those postage stamps individual and kind of make up like a little bit of a mosaic with them. The picture would still be obvious, but it would be really cool.
So, like I said, I wanted to have a little bit of the white showing through. So I'm just going to use a little bit of glue behind my image, just to glue it in place. Okay. Now, I have, just so that you know that, because I always sort of, when I'm preparing samples, I like to sort of experiment and try things. And initially, I actually stuck my paper down onto my white card and I ran both of the layers through the machine. But what I actually found was that unless you run it through 2 or 3 times, then sometimes the holes weren't cutting through. And I think it's nothing to do with the dye, it's just to do with the fibres in the card and the fact you've got two sandwich layers together.
Right.
So I then went back and decided that it was actually probably easier just to actually glue the layers together.
Okay.
Because it's not too difficult to actually line up your holes.
Stunning, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
I was actually expecting this to sort of like go wrong on TV.
I've got faith.
You know, there's me saying that the holes will line up, and the next thing is the holes don't line up, you know. So if you get little of dots sort of stuck in, you just poke them through with a pokey tool or your scissors. I have to say, and I have to warn you about this, is that your floor at home will be absolutely covered in tiny little white dots everywhere.
Yeah.
I tried initially to collect them all up, thinking I might be able to use all these white dots, which they were good in shaker cards.
Yeah, for like snowballs or something like that.
But I just gave up, and I'm just going to have a massive sweep up and get the Hoover out. So I've got a card ready for this to go onto, so you can see on here. And I'm just going to add a little border of colour cloud to make it pop. So I'm just going to place some scrap paper over the bottom half of my card, and I think we'll go back in with a bit of the Decadent Teal just to sort of marry it up with what we've got happening in the background.
Mm-hmm. That's a gorgeous colour.
Yeah, I had to pick this. I have to say it's one of my favourites out of the, you know, I'm sure that, you know, members of our design team are the same. They've probably got colours that they can't help but go back to. And
Well, that one's called Decadent Teal, and it's in set A, so we'll show you the sets you're going to get with the colour clouds in a sec.
So I've divided up the two sets, one set being sort of more towards colours, and one set, which is the set that has the smudged charcoal, and I think it's got the rosewood and the warm cocoa.
Yes.
I've done that set really as a sort of more for edges. Mm-hmm. If you want to sort of have things looking a little bit more old.
Vintage. Yeah.
Vintage.
Yeah.
I thought that those three colours were really good for that. So all I need now is I can stick that onto my card, and somewhere it's gone walkabout.
What have you
Get
lost?
organised, and oh, here it is. So I've prepared a little postage stamp that I can put on here. Mm-hmm. So I can add that on.
And that's one of the verses you get in the stamp set as well. Art is what you make it.
The one thing I will say about the verses is don't be worried about purchasing those if you just want the verses. Mm-hmm. You don't have to use them just with a postage stamp. They can be used on their own as well.
And they are still available separately, the verses on their own.
And then what I wanted to do, which is slightly different to my finished samples, I'm going to add a little key, and I wanted to show you how to use the gilded touch that we've got on the show, and obviously what I do with the die. Now what I do at home is when I'm die cutting the lost and found objects, like the keys, I tend to die cut quite a few of them because I like to layer them up, and all I do is just get some glue and put a little bit of glue.
Just to make them a bit chunkier?
Yeah, just to make them a bit more like a key.
Yeah.
But a bit more key-like, if you see what I mean, the thickness of a key or the weight of a key.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just looks a little bit on the thin side.
Okay, so you could do the keys in like a metallic cardstock to make them look like metal?
You can use, you can, I've done them in the Miri card, in gold and silver. But I have to say that my favourite way is using black cardstock like I'm doing now, and then using some of the gilded touch. So I'm going to dig out.
And the gilded touch is like a gilding wax, but it's not, it's water-based. So it's almost like, it looks like a makeup product. It's in like a tube, but it gives you the metallic finish.
And you'll find that when you've used it, if a little bit dries on the top of it, just scrape it off, get the worst of it off, and then you'll just squeeze it and you'll see that it comes out of the hole. And I just literally get my finger, put a bit of scrap card or paper underneath.
It's not going to stain your skin because it's water-based. Doesn't smell.
If you're worried at all and you don't want to use your fingers like I'm doing, you can just use a brush and then just wash your brush out. But I quite like sort of applying it with my finger because I quite like the rough look with slightly, if bits are missing, I don't really mind.
And you get that kind of shine on it as well that makes it look like metal.
And I just love this colour. I mean, what's not to love about this misty teal?
I know. Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous as colour. And then we can add a little key, maybe in the corner here, so you can see like both of the cards. I would sort of want to spend hours gluing it together, but if I bring both the cards together, you can see the two finished samples.
Isn't that beautiful?
And then just so that we can see, originally when I was planning this, usually I sort of play around, and this was my original, very first sample that I trialled with the idea of this card as well.
Brilliant. Well, there we go. That's our first demo from Francoise. What has Francoise used in the show? Well, she's obviously used quite a lot of the elements in the stamp bundle, the I Want It All bundle. Now, if you don't want the stamp die or the stamp stencil or the verses, you just want the top 8 here, these 8 over here. So in other words, you're going to get everything, including the geraniums, you're going to get the postal rose, you're going to get the wood grain, you're going to get the flowers, the birds in flight, you're going to get the hollyhocks, you're also going to get the airmail and the first class stamp, and you're going to get the smaller geranium, and you're also going to get the French script as well. So all of those will be included in this bundle for $47.50. And someone has been twisting someone's arm upstairs because it shouldn't be on split pay under £50, but it is, and you can get that for $23.75. So that bundle won't come with the die, won't come with the stencil, and won't come with the verse stamps, but these are the stamps you're going to get in that bundle. All 8 of these sets for $47.50, or that first split pay of 2, if that's what you prefer. There are the birds that Francoise used in the demo. There you've got your upside down hollyhocks, there we go. There's your stamp, the outline, and the airmail and first class. Then you've got the geranium, and you've also then got your French script as well, which you can use either on the angle or perfectly straight. It's up to you. So that's the bundle, the smallest bundle, the smaller bundle of the 8 stamps. That's GU2818. That's the item number, GU2818 for $47.50 or 2 split pays. But if you go for the big bundle, of course, that's going to include the dies, the stencils, and also the stamps. And that's the only way you can get those now in the big bundle, okay? Right, now, what else do you want to look at? 2 paper pads. Okay, which one did you use actually, Francoise?
I used Chapter 3.
Chapter 3 Junk Journal. Okay. Now, these are similar, but they are different. So Junk Journal Chapter 3 gives you 24 double-sided sheets. They're all 8 by 8. And look, these are lovely. All pre-prepared backgrounds. One side is slightly busier than the other, one's slightly more patterned than the other, but again, I wouldn't have a clue where to start to achieve a background like this. And it's uncoated paper. Like Francoise said, you can add whatever you want to it, and the paper will take it beautifully. So if you love all these colours, and they go so well with the stamps, obviously, it's only £10.99. Maybe you bought the stamps yesterday and you didn't think about going for the paper pad. £10.99 TH2836, and that's what Francoise used. Beautiful colourways, beautiful designs, and that is available for you today. Junk Journal Chapter 3 is what that one's called, TH2836. And we've got the Jardin one as well, which, as you'll see, is similar but not the same. Different colourways and different designs. Again, one side is slightly plainer than the other. And there we go. We'll do the same price on this as well, I believe. Look at that colour combination there. I love that.
It is. I mean, I had great fun sort of designing them. And the idea is that the colour on the back is a colour that corresponds to one of the colours that's been used on the front of the design.
Brilliant.
And you can see the birds on that one that I've just used as well. So perfect paper to go with your birds.
Beautiful.
You've got flower names on that paper. You've got all sorts. And you've got stamps from the first collection, part 1, and from part 2 on that paper.
Terrific. Okay, so if you treated yourselves to the stamps, part 1 or part 2 today, only got launched yesterday, remember, part 2, then the paper pads are the perfect complement to those. £10.99, that's Jardin from, of course, Francoise, BU2880, BU2880. Now, the palettes as well that we talked about, Let's do both of them because these are stunning. I've got a couple of these at home myself. I absolutely love them. They last you probably for years. I can't say that because obviously it depends on how much you use them, but they will last you such a long time. Carnival Brights is the first one we're going to show you. And as you can see, they're full of mica. Look at the iridescence and the shine from each of those palettes. And like we said earlier on, if you want to, you can quite simply, there's a little plastic cover over the top of them. If I take that away, you can take these little palette dishes out. And if you're just going down to the riverbank or going to the bottom of the garden, you don't want to take the whole palette, you can just take a couple of colours.
Yeah, you can mix and match all your colours. If you've got several palettes at home and you just want a few of the colours, you can sort of make up your own palette if you want to.
On that. You need the tiniest amount, you really, really do. So that is Carnival Brights, and it's $19.99. Very, very popular. These, they've been around for a long time because, when something's so popular, they just keep on
you
coming.
might be at the stage where you need to sort of replenish what you've got at home.
Yeah.
I have to say that one's my favourite of all of them.
And they're labelled on the back so you know which one's which. That's Carnival Brights. And then the other one that actually Francoise used in the demo was this one, which is Summer Garden. So here you've got lots of beautiful kind of foliage and petal colours there. You've got lots of purples and blues and pinks in there, lots of different shades of green too. Beautiful pearlescent pearl at the top there as well. So that one is $19.99 as well. That's MR2886. It's called Summer Garden. And this is part of a set of, I think, about 12 or 13 of these palettes. So build up a collection. And you can see the shimmer, can't you? If I just undo the lid and just take off the plastic protective coat. There we go. Look at that. Look at the way that they react in the light. Mix them with water, you'll get that lovely shimmer on your projects. Think about birds' wings, butterflies' wings, petals on flowers. It's absolutely lovely. Now, something else that Francoise touched on and used in the demonstration. Now, these are crazily priced. Not just for projects like this, but for any projects. I'm thinking, if you're a journaler, if you love maybe your binding your books and your notebooks and that sort of thing. These are dies, and this is the lowest price it has ever been. We did it yesterday at this price, and we're keeping it at that price today. You've got the die that gives you the bulldog clip. It gives you the file headers. You've got the different sizes of key. You've got nuts and bolts and screw heads. 3 key sizes, sorry. So all of that, as dies, what would you expect to pay for that? 15, 20 quid? Let's get that price on. RW 2825. RW 2825. The paper clips are great as well. $9.99. That's the lowest price this has ever been, apart from when we did it yesterday, because we matched that price yesterday too. $9.99, under £10. So many uses for these.
It is, and a lot of people always the big conversation among crafters is the cost of postage.
Yes.
So, rather than sort of having a bulky sort of envelope with sort of real paper clips and real bulldog clips and real keys, you can sort of do a faux version of your key. And of course, you can then have your keys and your paper clips in whatever colour you want.
Now, we do have quite a healthy stock of this, which is good, because I can't imagine any crafter not wanting this. Imagine them as little extra decorative details in your scrapbooks, that sort of thing. They'd look fantastic. You don't necessarily want, like you said, to use the big bulky bulldog clips.
No, it just sort of takes the weight out, and it means that you can actually throw more at your work, if you see what I mean, as well. And you can have those little extras. The little you've got nuts and bolts, but the one with just the round circle in the hole, that sort of fits like, the ring binder hole. It fits that size of hole. So it's got a dual purpose. It's not just a metal, say, spacer. It can actually be used when you punch a hole in the top of your tag.
Terrific.
As well.
And we can actually ship to America, can't we?
We can.
Yeah. So if you are watching this in America, I just realised Lisa in New York is on putting this in her basket right now. If you are in America, remember we cap your shipping and handling at $12.95 per day. That's not per order, it's per day. So if you buy 10 things in our shows today, 1 P&P of $12.95, or shipping and handling as you call it in the States. So yeah, we can ship from Creative Expressions direct to you in America. $9.99. In the UK, it's just $3.95 P&P for the whole day's orders from midnight to midnight. Now, the gilded touch. Now, this is gilding wax with a difference because most gilding waxes aren't water-based and they've got quite a chemical sort of smell to them. These do not have that at all. You can apply it using your finger. You're not going to struggle to get it off your skin or anything like that, but it really does look like gilding wax. It's called Gilding Touch or the Gilded Touch. You've got the teal and you've got that beautiful kind of bronzy gold colour as well. And it's a tube. It's literally a squeezy tube, as Francoise showed you a few minutes ago. Both of these together for $11.99, and that's going to give you a real kind of verdigris metallic look, isn't it?
Yes. What I did was I picked different colours. That I bought you 3 other colours when I did part 1 of the Mon Jardin. So I decided to bring 2 additional colours so that we wouldn't be repeating it, everything. Because, you know, if people buy products to go with one collection, they don't necessarily want the same products again.
No.
So I wanted to extend the colour range that you have. And I thought, you know what, why not have, like I just did, why not have a teal coloured key? It looks like a sort of that copper, when copper changes that in that colour.
Exactly.
So that's why I bought you a new colour as such to use.
It works out to about £6 per tube, and it is like it looks like a makeup product. But
and
do
you
not
use it really sparingly, so it's going to last. And just make sure that you screw the lid back on really tightly when you finish using it. That's the only thing that you need to worry about.
You need the tiniest amount. There we go. So if you fancy those, both of them are $11.99 for the 2, £6 each it works out to. That's SK2821. And I love the fact that Francoise actually puts these shows together herself. She, you know, it's her stamps, so she knows what products are going to work well with the images that are in the stamps. We've also got the colour clouds and we've also got the stencils as well. Now these are the colour clouds that Francoise referred to for doing edges and things like that. If you want to make something look quite vintage, then Francoise put these 3 together for you. You've got your smudge charcoal, which is that one there. And again, these are saturated with ink and it's a sponge in the top. You press the sponge down and it kind of the ink comes to the top, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. So it's like a big donut that's absolutely filled with ink.
Yeah.
And it's just like an ink pad in a pot, but it's got an ink that's been formulated to blend and to sort of for you to be able to put it down on card really easily. And it also, you'll see in my next demo, is that initially you sort of see sort of smudge lines and then they all, so it's like magic, they all sort of disappear.
So if you like the vintage look, then that's why Francoise put these 3 together for you. Natural rosewood, smudged charcoal and warm cocoa, all 3 for $19.99, which is pretty amazing value. And then the other one, this is the one that Francoise used with that lovely teal. So this one is your decadent teal. Next one, we've got here your baked peach. So a nice bright kind of orangey yellow. And then this one is your soft cerise. So if they're more to your taste, those 3 colourways, they last a long, long time as well. $19.99, easiest way to apply them is a blending brush or even better, a smoothie, which are the little kind of domed round foam adapters. So $19.99 for those 3, and that's SG2849. Now quickly the stencils as well, because they were used in the demo. Lots of you want these. Which one was it used? That one, wasn't it?
Yes, the mandala fragments, I think it is.
Okay, so mandala fragments is what Francoise used in the demonstration. And this is the Medina, okay? Now you're going to get both of them. But as you can see, you've actually got, between the 2 of them, you've got 5 different designs. And look at the price on this when these come up on the screen. £8.99 for the both. £4.50 each. For 2 fantastically designed stencils. You can emboss with them as well, put them through your machine, they'll emboss beautifully. And just use a little bit of it, you don't need to use the whole thing. But $8.99 for 5 designs, that's FH2825, FH2825. And then one thing we've not touched on, but we also have in the show, in case you're in the market for making your own tags, this is another lowest price ever. We took the price down yesterday at 5 o'clock. If you weren't watching that show, you may not believe where this is going to go. You can make your big tags, you can make your tiny tags, you could make little hand-buy tags or put prices on the smaller ones if you wanted to. And you've also got the reinforced circles for the top where you put your baker's twine or you put your cord or whatever you're putting through it. So $7.99, lowest price ever for all of those dies. It's IH, isn't it? IH2865.
We've also got the faux buttons on there.
Oh yeah.
So those little buttons, they'll die cut as sort of a faux button.
Like that. Yeah. Brilliant.
So you get that little mark and the little holes. So again, it goes again with the lost and found so that you don't have that bulk on your artwork and you can have colour buttons in whatever colour you want.
Fantastic. And again, lowest price they've ever been, £7.99. And who doesn't need tags? Everyone does, for present giving, for scrapbooks and that sort of thing. Now, the I Want It All bundle, it's all laid out here for you. You've got, remember, 9 sets of stamps in total, because you, in addition to the 8 that are a smaller bundle, you're going to get the sentiments down the bottom there as well, in the old-fashioned type font. Then you're going to get the die that will cut out all your postage stamps for you in one sheet, but you can tear them and separate them, use the perforations. You're then also going to get, of course, the stencil that works with that as well. So you can actually make sure that whatever you colour with the stencil is in exactly the right place to colour in what you've die cut out. PL2803. And just to show you, again on this board, because I've not shown you this, this is the sort of potential that that die can give you. Look at the ways you can use it. You could just use a few of the stamps rather than the whole sheet. You can cut individuals out if you want to, tear a few out. Or leave them as a whole sheet. It's entirely up to you. But there's something about a stamp sheet.
Yeah, and it's nice. With your die, you're sort of only limited by the size of your paper and the size of your machine. So you can see on the sample board, I've die cut 2 together. Yeah. You just need to marry up the holes, which is really easy to do, and then you can die cut a whole sort of long sheet of postage stamps if you want to.
And also, the verses that you're getting in the collection as well fit the size of the postage stamps perfectly, like Happy Day and Wishing You a Wonderful Birthday, Love, Big Hugs, they all kind of work really, really well. So everything's been thought through. And that's on split pay if you want the I Want It All bundle, and it's £32.49, your first payment of 2, PL2803. Demo 2. Okay,
Demo 2. So for Demo 2, I'm going to do a card using our geraniums. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to use the colour clouds that we've got on the show as well today. So this is my finished sample so that you can sort of see what I'm working towards. I'm going to start off by showing you how to create the background. So this is the background without anything stamped on it. And this is to show you how beautifully the colour clouds actually work on the card. So I'm going to use a combination. I started here with a combination of 2 colours, but I may even go to 3 colours. So I'm going to start off by putting some of the Baked Peach on my card. Mm-hmm. So for this, I'm not going to be too worried about taking off the colour. I'm just going to really go for it. So.
And look at how easily that colour cloud goes on, using a smoothie like that, no edges, no blotchiness.
Even if you get some marks, like I was saying, because it's, the ink has been devised that way. So if I deliberately I'm not too fussy about what I do, I get some marks left on there, they will eventually just disappear.
Right.
So I'm just going to randomly put some colour. So I've done a little bit there, stab a bit of orange in here, let's bring that across a little bit more. When I'm working, I tend to store the smoothie into the lid so that it doesn't get contaminated by other smoothies. Mm-hmm.
And they should be on the website as well if you want smoothies. Creative Expression supply those to us. They'll be on the brand shop on our website.
And we're going to bring in a little bit of the Decadent Teal as well.
They blend like a dream, don't they?
I like what they do as well, because when they overlay, you get obviously a third colour sort of beginning to merge. If you put a little bit over the orange, it goes a little bit more green.
On the website, we just found the smoothies. A pack of 2 for £4.99. And are they washable?
Yes, they are. Yeah, I just literally rinse them out with some water. Just be careful about sort of using soaps and things, because you don't know how it's going to affect the latex.
Oh, okay.
So just,
warm water.
And what I tend to do is I tend to sort of have like an egg box, which if I'll show you my little container that I've got.
Oh, that's a good idea. Don't throw your egg boxes away. Keep them for your smoothies.
This was actually an amazing find. This was actually a toy, which had sort of egg shapes. Don't ask me what. Anyway, I decanted all of those and looked at it and thought, you know what, that's going to be perfect for my smoothies. So that is what I've done.
Egg boxes, perfect.
So And then I'm going to add a bit of the soft cerise coming in.
Just 10 minutes away from the launch of the brand new machine to us at Hobby Maker from Siser, the cutting machine. Don't miss that. Rudy's here. Great deals.
So once I've applied my colour, it's quite a good idea just to sort of go through and just sort of blend into the other colours a little bit, smooth it out.
Is that smooth cardstock?
So this is our white, I think it's bright white, smooth cardstock.
Right.
And what I find is that for some reason the cardstock, which I really like, because obviously it's not really meant to be for watercolouring as such.
Right.
It's not like the coconut white. That's a little bit more like a mixed media card. But I like the effect that the smoothies have on it. They sort of like texture it slightly.
Yeah, I like it.
Which is really nice, but it doesn't take away like when you're stamping as well. But you can see it a little bit more as it sweats, and then eventually it, you know, your colours will be really bright to begin with, and then everything will sort of pale off.
Tone down.
Yeah. When you
That
finish
texture
moving.
effect will just disappear, will it?
Yes, it just goes. This is one that's dried. Well, obviously I haven't used any of the teal, but you can just slightly see the texture.
Yeah.
But it really sort of just dries off. And then what you can do just to add we'll go a bit different, because I used one stencil. On my sample here, I used the Mandela fragments. I'm going to use the Medina and just bring in a little bit of that. So we're going to just add.
Now, don't forget the stencils if you want them. They are available as a pack of 2, but you do get 5 designs on the 2 stencils for $8.99. Really? I know. Amazing.
So I haven't spent ages telling you how wonderful it is to have patterned paper. I'm now creating my own background. But, you know, it's completely different to the paper. So, you know, and it's good fun as well.
If you get a little bit intimidated by background paper, stencils are your best friend because they help.
Yeah, and something like this, you know, with the colour clouds is perfect.
Yeah. Very nice.
So that creates a really nice background that I can stamp on. So that shows you how to bring your 3 colours in. I'll just move these slightly so they're not sort of poking in the way. So what I then went on to do was to stamp and emboss the geraniums onto that background.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, even if you've got some little areas of your background that you're not too sure about, once you stamp on it, they almost sort of disappear, and you won't sort of be seeing any of those, you know, little things that you might have thought, oh, there's a bit too much colour here, or the pattern's not quite right.
It makes me think of the old-fashioned garden journals.
Yes,
That sort
yes.
of look, yeah.
So, I mean, it's you know, the idea is to keep it sort of old-fashioned and add that sort of element as well. Mm-hmm. So the next stage is to add some colour.
From the palette?
I'm going to use the palettes, but this time I'm going to bring in the Carnival Brights.
Your favourite?
And I've kept my colour clouds out because I can use those as well as paints. Mm-hmm. So I've got a vast array of different things that I can use. But I love this. One of my favourite colours is this particular sort of orangey colour. And I'm just going to add some of that to my tap to make that pop.
And again, that will make it look quite metallic because it has got that kind of shimmer and shine from the mica.
It's funny because lots of people who've, you know, like the design team, when they've done their samples, a lot of them have done this sort of more like a grey tap.
Yep.
And I've automatically gone for a gold tap. So.
Because you're posh.
Yeah, possibly. It just. I was just thinking about that, and I don't know why I sort of popped on for that.
I mean, taps like that very often are brass, aren't they? So.
Yes, yeah. And then I can use the lovely red that we've got in here in the palette for my geraniums.
So the Colourful Brights palette is what we're using in this demo. $19.99, you get White Pearl, Cosmic Skin, Holly Leaf, Bright Jolly, Persian Sea, Purple Violet, Rose Hue, Candy Floss, Scarlet Sunset, Orange Gold, Yellow Sun and Midnight Black.
And there's a lovely pink in this colour as well. So it's quite nice to bring a little bit of that in. I just find that, and when I've done a lot of workshops in my past, and one of the things that people always struggle with is what happens in the background.
Yeah.
Not so much colouring in the elements, but the background. So by doing this, you're almost like your background is done for you before you start painting. So you don't have to sort of worry about sort of painting the background. The one thing you need to consider is what colours you apply on the top. But on the whole, because this is so soft in colour, you can get away with most colours on the top of the colour clouds.
I don't know where this hour's gone. We've got 2 minutes left.
Is that it?
That's it, wow.
Okay, so you would carry on and you would paint this till you're happy with it. And then if we bring it back in, my sort of finished sample, you can sort of see where I went to. Then I mounted it on some craft card to keep the softness. Added a little thank you with the postage. And then I've used some of the background paper at the bottom here, because you've got loads of different colours you can choose from. So I went for an orange because I've got some orange in the background.
Well, if you just switched on, and remember, you can watch this show back later on if you want to, if you've missed any of it, but you can see everything that Francoise has been using, all the products, all the brilliant bundles of stamps and so on, and the colour clouds, the palettes of paint, the gilded touch, all of that's on the website right now for you if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. Francoise, thank you ever so much.
No, thank you.
We're back together at 4.
Yes, we're back. Just to make sure everybody notes in, it's 4 o'clock, because I kept posting that it was 3 o'clock.
Oh, no.
Because that's what I was told initially.
Okay. 4 o'clock.
But it's 4 o'clock.
Okay, more demos from Francoise then. On the way next, though, we've got a UK TV launch of the new Siser machine. We've brought you the Romeo before, the big one. We brought you today the Juliet that we're going to launch here at Hobbymaker. It's the first UK TV viewing ever, and we've also got the heat press. We've got some amazing deals. If you love cutting machines and want to invest in one, Rudy is here. Already quite a few people have got this in their basket because they don't want to miss out. You know what happens when we do launches, especially of machines? Very often they just completely disappear and people get left out and disappointed. So we'll unveil the machine for you. I know you're going to love it after a short break. I'll see you with Rudy at 2 o'clock.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobbymaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobbymaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobbymaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to sandtangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's Hobbymaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Yeah, launches Wednesday at 2.
Ooh.
Guess what? It's Wednesday at 2. Judy!
I can't believe it. How are you,
Rudy is
Dave?
back. Here he is. He's back with us. He's come all the way from Italy to be with us today for the launch of the new Siser machine. We have got a UK TV exclusive launch of this machine. Last time we saw you, you told me today, and I didn't realise it, last time you came here, it was your first TV appearance. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Because you're a natural.
No, it was all because of you. You made it seem very simple. I mean, you made me feel very, very comfortable. So thank you for that. And it was a great day. I mean, we launched the Romeo that day. So.
Absolutely. Now, we bought the Romeo. So you've already had that. So it's only fitting and only right that we bring the Juliet. Now, the Juliet is a slightly smaller version of the Romeo, but good news is it's got a 12-inch mouth. So your 12 by 12 papers that you want to cut and your card that you want to cut, this is going to be the machine that's perfect for you. I personally think this machine is more for our crafter because I always think 12 by 12 is a size that we relate to.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also some of the rolls that you guys are offering are 12 inches in width.
Yes.
So it makes perfect sense to launch this type of, or this size machine here today.
Now, many of you have been waiting for this. What I've got to tell you straight away is that we are doing a deal today with a bundle. We've brought you before the press, because of course, one of the main things people use this machine for will be for cutting vinyl. Vinyl that's heat responsive. So you can vinyl sweatshirts, t-shirts, bags, all this sort of thing behind us here. It could be for business, it could be for pleasure, it could be for your family. It may be that you've got an Etsy and you want to kind of start personalizing for people and making some money from it. So we've brought you the heat press. Now this takes me back to my childhood. When I went into the t-shirt shop and chose what transfer I wanted to have on my t-shirt, it was a press like this that they used. Yep. So now you can own one at home. When we had this press here last time, it completely sold out. So what we thought we'd do, we're going to give you the offer or the opportunity of buying the heat press on its own or the Siser on its own, or we're going to give you a chance to buy both together for the first time. Now, if you buy both together, we're going to give you the best deal. We're going to give you the best discounts. We're going to start with that because I know an awful lot of you will want both because they work together in harmony beautifully. You can use an iron with the vinyl as well, so you don't have to use a press. But if you want to have the right tool, the professional tool for the job to get the best results, then these two together will be the way to go. $995.98 would be the cost of your Juliet and the heat press together. Not today. We are the only people, as far as I'm aware, that do this offer. We have a few, and I mean literally a few of these available. Whether we can get any more, we've asked the question. I'm not quite sure what the answer was because I was doing the last show. OHXC41 is £799. £799, and we can roll out the carpet for you on this and give you the maximum split pay. No fee, interest-free credit. You give us a fifth of that today, which is $159.80. Both machines will be on their way to you in our warehouse, ready to be dispatched right now. You'll also get 2 rolls of vinyl to get you started as well, a black and a white one, okay, full size. So that is an incredible saving. That is saving you nearly £160, and you only have to find that first payment today of $159.80. Already we've got people on the phones putting this in their basket straight away. You'll get the amazing press. You'll get the amazing Juliet, the ultimate cutting machine for cardstock, vinyl, faux leather, that sort of thing. And we have a whole selection of vinyls on the show, holographic, we've got metallic, we've got glitter, we've got all sorts coming up a bit later on. But if you want that bundle, we've literally got single figure stock available. So if you set your heart on both, you can go for that item number. We have got the Juliet on its own, we have got the heat press on its own, but the best deal, if you want both, is to go for that. We give you the best saving, okay? OHXC41. Wanted to let you know that straight away. But if it's just the Juliet you want, brand new to us today, here it is. I mean, it's such a good looking machine. I mean,
beautiful.
It's Italian inspired. The actual vinyls are manufactured in Italy, and that's where you come from, isn't it, to join us?
Absolutely. So I'm here strictly from Italy. So as you said, so we originally, Siser is a manufacturer of heat transfer vinyl. By the way, I got to say, I don't know how I'm going to follow up that introduction. That's hard to beat. So Siser is traditionally, since 1970s, we are a heat transfer manufacturer. Heat transfer vinyl in the sense that these are special materials that have a special adhesive backing that is activated by the heat. This is the reason why we need the heat press.
And I know, actually, some high-flying football clubs actually use your heat transfer vinyl as well, don't they?
Well,
No-
I'll let
no
you
names, no
talk about.
factory.
I'm not allowed to talk about this, but
Not naming
yes.
names, but yeah.
So of course we are in many different industries. We are in the hobbyist, so also with the craft side. We work with large fashion companies as well, and also sports. So personalization in general, and this is what you can see here. What you were saying earlier is the ability to personalize. Whether it is a hobbyist, whether you are professional business, whether you are doing one or two shirts, personalizing the shirts, or creating your own brand.
I mean, just look around here. I mean, this is such a professional finish. I mean, we've all seen some machines or some transfers that you do yourself at home and they look as if they've been done at home. They don't look professional. They don't last. These are going to last a long time. You can machine wash them, provided the fabrics you use them on are machine washable. You can put them in the washing machine, no trouble at all. But look, all of this has been done. You can see why professional football teams and sports teams are using this vinyl as well, because you get such a professional result with it. Whether it's a bag you're actually pressing the vinyl onto, whether it's a t-shirt, we've got holographic, all the coloured vinyls that you could ever possibly wish for are in the show for you coming up, and we'll get into that a bit later on. But already we've got lots of you coming through for this. Okay, £520 is what the price should be, and you'll find it for that price, maybe a little bit less somewhere else as well. We're not saying we have this exclusively, but on TV we do. There we are, there it is somewhere else, £520. Today with us, we're not only going to give you a brilliant price, an exclusive price that we are doing for this launch today of the Juliet, we're also going to give you split pay. We're going to give you maximum split pay on this as well. You are saving, well, look, £480, £479.99. That's £40 less than somewhere else out there on the high street that you saw a few minutes ago on their website. And we can give you interest-free 5 split payments, which makes your payment of $95.99 today. That's all you have to spend today to get this home to enjoy it. And it is basically internet and web-based. So you use your computer, your laptop, whatever device you've got for that, and you access and design via the Siser website. There's thousands, there's about 5,000 free designs at your fingertips to use.
And growing.
And growing.
And growing.
Yeah. So all you need to do is order this today. If you've got a computer and you want a cutting machine for cutting cardstock, for cutting vinyl, for cutting faux leather, that sort of thing, this machine is going to be your new best friend. And is the software really easy to navigate and work?
It is, and that's one of the big things we wanted to go with. Nowadays, with the age of technology, it's very simple to get too complex with these types of programs. So we wanted to go with something that was user-friendly, but effective, right? So this, and we'll be showing some parts of the software as well. Not only is the software going to allow you to design, but also it's going to allow you to learn with the software. So we have all the tools for you to learn how to use the software.
Okay.
Of course, we have always a support page. We have a chat and also email and telephone that you can contact us for any questions at all. So the support, the education is equally as important as actual working of the machine, which I think brings a lot of value or added value to the machine.
I mean, honestly, the build quality of this and the ease of use of this, I was so impressed with the Romeo. The Juliet, for me, is the perfect one that I would buy because it's the perfect size for what I would want to use it for. I would want to be able to cut 12 by 12. And that's the size of the vinyl, by the way. The vinyl is 12 inches wide. So you can really go to town. You can design on your laptop or on your PC, and you can then cut with ease. It's such a professional tool. Talk us around the machine, if you could, Rudy, if that's all right.
Absolutely. I think we've talked enough about the beauty of it. Obviously, we can see it is a beautiful machine.
Yeah.
But it's equally as powerful and efficient.
Good.
And that's the beauty of it. It's not just a nice-looking machine. It is really a powerful machine that's going to allow you to do much more than you ever wanted to do with this type of machine. So as you guys can see here, we can open the machine, and you're going to be exposed, as you said, to the 12-inch mouth, as we see here. Now, the nice thing about it is that you're actually capable of cutting the full 12 inches, okay? Not only that, but you can actually cut this without the usage of a mat.
Oh.
Which is very important because, as we know, with mats, they can get dirty, they can wear out very, very quickly, right? So that's the next added value, added cost.
So if I was cutting cardstock, would I use a mat for that?
If you're in this case, yes, because you have to do a die cut.
Right.
Okay, so in this case, I'm referring more to the vinyl side.
The vinyl side of it, right.
Yep, because the vinyl side, what it is you have a supportive layer already, which is called the carrier, which allows you to cut on these types of machines. Beyond that, you have, on this machine in particular, you have professional pinch rollers, which are little wheels that you have up here.
You can see them, yeah.
Yep, you see those black wheels. Now that is very, very important in this process. That's going to allow the material to clamp down and allow you to cut in distance with no problem.
So with vinyl, your vinyl, you don't need a mat at all.
Our vinyl, signed vinyl, not only just our vinyl.
Right.
It's an adaptable machine. You don't always have to just use our vinyl. We understand that. We understand that there are other brands out there, and that's okay. The machine will adapt.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. So there is no exclusivity to any type of vinyl.
To interrupt you just for a second, Rudy, if you wanted the bundle of the heat press, the ultimate way of transferring the vinyl onto your fabric with the machine, 20% of that stock has gone. I did warn you we don't have many, okay? That's not for this that's on the screen now. That's for both the heat press and the Juliet, okay? So if you wanted both together at that reduced price, that ridiculously reduced price, on split pay, 20% gone on the Duo. Okay, back to Rudy.
Incredible. Already.
Yeah, already.
All right. So let's go ahead and get into what actually comes with the machine.
Okay.
So I don't know if you see can we look at the packaging there? So right off the bat, you'll see a very beautiful packaging. I mean, we wanted to create something that brought to the essence the beauty of Italian made, right? So Italians are made for fashion, they're made for beauty, outside of obviously the cuisine, which is incredible. But we wanted to keep and maintain that same idea in theory going, right? So we have the packaging, which is really beautiful, but what's inside the packaging is equally as important, right? So first thing you'll see is going to be, you can see here, and again, just all about details. You can see the beautiful black matte package accessory box.
Yes.
With the UV printed glossy font. I know it's just little details, but I feel like this is something really beautiful.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you guys are familiar with Apple,
I think presentation is important.
presentation is the most important. I just finished reading the Steve Jobs book, and this is one of the things he always preached about.
Yeah.
Presentation.
Absolutely.
Right? So we have the beautiful presentation. Inside, one thing that actually I find to be very, very useful, and it's because in the age of technology, not everybody wants digital, right? So we have gone and actually created a manual that is a physical manual that you can read through to get you started.
Okay, fantastic.
So
Yep.
yes, of course, we also have the PDF version, but you get a physical copy of the manual right here with it as
Good.
well.
I think a lot of people would be grateful for that.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
so, and it adds value, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm one that likes to get the manual, start looking through it, and go right to work, right? I'm not going to go in PDF. I prefer the physical manual.
Sure.
Of course, you'll have the power cable and the power supply.
Yep.
That will come also inside of your accessories box. And then you have the accessories, which this part is very, very important. Inside of here, you'll find the USB cable to connect it to your computer.
Yep.
I'll talk a little bit more about that.
All right.
Okay. And then you also receive the blade holder, which is actually made out of steel. So it's about as heavy duty as it can get. Okay, so very easy to adapt. With the ring here, we can adapt the length of the blade.
Yep.
Okay, and then we're also going to provide 3 blades. 2 of those will be 45 degrees, so kind of a small angle to be able to cut through those very thin materials. So our PS film material, our self-adhesive material, cardstock. This is the type of blade you would use in this scenario. Now, if you have thicker products like our glitters, like let's say faux leather, in this particular case, you would need to use more of an angled blade, which is a 60-degree blade, which also will be included in the packaging.
So you get 2 of the blades you'll probably use the most, and 1 of the ones that you need for the thicker materials included in the bundle today, which is pretty impressive. Everything you need to get started, basically. And then when you've got your machine at home, I've taken it out of the box.
Yep.
It's been delivered. What do I do next? Do I go online to your website or?
Yes, so actually inside of the packaging, you will get a QR code that's gonna allow you to register the machine. So it's
Right.
very simple, right? So you'll be able to register the machine. Once registered, then you'll see the software.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll go into the software side here momentarily and show you exactly how that works. I do want to finish a little bit with what else comes with,
Yeah, sure.
with the machine.
Fire away.
So you will also get a mat. Again, I mentioned that it's not necessary to cut certain types of materials, but that will be included in the packaging as well.
Okay.
And then of course you get the machine.
Right.
Okay, so we can talk a little bit about the machine.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
So one thing I want to show you guys how easy it is to load the blade into the blade holder. So you guys can see here, this is the blade.
Right.
Small little blade. Believe it or not, this little blade right here can make you guys a ton of money.
Wow.
Incredible, right?
Oh, I like that sound. Yeah.
Who doesn't, right? So everything you see behind me here has been actually done with this machine here.
Okay.
Believe it or not. Okay, so I'm a bit short for this table. So right off the bat, you'll see right here we have the motor. So this is what's gonna do all the cutting for us. So I will place my blade holder right inside,
Sorry, our desks are a bit high.
or I'm just a bit short. Either way, we'll make it happen, right?
Yeah.
We'll tighten that little plastic piece right there, and we are ready to go. Okay, so now we have our blade holder inside of our blade placement, and we are ready to cut.
Okay, that's easy.
That's
Yep.
pretty easy, right? And that's
Fantastic.
the idea. Simple, easy, to the point. Okay, now we'll go ahead and turn on the machine. So we have a little bit on and off button right here in the front.
Mm-hmm.
We'll click that. And then you'll see here on our LED screen, the presentation where you'll see there it says Juliet. So it's a nice presentation welcoming you to play or start working with her.
Okay, now we've got our overhead camera so we can see what we're looking at. There we go, look. Okay, well that's a really good, clear display to see.
It is, and you'll see it's very simple, straightforward, right? So we have our arrow keys here, so this is gonna allow me to move the blade left, right, and also move the material up and down.
Okay.
Very simple. Next thing we have is our cut settings. Now this is hugely important, right? So if you're working with any of our products, and it's the first time you're working with these products, and you have no idea where to start as far as settings, speed, we made it very, very simple for you guys. So here we can go to cut settings, and we've actually implemented all of our different products and placed them right inside the LED screen. So that makes it very easy. Let's say we're working with Easy Weed, okay? I select Easy Weed, we'll load that.
And Easy Weed is the name of the vinyl, yeah?
It's the name of our vinyl. It's our most popular. It has a huge gamut of colors. This is going to be, as you say in America, your bread and butter.
Yep.
But this is the main product that we offer. But the nice thing is you'll see here, it already gives me the cut settings. So it's all programmed inside of the LED screen.
So you don't have to worry.
You don't have to worry. This is one less thing you have to worry about.
Good.
Right? So again, let's worry about the design making, the money making, the business side or the hobby side. But let's make this part easy for you guys. And this is what we went ahead and did. Okay?
Yep.
Let's go back here. I'm sorry, I'm working backwards. Another really nice feature of the machine, which I find to be very, very valuable, is, as I mentioned before, it does come with a USB cable.
Right.
But what if you don't want to use a USB cable? What if you're all the way across the room?
Okay.
What then?
Bluetooth?
No.
No.
Even better.
What's that?
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
And why Wi-Fi? Right? Wi-Fi allows you for stronger connectivity, right? So if I'm across the room, Bluetooth might not connect evenly. But
Fair enough.
Wi-Fi, as long as you're connected to the same Wi-Fi network, you will have no issues cutting from the computer to the cutter.
And I mean, Wi-Fi these days is an integral part, I think, of most of our homes. We've all probably got very, very reliable Wi-Fi signals now compared to, say, maybe 10 years ago when we probably didn't. So I think lots of us use lots of devices every day that rely on Wi-Fi. So that's going to be really crucial for this as well.
Yep,
Yep.
absolutely. Now, we also have another very, very intriguing feature in here that's going to make the machine even that much more powerful. For anybody that's known or is doing any type of print and then cut solutions, which we will be talking about at the later segments at 6 o'clock, we have a very unique feature inside the machine that's going to allow you to make that process even more efficient and more precise.
Okay.
Okay, so that is using a camera rather than in the past, most machines will use an optic eye, which is kind of a laser that will recognize the registrations. In this case, the camera is going to give you a perfect cut around any image that you print and then cut.
Okay. Right. So you can print images and then get the machine to cut them out for you too.
That's a little bit teaser because we'll talk about that one on the second half of today's presentation.
Okay.
All right.
So there is a 2-hour show now and another show at 6 o'clock this evening. So if you're buying this right now, get in before the stock sells out, because I've got a funny feeling that's what's going to happen as we go through these shows. But there will be continual demonstrations, different demonstrations in both shows, yeah?
Yep, absolutely, and that's a goal. I mean, the only way to really showcase the machine and the power of the machine is actually having it work.
Yeah.
Right, so I think we've gone over at least the main topics of the machine. I think we can jump into, what do you think, a presentation?
Let's do it. Let's
Yeah?
cut something, shall
You
we?
want to cut something?
Yeah, that'd be
Absolutely,
great.
absolutely.
So now you're going to use your PC
Yep.
or your laptop. Yep.
Absolutely. So this is the software that will come with the cutter. Okay, so you guys can see here, actually we have a very nice deal going on right now with Creative Fabrica. If you guys are familiar with Creative Fabrica, it's a website that basically offers SVG files.
Okay.
So again, you get a free full-year subscription. Kind of off topic, but it was just there. So I have
And SVG files are cutting files, basically.
Cutting files,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, so this is going to be your main screen when you first log into the Leonardo Design Studio.
Right.
Now, the nice thing about Leonardo Design Studio is that the actual designing part of the software it's not based off internet, so you don't need internet to actually work with that designing program.
Okay, that's good.
Why is that important? Because if you're let's say you're on location to do an event and you're doing personalizing and you have no capability of connecting to the Wi-Fi, then in this case, you can just create your designs and cut without the need of internet.
And then you can cut with it when you're in internet radius.
Exactly.
Right.
Not even. No. You can cut without it.
Oh, cut
There's no
without it,
need.
right,
As
okay.
long as you're using the USB cable, there's no need for it.
Gotcha.
Yep. The
Yep.
Wi-Fi, yes, that's just to connect to wireless, basically.
Got you.
Okay? Now, this is what I was referring to earlier. One of the nice features is that right off the start, you're going to get a kind of an education session, right? So you have basically a school ready for you to start learning how to use the machine. All right, so you can see here, we have a full window which is personalized to all the different tools, features, whether it's the software side or the hardware side. So it's going to teach you how to make your first cut, how to set up your software. So it's step by step is going to guide you in the right direction to be successful with the machine.
So it's your own personal tutor in the software. Love it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Inspiration, always important, right? Who doesn't love a little bit of inspiration? So we have another window here that's going to give you a lot of different inspirations. Now, these are all designs used that are in our library already. So one of the 5,000 designs that you mentioned earlier will be used in this section here. So let's say it's, summertime's coming, vacation time's coming. We want to create a cool passport holder. Let's click on this. Now you'll see here, it gives me the image of what was created, the materials used to create it,
Yep.
and then also the design used to create it. So again, nice little window, inspirational. We understand maybe it's not what you'll use it for, but at least it triggers a little bit of the creative side.
Absolutely.
All right. Then we have one of the more important aspects of the software, which is our design library.
And this is where the 5,000 images are, yeah?
Excuse me. Exactly. So this is where you'll find a lot of different images. You'll have the different categories. I know Father's Day is coming up here in the UK, right?
Yep.
So about a
Yeah,
month from now?
In June.
In June,
16th, I think.
I believe.
Maybe.
Somewhere. So
Somewhere
plenty of
around
time.
that.
We got a month worth to make some nice gifts for Dad. So we have a lot of designs already placed in here that are dedicated for Father's Day.
So you can search for designs in categories.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So I can type in, let's say, Dad, for example. Okay, so let's see how good the internet is right now. You can see a lot of different dad designs, funny, joking designs,
Dad's
obviously.
Little Monster.
Of course.
My Dad Rocks.
Super Dad.
Yeah, yeah.
Dad's Garden.
I love it.
So a lot of different funny designs, and obviously we have a great group of in-house designers that come up with a lot of these ideas. Now, it's very important to also mention the usage of the designs.
Yeah.
So these designs are there for commercial use, meaning that you can grab any of these designs, bring it into the cutting software, which is the next part of here, and use and sell that finished product.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say I make one of these t-shirts back here. I can sell that t-shirt for a profit.
Brilliant.
What I cannot do with this design is actually sell the design itself.
No. Provided you've made something with it, you can sell it.
Exactly.
Right, okay.
Exactly. Whether it's a t-shirt, whether it's a journal, whether it's whatever you want to do with it, that finished product can be sold with that design on it.
Excellent.
That's not a problem.
And there's 5,000 on there free. There is an option for a subscription, which is $7.99 a month, which is basically the pro version.
It's the pro version,
means
yes.
you can do more.
It allows you to do, for those of you guys that want to get more in depth in the designing side of things, then there's also that option for those more professional designers.
Okay. But if you don't want that, you've got 5,000 images built-in software, free, absolutely free to use with this. And of course, you can put your own personalization onto this as well, I presume.
That's the beauty of it. I mean, these are technically vector files, SVG files, meaning that you can grab any parts of these designs and incorporate it into your own designing process. So let's say I maybe just want, maybe just the bow tie on the best dad right here. That's okay. You can remove the best and the dad on the bottom, bring it into the software, personalize it as you would like, which is actually what the vinyl, heat transfer vinyl is made for, is personalizing. And then personalize it to your own taste. Change the color, print it with whatever material you want. That's completely up to you. Okay. For example, we have this one right here. It says Dad, place, name here. Okay, so this is actually made for personalizing.
Ah, so you could put your dad's Christian name in there, nickname in there, whatever you want.
So think about it. You post this on your website, right? Maybe your Etsy account. You post just the dad and customize this part. Wow.
You can do
People-
that. I mean, honestly, the power that this software is going to give you with the power of the machine as well, whether it's just for your family and friends, whether it's for local fairs and fetes, whether it's that you want to start a little kind of side hustle business at the weekends, online, on your Etsy or whatever it might be, this machine is going to help you. You can make the money back on this machine in next to no time with what you can make. I mean, how much would you charge for a sweatshirt like that, or a gym top like that, a t-shirt like that? Personalized things like that could be, you know, £25 for a t-shirt easily. And you get your money back very, very quickly indeed. But yeah, we're talking about transfers, but also remember, it cuts cardstock. It will cut things like faux leather for you as well. And going forward, there will be self-adhesive rolls from Siser as well. Not at the moment, but that's somewhere down the line. So we're going to be getting that as well. So this is going to only expand going forward, isn't
Absolutely, and also new tools that are coming out for the Juliet to also be able to do so much more. So whether it's etching, whether it's creasing on different cardstock to do, you know, 3D cardstock effects, all these tools are actually now coming available on the market. So beyond just the vinyl, there is so much more out there that's going to really expand the creativity. And again, that's one of the main reasons we went with the Juliet. Obviously, to close the recipe, to finish off the recipe with the heat transfer vinyl, the heat press, and now the cutter, kind of brings the full solution together.
Sure.
But also to not limit anybody with their creativity. We want to make sure that everybody's capable, especially during difficult times. I mean, you know, I feel the world is going through a difficult time right now.
Exactly.
So I think one thing that kind of gets us away from that is being able to use our creativity and get our minds off that the issues going around in the world.
And to be able to do something in your own time, it's only you that knows if you've got maybe 2 hours free on a Saturday to do something that's productive and creative and that's going to earn you a little bit more money, let's say. And maybe that's all you've got. You can't go off and get a part-time job to earn more money for 2 hours on a Saturday, not easily. But something only you know, your family commitments and how much time you have during a week. But if you can offer that as a service online or to friends, family down the road, more and more of you are realizing the capability and the potential of this machine. Remember, we've had the Romeo, the bigger version before previously. All of those went and sold out completely. The Juliet, though, it's the first time it's been on air. It's a TV exclusive. And the deal we've got today is £40 less than our competitor on the high street. And we give you no fee, interest-free split pay. So you only have to pay a fifth of that today. $95.99. And remember, the software is absolutely free. You just basically take a little snapshot of the QR code. That then, of course, registers your machine, gives you access to the software, and gives you, more importantly, access to 5,000 free images and editable images as well at that. Think about the capability this is going to give you. Phenomenal.
That's actually a great point. I should also mention that even if you want to just test the software prior, you can actually do that as well.
Okay.
So you can go to the Siser.com website, download the software. You have 7 days for free to try it. Try it out, see what you think. Of course, you won't be able to cut without the machine, but it will allow you to at least practice and see if this is the right solution for either your hobbies or your business.
Can I also say, as we are live at 28 minutes past 2 on Wednesday afternoon, if you have any questions, and I can appreciate, you know, when you're spending this sort of money, you probably have got some questions you want to ask Rudy, please do send in your questions. It is studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, or if you want to send a message via our website, you can do that where it says contact the studio, and we can put it up on the screen and we can give you the answer to any questions and queries you might have got. Can we cut something?
Absolutely. I mean, we've just gone 30 minutes and we haven't even shown the best part of the machine.
Okay.
Right? So, all right, so let's first select the file. So I'll just, kind of cute one here, dad joke, loading. Who doesn't love a good dad joke, right? Even the design itself is a dad joke. All right, so we'll load the design. Again, you'll see it's gonna bring it into my design software now. The design software, again, very simple, very straightforward. It has the basic features for you to be able to design on the free side. Then the pro version will allow you to do so much more beyond that.
Right.
So, and this is, of course, we don't have enough time to go through all the different features and tools. Want to keep it simple, want to show you exactly what the machine can do for you. But that's why we have the videos on the window there.
Mm-hmm. And after you familiarise yourself with the software and start to use it and use all those free images and free designs, it may well be that then, maybe 4, 5, 6 months down the line, you think, do you know what, I want to do the pro version. I want to, you know, subscribe, $7.99 a month. I mean, what do you get for $7.99 a month these days on subscription? You get the pro version of this. That's something you can think about later down the line after you've done it, you know, used it a few times.
Absolutely. So we're ready. So we have our dad joke. Oh my, almost tongue twister there.
All right.
All right. So we have our design now inside of our design studio. So again, this is the part of the software that you can use without the internet. Okay, so we can bring in a design, we can customize, we can do text, a lot of different things that we can do inside of here, whether
So there's loads of different fonts you can choose.
a lot of different
Yep.
fonts. These are fonts already installed in my computer, but the nice thing is you can also do arched. I mean, a lot of different things. You can create your own design here. You can see here we can create our own shapes. This could help us to trace designs. Maybe a customer sends you a logo. We can use these different tools to then create a file that can be cut with the Juliet.
Okay.
Okay? Again, we can get pretty technical, but I think for right now, we'll keep it very simple.
So
What do you
think about maybe a company logo, and you want the the polo shirts or the t-shirts or the outfits that the guys or the ladies wear to have that logo on it. You could do this yourself.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you've got a few of those printed professionally, you probably pay that price just for a few shirts.
Absolutely. We're going to show you today how easy it is to do it.
Right.
All right,
Great.
so let me get some of the, we'll start off with one of our, okay, so we're going to start off with our PS film, which is actually Easy Weed.
Okay.
Again, this is the one we spoke about earlier, which is our standard material. Okay, so
When you
it's,
say easy weed, is that because it's easy to peel it off after it's
it
been
is,
cut?
it
Right.
is, it is. So Easy Weed is a terminology that we use. Weeding is the process of removing the excess material, which I'll show you here momentarily. So that's why it's called Easy Weed, because it's a product that's very easy to weed. Okay, so the first thing we need to do, we have our material.
Now, you do get a couple of sheets of vinyl to get you started, okay? That will arrive with the machine as well. If you're buying both together, the hot press and, of course, the Juliet, you're going to get 2 full reels of the vinyls. And all the vinyls are on the website now, all the different colors, all the different effects. There's holographic, there's glitter, all sorts. Sky's the limit.
Absolutely. So here what I'm doing is I'm placing my material, or the vinyl, underneath the pinch rollers. Okay, so now you can see this is firm in there.
Yep.
That's not moving.
So you
right?
lifted up a lever to lift up the roller.
Exactly. So we have the lever back here. It's
Yep.
going to allow you to bring up the pinch rollers,
Gotcha.
load the material, load the mat, and then we can go ahead and do the next step. Now, the next step is also very important, and this is one of my favorite features on the machine. Do you mind if I turn it like this a little bit just because it's easier to work?
That's fine.
Okay. So we're going to move my origin, my blade to the origin point. I will do cut settings. Yes, we already selected the Easy Weed earlier, so it's already loaded. And then I will do a quick test cut, which is the circle here with the t-shirt inside. Do you see that?
Okay.
Okay. And now I want you guys to hear or try to listen to the next part, which is,
This is the thing,
Yeah.
because it is whisper quiet. So if you want to be cutting in the lounge while someone's listening to music or watching the television, it's not going to disturb them, it's not going to annoy them. So you don't have to be in a segregated part of the house away from everybody. You could be doing this of an evening with the rest of the family there.
that's beautiful, well put. All right, so, and again, you'll see, no mat. So
No.
we're doing this strictly on
Mat-free.
Yep, mat free. So we'll do a quick test cut, very quick.
Oh, it's a whisper.
That's it, and that was it. So now, what I'm doing is just ensuring that my settings are correct. I'm left-handed, so this makes it a bit
Okay.
challenging, huh? So we'll try to do it this way, but you'll see here, and look how beautifully and easy that comes off. So that tells me that that setting is perfect
Okay.
for this material.
Right,
All
yep.
right, so we are now ready for the next stage, which will be actually cutting. Okay, so bring it back this way. We have our origin set. Now let's go ahead and send our dad joke design. Now the nice thing about the software is that we have a place here where you can actually mirror the design through the software. So mirroring is very important with these products. Why? Because we're cutting the vinyl from the backside, okay? So in this case, you have to mirror the design, and you'll see here, it says mirror, so we'll do the mirror. We can also do an area test. The area test is practically gonna go through the machine, and you'll see it's gonna tell me if the material is the right size
Right.
for this design.
Great.
Okay, so if the design is too big, you will be able to tell at this point. So again, it's always avoiding any type of waste, okay, or any type of mistakes. And this is the reason why we do the test cut. By doing a test cut, it allows us to ensure that we're not wasting material when we do a cut of 6 inches, right?
Gotcha.
So
Yep.
this is very important. And that's it. We are ready to go here. So
Well,
here,
simple so far. Very
it's
simple.
very simple, and that's the idea, right? Of course, here I can also select to set in my personal settings. If I'm doing cutting on a different type of material that's not included in the program, that's okay. You can also do your own custom settings here,
Right.
okay? You have a lot of different tools here, so you can do fold, full cut perforation, edge tool. So again, a lot of different options beyond just vinyl. So don't think it's just a vinyl cutter, because it can do so much more than that.
But also remember, on the tutorial that you get when you put the software on your PC, you've got all those tutorials to show you all
Absolutely.
these different techniques.
And that's a great thing, yes. I mean, I'm going very briefly through through the functions, but also we do a lot of different trainings online on Facebook Lives. My colleague in the US, Patrick, does a great job demonstrating the machine and also doing a lot of lives on a weekly basis, showing different types of materials that they can cut, different types of designs that they can do.
So people can search for that on Facebook?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the Siser North America Facebook. We also do ours, which is Siser Official. We're very big on social media because it's our way to communicate directly and create that community around the products and the machines.
So you're not left alone. Once you bought the machine, there is support there. There are lots of people giving you hints and tips and guidance all the way.
Yeah, and of course, we're not perfect. We know things can happen, but we're always there to correct them, and that's the biggest thing.
Right.
We're not afraid to say, yes, we messed up, but we'll correct it for you guys.
Sure.
So I think that's very important as well. Okay, so that's it. Let's go ahead and send our design.
Okay.
Send to
cutter.
cutter. Very simple, right?
Yep.
Straightforward. Okay. And that's it. So now the material is going to go.
It's going.
Yep. You can see there the cutting. It's very quiet. I mean, can you even?
It's like your own personalized robot. It's brilliant.
And the beauty is that you can still, you and I can come here and still talk, and then there's no problem.
No, not at all. You're not having to strain when you're trying to talk over the machine at all. It's not going to annoy anybody else in the room. If you're a late night crafter, this is going to be perfect for you.
And it's not waking up the kids, which is also very important.
And absolutely. And remember, this deal price is exclusive to us. It's $95.99 today, your first split pay of $5. Spread the cost of it, get it home in the next couple of days. They're all in our warehouse, ready for dispatch straight away. You'll get this in the next couple of days. And it's no fee, interest-free split pay. We offer you that. And 1 P&P per day of $3.95. So if you buy the machine now, and when we get onto the vinyls a bit later on, you think, oh, I need about 3 or 4 rolls of vinyl for what I've got in mind, you won't pay any more postage all day long until midnight tonight, okay? It's done it.
Oh, do you mind? I can't reach that, but do you mind grabbing me one of the pair of scissors up there?
Yeah.
Thank you. That worked out. You guys have like the perfect craft room here. This is amazing.
Everything's here.
Oh, look at this. It matches the holographic in the background.
Yeah, holographic blades.
With the holographic shirt.
I know.
It's a mixed match. All right, so that's it. See how easy and quick that was? I mean, you didn't even get a chance to finish your pitch there because it was so quick, right? So there's our design. You can see it's cut. We can see the cut lines there. Okay. There's our test cut that we completed earlier.
Yep.
Now we're ready to, again, weed away the excess material.
That's why it's called weeding vinyl.
Yep. So what I'll do here is actually I'll remove and here's a cool little trick. For those of you guys that have never worked or that are working with our products, this might be a trick that could help you guys. So to make the weeding process faster and smoother, I can actually go to the heat press here. Okay. Now what I'm doing here, you'll notice that when I went down, the pressure was too high.
Yep.
So what I'm doing is I'm just reducing the pressure.
So it locks into place.
So it locks, but also so it's not overpowering when we go to apply because it does need the right pressure. So what I'm doing is just simply removing the excess, but using a little bit of heat. Look how much faster. And that's the magic of the Easy Weed.
Right.
Okay, so from here.
Do you get the picking tool as well with the machine?
No, but that's a good idea. Don't put me in a spot where
I dare say, though, lots of you watching have probably got little picking tools that you use.
Yeah, the famous weeder. It's great also for your teeth. So what I'm doing is just cutting away the excess. So now, of course, if I want to go ahead and utilize some of this excess, then I can use the mat later on. So never throw away the scraps.
No.
And we have a lot of videos showing how you can utilize scraps to get the most out of it. So all of this could benefit you and can, if it's a business, could still make you money.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Never ever throw any of the excess away.
I mean, you can add a name, you can add numbers to this, a lot of usage for it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and remove the excess material here. You can see how easy this weeded.
It's such a satisfying job to do as well.
For some, it really is, Maybe there a little bit less. I think because I put too much heat on it. So, and now what I'm doing is just removing the inside. And again, it can be satisfying. You know how many people tell me that this is part of the process that they love the most? And some say no, they don't love it, and some say they do.
Oh, I'd love it.
It could be therapeutic in a sense.
And just look at the quality of the cut as well. Everything is cut to perfection.
Yep.
Nothing's caught.
No, I'm just removing a little bit. We don't want any excess later on. And you can see I chose a design that wasn't completely too simple because I think that sometimes lies. And I don't want to I don't want to mislead people. I want to make sure that they see a true project done in real time.
I mean, to be honest, you could look at this as a business in one purchase. You really, really could. Or you're buying it purely for fun, purely for your family, purely for your friends, your neighborhood. Or if you're looking to do something extra, to bring in a little bit of extra pennies on the internet or something with Etsy or any other crafting site. If you're thinking of getting a small business going, this is going to be your new best friend. And what business can you start for an outlay of just under 100 quid? Because that's what the first split pay is today, if that's what you want to do with it. I mean, I dare say, do you find most people that buy it for just personal pleasure, or?
We get all sorts of customers.
Right.
And the great thing is that we do have those that do get it for personal pleasure. And then they will create one shirt, give it to a friend, kids' friends, or they'll wear it to the football match. All of a sudden, their friends say, where did you get that?
Yep.
And
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth, exactly. Little by little, it starts becoming a business. And from then, it just, next thing you know, they're getting a location, a brick and mortar store. And these are the stories that really make this really satisfying, because you're not just offering a product. It's something that can really, truly change somebody's life.
Sure.
And that's a beautiful thing. I think that beyond anything is the most wonderful thing that we do, is provide a business to those that are in need. So.
Excellent. Okay, so we've done the weeding.
We've done the weeding.
Done the cutting.
There you go.
Next step, transfer the image.
Okay. So you can see now it says dad joke because we mirrored that design originally, right? Now, is it okay to do a quick plug? Because I have to give a big shout out to our friends at Fruit of the Loom.
Yep.
They have provided us some shirts to decorate today. So
Okay.
Thank you guys at Fruit of the Loom. Thank you, Chris, as well, for sending the shirts over. And these are wonderful t-shirts. These are organic cotton, so we're very big on sustainability. And we want to make sure that we are doing our best to protect the planet.
Cool.
So this is one way we'll do it, is using the right type of fabric for these types of decorations.
Okay.
So again, Fruit of the Loom, thank you so much for the shirts. So now we have the heat press here, which is 8 by 12 inches.
Yep.
Okay.
Move my stuff out of the way.
I got your cheat sheets over here. All right. Now this is the beauty of the heat press. If I were to do this with a iron, which you can obviously do, and inside of the packaging, when you receive the rolls, you will have instructions on how to do this with the home iron.
Okay.
But let's say this design is around 7.5 inches in width. That iron, you will need to do multiple applications
Sure.
to apply it. With the heat press, it's a one-time deal.
Yeah, you've
Okay.
got the pressure, you've got the right temperature. It's just going to give you a much more professional result. You can use a domestic iron if you want to. So if you haven't got the money to go for the press, don't worry, you can still use it. But if you want the press as well, I'll give you more details on that in a minute.
Yep. So what we're doing now is we're doing what we call the pre-press.
Okay.
This is going to allow us to remove any wrinkles, remove any moisture from the garment, which can all impact the application. Perfect. Let's move this down. We're going to line this up here. So what I want to do, I don't have a lining tool or anything with me, so what I'll do is I'm going to use the collar of the shirt. Typically, it's pretty centered.
It's like a guide, yeah.
It's like a guide. If not, either your shirt's going to be a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right,
Yeah.
so it's okay. Now I will place it right around the armpit area, which is usually a nice placement. I know some people like to use the finger method, which is doing 4 fingers below the collar. That also works. Again, whatever works for you. I'm not here to change how you guys are already doing these types of applications.
Okay.
And that's it. As you mentioned before, the most important thing with heat transfer vinyl are 3 things. So it's the temperature, the time,
Yep.
and the pressure. So
Okay.
we've adjusted the pressure. We have 150 degrees, 155 degrees Celsius set up, and we'll apply it for 15 seconds. And that's it. That's how quick and easy it is to
Now,
create a
it gives you a
t-shirt.
countdown
It
on
does.
there, an LED countdown, so you know exactly when the 15 seconds is up. It's difficult for our cameras to see that, but it's counting down from 15 to 0. And then job done. The pressure's right, the temperature's right, the time's right, and it beeps.
And the timing of your presentation was right. And that's it. So the nice thing about this product, it's a hot peel, so I can go here, remove that hot, and check this out.
Look at that.
There you go.
Look at that. Isn't that brilliant? What a professional finish.
And then you can see with this design is particularly nice because you can use the actual color of the t-shirt as a second color. So it kind of fills in the design quite nicely with inside the text and inside the loading.
And remember, all of this is one of the 5,000 design elements that are on the software from Siser, but you can add your own text and that sort of thing and manipulate it, change the size, all that sort of thing as well. So to get that included with the machine, and you can make results like this and get results like this. I mean, you can buy t-shirts that range from a couple of pound each up to 25, 30 pound each. It's entirely up to you what fabrics you use, what bags you use. But think about it. To go for this machine today, or any of our offers today, this could be a new hobby for you. It could be a new business for you, a new pastime, a weekend activity. And like Rudy said, that, when people know and realize what you do, when people say, where do you get a t-shirt from? I like that because it's quirky, it's different, and you've had it designed, you've done it yourself. Oh, it's my mum or it's my dad. They've got a cutting machine and a press. And then, could they do one for me? It spirals. And before you know it, you've got a little production run going that you're in control of.
And that's the nice thing is because beyond that, then they say, can you put my daughter's name on there, my son's name, their number? This is all personalization, which is always added value. This is why they will come to you rather than going to the standard store, because they can't get that type of service from the store.
Sure. Now let me run through the offers if we can, really, just for a second.
Yep,
now,
absolutely.
The heat press itself. Now, if you want the heat press on its own, it's sold out on the last show. We've got it back for you today. So maybe you bought the Romeo before, about 3 or 4 months ago when Rudy was here last time, and you missed out on the heat press. You're thinking, oh, it's okay with an iron, but you know what? I'd love the professional press. This has got everything you need for professional results, perfect every time. The temperature's right, the pressure's right, everything about it is right, and it's got a lovely, lovely large surface area for your t-shirts or your bags or whatever you're wanting to transfer onto. Now, on its own, it's £420. We've got a deal on this as well, but do remember we've got a deal of both together, which we'll come back onto in a second. $379.99. This sold out last time, and so many of you missed out. So if you're one of the people that missed out last time, it's at $379.99, and we've got it on 5-way split. Now that is $75.99, beg your pardon, $75.99 on split pay. That's all you pay today, plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it today, and it's on its way. That machine will arrive at your door in the next few days, and you'll be pressing perfectly, perfect pressure, perfect time, perfect temperature, every single time. GX9G61 is the product code, okay? GX9G61. Now, lots of you coming in for this right now, just for the press on its own, great. But if you're thinking, do you know what? I want to be serious about this. I love the Siser Juliet. I love how simple it is. I love the fact I've got all those 5,000 designs that I can enjoy to use again and again. I can personalize. I can cut card. I can cut faux leather. I can cut any of the vinyls that we have here. And the vinyl you don't even have to put on a mat, remember, which is amazing. But I'd like to have the professional cutter. I'd love to have the professional press as well. The two go together brilliantly well. Now, this is the first day we've been able to bring you the Juliet, and it's the first day we've been able to bring you the two together as a bundle. I don't know anywhere else that does this. We have a limited quantity, and already 20% of that quantity has gone. I quite agree, it's a considered purchase. You've got to think about spending this sort of money. That's where we come in with split pay. It's not done through a financial organization or a finance house. We just, as Hobbymaker and Gemporia, who are our overall company, say, give us a fifth of it today, and we'll send both machines. Look at this, you get both for $799. And on split pay, your first payment on a debit or credit card today is only £159.80, I think. Yeah, £159.80 on a debit or credit card today, plus your P&P. Both boxes will be on their way. You will be in heaven, crafting heaven. Look at what they've made here using the fantastic machine. Whether it's napkins, tablecloths, sweatshirts, T-shirts, bags, whatever it might be, you can transfer those vinyl images professionally, and all you've paid today is just under £160. I mean, Rudy, you don't come here that often, so take advantage of the fact that Rudy's here. We've got the brand new machine today, and to get both together, and I know quite a few of you came in very early on when we showed you this deal, it's not one or the other, you get both. The heat press and the Juliet as well. There's the heat press.
Can I show them real quick how to change the settings?
Yeah, sure.
Show them how quick and easy it is. Because I should also mention that it's not just for heat transfer vinyl.
Right.
I know some of the viewers might be already doing sublimation, for example. It's a machine that you can also do sublimation on.
Okay.
And it's very simple. We can, depending on what the substrate that you're applying to, again, to change the pressure, very, very simple with the middle screw here in the center. Okay, so up, down, that allows you, depending on the thickness of the substrate that we're applying to. But then you have the ease of use. Again, up here on our programming side, we can click mode, which is gonna allow me to change the temperature, up, down, click it again, allows me to change the timing. So let's say that you're doing sublimation for 45 seconds.
I know what sublimation is, but for people who don't know, that is the application of vinyl onto objects?
So sublimation is a really unique process where it's basically taking an ink that's printed onto paper, on a special piece of paper, and then transferred onto a polyester fabric or substrate. But it requires higher temperature. It requires 200 degrees Celsius. So the machine will actually go up to 215 degrees Celsius. It can go up to longer than 1 minute, 90 seconds, 2 minutes on the timer. So it gives you a perfect blend of different types of products that can be achieved or projects that can be achieved with the heat press.
Perfect. So it's not just for transfer vinyl, you can use it for sublimation as well if you want to going forward. And I know one of our directors, Dan, actually, is very much into that. He does lots of sublimation himself. So this is a perfect heat press for that too. But you get the two together with what's on the screen right now. $799. Now, compared to what it should be, you're saving best part of nearly £160. So that's in your bank. So you're basically saving one of your split pays, aren't you, really? Yeah, nearly £160 off. And we have it on 5 interest-free split pays if you want the two machines together. OHXC41 is the product code if you want to get both of them. And we're getting a big response this afternoon to all of these machines too. But if you want the Juliet on its own, brand new today, and we have a TV exclusive on this. We're the only TV company to actually have this offer, to have this machine, and we are beating our competitor in the high street by £40 on this machine, and we have 5-way interest-free split pay. So $520 is what it is on the high street. We showed you the website earlier on that was showing it for $520. We'll let you have it for $479.99, a £50 saving, and it's on, again, 5-way interest-free split pay. So divide that by 5, you're looking at under £100 to get this cutting machine home from Siser, and it's TM9G32. Lots of you putting it in your basket and checking out with this right now. So for anyone that's just tuned in, Rudy, it's not just for cutting card or paper. It will do that.
And much more.
And much more.
And much more.
Faux leather?
Faux leather, absolutely.
But of course your vinyls are when it really kind of comes into its own.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Now, I think we should show another thing. I think it can kind of show the power of the machine.
Okay.
What if we, again, this is from the piece that we just cut. What if we just decide to cut a small logo? Maybe it's for the branding, right? So you're doing maybe the label with your company brand on there, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So it has to be a small cut.
Can I just ask you a question quickly before we do that? Lots of people are asking if they've got cutting files already, maybe on USBs or whatever, can they use those cutting files on this machine?
On the USB, they will need a special type of file type. But if you have, for example, the SVG file type, absolutely, you can just import it.
That's what they are.
And what I can do is very simple. Let's go here. Can we go back to the software real quick? Okay, I can go to File, Import, and this is even with the free version. Let's say I have this design here. Here comes the sun. I can click on the SVG, boom, next. I think my mouse is dying. But there you go, it's ready to go. So now I can bring that design over to cut.
That's a very, very big point though, because I know an awful lot of you over the months and the years have invested probably hundreds, if not thousands of pounds on USBs that have got cutting files on them from various suppliers here at Hobbymaker and elsewhere as well. So the answer is yes, you can use those cutting files, provided they're SVGs, with this machine as well. If that was making you think, can I, can't I? Well, I don't want to buy it until I know that. Yes, you can. Fill your boots, enjoy it, take advantage of the deal. TM9G32 is a product code with 5 split pays this afternoon. Right, sorry, back to what you were.
Should we try this?
Yes.
Wasn't planning on doing this one live, so let's make sure that let's see if we can pull this off. So what I'll do now is let's go ahead and bring my design over. Let's see if I can do this. Maybe we'll cut over here.
So those grab wheels just slide along.
Exactly. So we're gonna try something different here. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna bring back. Let's see if we can make this work. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Let's give it a try. So what I want to do now is I'm going to cut a very small design.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if it works. Give it a try. So you can see even using a scrap piece of paper or a scrap piece of vinyl,
So did you say there's a camera in there?
There is a camera in there, but for this reason, we don't need the camera. We're just placing the origin on the left. So the reason is I need to make sure that it's under the pinch rollers. But the beauty of it is that even using a scrap piece of vinyl without the mat, we can cut it. So let's see now if this did what I wanted to do. Very small, tight. And you can see, I mean, even something so small. Let me make sure I got this there. Okay. You can see how, look at that cut there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I think it pulled it off a little bit on this side, so that's okay. I can just remove it from this side. I think I just got to adjust the settings just a bit, but that's okay. You can see there. And there's the Juliet logo, very small.
Look at that.
And you can see the fine detail. Of course, I have to go in and remove the cavities, but you can see the small detail in there.
That is brilliant. Look how fine that is as well. So that could be your business. I mean, you've got it on your T-shirt, on your chest.
Of course, I have it right here, yeah. It's the same logo, just smaller size.
Yeah.
So again, just even using scraps. So again, never throw away the scraps. With this machine, you have the capability now to go beyond that.
Now, another thing I know we're getting questions about, I think you covered it earlier on, but just in case people missed it, I think I may have missed it. Because it has a camera built into it, if I've got something that's printed on cardstock and I want to cut that out, I can take a photograph of that.
No, I understand where this could be misleading. The camera is more for the print and then cut solution. So for example, if we want to do something like this, you first have to print it on a printer, whichever printer that is, but you have to print it with registration marks.
Right.
Okay, so the camera, what it does is it's that it gives you a precise reading of the registration marks, so you have any excess material showing on the outside. So it gives you a perfect cutting around the contour.
Okay.
And we'll be getting more in depth a little bit later when we do the 6 o'clock show.
Okay.
Because I want to dedicate a full hour just to that particular process.
So we've got 3 shows today. This double show, we're nearly through the first hour already. Where's this afternoon going? And we've got another hour to come. We're going to go through some of the vinyls that we've got available for you as well. Now, the heat press, 40% of the heat press has gone. Well over 20% of the both machines together has gone as well, but 40% of the stock of the heat press on its own is gone. If you bought the Romeo before or you're buying this today, remember, go for the 2 together if you can afford it, because it's a brilliant reduction, but also it's on 5 split pays. Both machines are on 5 split pays, whether you go for one or the other, or if you go for both together. Both together is where you save the most money, obviously, but think about the potential. Think about what you can do with this, where you can go with this machine and what you can do with it from a small business point of view, purely from a family or a social or a friend's point of view, but maybe you raise money for charitable purposes and you've got like, I don't know, a dog sanctuary or a cat rescue centre that you raise money for, or the local church or whatever it might be. Personalisation is massive. If you go on Etsy and you look at how much personalisation items can be charged for, there's a lot of money to be made in it without, over-egging the pudding. There is a lot of money to be made in it. Whenever you buy anything that's personalised, you expect to pay probably 20, 30, 40% more for that personalisation service. If you've got a machine like this, it's going to do it for you professionally, which means you can charge more for it as well. So this is the launch today of the Juliet, the Siser Juliet machine. And we're just so delighted that we've got it here today. The details on the screen, by the way, are for the 2 together. Is that right? Yeah, the 2 together. So if you want both the heat press and you want the cutting machine, the Siser Juliet, $799, and it's on 5 split pays as well. OHXC41. What do you want to show us next, really?
Oh, I think we could talk a little bit about the vinyls. What do you think?
Should we do that? Yeah, let's move on to some of the vinyls. Now, the vinyls, are they all the same size?
The ones that you will be, yes, they are all 12 inches by 50 centimeters in width.
Okay.
Or, excuse me, in length.
In length. So 12 inches wide. So again, that's the width of the machine's mouth, and ½ a meter long. Now, let's just take a couple of the colors out on each range that we got for you. Now, there are literally dozens and dozens and dozens. Now, they're all the colors are on the website. So this is the glitter range. Now, look at this one is the red, obviously. We've got loads of other colours to choose from as well. But it's not a coarse, it's not a sharp glitter, is it?
It's not. This does have a texture finish. You can see in some of the different things. Can we show some of the different
this one's
applications?
Blush. This is blush.
Can I come up front just for a second?
Yeah, if you want to.
My apologies.
It's all right.
So we got a few different things, and you can see that some of the different applications that we've done with the glitter on paper.
So it's not just for fabric. There we are, look at that. On a notebook. How beautiful is that on a notebook?
Sorry.
Don't worry. And then you've got the glitter, oh, that could be a makeup bag, could be a pen bag. Now, this glitter roll, in whichever colour you choose, is £7.99. Here we've got...
A nice little cake topper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So again,
New
just
Year or
adding,
something.
you know, if it's a wedding, these are personalized items that could really take that design to the next level.
And these are all iron-on vinyl?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep. So you get, remember, 12 inches by 50 centimetres, did you say? Okay, so that's the size of each roll, and you can get an awful lot out of that size, believe me. £7.99, they're all the same price. And how many colours have we got in the glitter? There's quite a few, isn't there? Do we know how many colours there are in the glitter? There's quite a few. There's 6 different colours in the glitter, okay? So there's glitter gold, there's glitter red, there's glitter blue, green, there's all sorts, purples, blues, all £7.99 each, and they're a special offer today, £2 off each one, okay? And they're all £7.99, but they're different item numbers. Just have a look on the website or call the call centre, and the operator can go through all the ones that are available, and they'll sort you out, no trouble at all. Now, the holographic...
Yep. Do you want to do a quick application with the glitter?
Should we do that? Okay, let's do it.
And then we'll do one with the holographic after.
All right, let's do it.
Keep it all balanced. So let's say we want to make we want to make just a shopping bag.
Yep.
Something as simple as this. We can add a beautiful design. So now this one, I hope it's going to look nice. I'm going with my man thinking, I guess, which I'm not very good with color combination.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping that the rose gold, which is a beautiful color. I mean, you can see how nice that looks. The kind of a tone-on-tone look.
Yeah,
Let's
why
see how
not?
it looks,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let's check it out. Okay, so
Okay.
look how easy it is to work with the glitter. It works very similarly to the PS film. Okay, so we cut it, mirrored it. We'll do a quick pre-press. And look, again,
Press for what, 5-10 seconds?
not even, just
no.
because with the heat, you'll see it's actually a great iron. So you'll see how quickly it irons the fabric, and then I can go here, make sure it's centered. Good enough, right?
Yep.
And again, 15 seconds.
Okay.
Very quick, very fast. And you'll notice PS film, or the Easy Weed, the glitter, 155, 15 seconds. So very standard settings for all these different materials.
And remember, you haven't got a count, it's got a counter timer built in. It beeps when it's been done.
We can remove that carrier hot. Not bad. And
Not
you can
bad.
See,
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Look at
you can
this.
see those colors there, just really, and you notice once you remove the plastic or the carrier, how the colors really start popping. You can't justify it with just seeing it through the plastic.
No, absolutely. Isn't that beautiful? And again, this is one of the images that you'll get in your 5000 on the actual software as well. But of course, if you have got cutting files yourself on USBs or whatever, you can use those with the software as well. So don't think that all those cutting files you've spent money on over the years are now redundant. Not at all. This machine will work with that for you. So brilliant. So that is the glitter. That gives you a really good idea as to the glitter vinyl. So again, 6 different colors of glitter vinyl to choose from. I've got the blush there. You use the rose gold, which I know is going to be one of the most popular ones.
Of course. Also back there we have the jacket. I think that's a really pretty one to show.
That is a great one. So yeah, 2 different types of the glitter. You've got the pink in a shocking fuchsia, and then you've got a beautiful, that could be silver or a very pale pink there for the pink ladies.
Yeah, it's called the confetti, which is, but it's nice because there's 2 colors on that silk jacket, which could be, for dancing, for a dance studio if you're wearing, the full outfit. It really makes that jacket pop, and that adds, an incredible amount of added value.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
To the plain jacket.
And if I just grab this,
look at that, yeah.
this cushion,
Absolutely.
look at that. That's the purple. If you want to see the purple, but isn't that beautiful? If you want a little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of zhuzh, then that sparkle is, and it's not going to come off. It's not like sandpaper, like some glitter can be.
No, it's not. And the nice thing is with the 60-degree blade that comes with the machine,
Yep.
it cuts it like butter. It cuts it so smoothly, and it doesn't actually damage the blade.
No.
Which is a nice part, because people, when they first see the glitter, they could get a bit intimidated by the thickness of it, because it's a bit thicker material. It needs to be, because it has many different layers. But with the Juliet and the 60-degree blade, makes life so much easier to cut it. And of course, again, even here we can go glitter, and gives you all the settings you need.
Oh, so you don't have to adjust any
You
settings?
don't have to adjust any settings, yeah.
Brilliant. Just tell
Makes
the
it
machine
very,
what
very
you're
simple.
cutting, and it adjusts itself.
Absolutely.
Okay, now the other vinyls we've got for you, away from the glitter, the holographic vinyl we've got, again, same width and same length?
Exactly.
Okay, so 12 inches wide by 50 centimetres in length is what you're looking at here. This is the gold one, but as with all holographic, you get multiple colours of reflection from the little discs that are inside there. So 30 centimetres by 50 centimetres basically is the size, but I know the 12-inch thing is for quite a few people important. But look at that. The sort of thing that you can do with this. Now these are BR9G89, BR9G89, $5.99 for the holographic for 30 by 50 centimetres, £5.99.
That's not so bad.
That's really good.
Yeah, you can see some of the different designs back here. So this is what we call the spectrum. So you can see the kind of iridescent finish.
Yep.
Really beautiful colors there. And all depends how the light hits it. You'll get a nice different effect on
Real
there.
kind of flower power.
It really is,
Yeah,
right?
love it.
Enjoy every moment.
Absolutely. So
Here's a nice one.
$5.99. Here we've got, oh, my eye mask.
Yeah, it's travel season, right? This is all for you.
There you go.
But you can see those colors really pop when the light hits it.
And that's on a really kind of fluffy surface. It still works.
Because it's a thicker material, so it allows you to go on these types of fabrics that are a bit thicker,
Right.
Fluffier. It
Now,
goes perfectly on there.
How many holographics have we got? We've got holographic gold. There's 6, I believe. So there's all sorts of different coloured holographics. We'll run through the different colours on the screen for you. So they're $5.99 for a roll 30 by 50 centimetres. So whether you're cutting fonts and words or whether you're cutting objects, $5.99. There we've got the fuchsia. So that's the really kind of bright fuchsia pink that we showed you.
Yes, I don't know if we have it up here. We have the red here.
Got the red. That's the holographic
Ah,
red.
we have the fuchsia.
There we are.
There we go.
So that's the fuchsia holographic, that one there. Ooh.
And again, it doesn't do it so much justice to see it because it's inside of the packaging, so it's difficult to actually see those colors pop.
Exactly. $5.99 each roll, 30 by 50. There's the red one coming up on the screen, so if you fancy a few of those. I mean, only you know the projects you want to do and what colours you're going to need. Is red maybe your colour for your business or for your logo or whatever it might be? Here we go, $5.99 for 30 by 50 of the red. NZ9G82 is the product number. Now the silver, I predict probably would be one of the most popular ones, silver and gold. I think the silver was the most popular last time we did it. I haven't got one here to show you.
I got one.
Have you?
Yeah, let's do something then. There's another, you know, I come ready. I come prepared for demonstrations because this is the only way to really showcase the product. So again,
Absolutely.
thank you guys for the Fruit of the Loom team. We got kind of a fuchsia. Let's check this out. So what I've done is, right now, the types of designs that are really, really popular are kind of the rhinestone effect designs, kind of the diamond designs. They're coming back in style. Now, maybe you don't want to create them with rhinestones. There's another option.
Right.
You can actually use our holographic.
To give you a rhinestone-ish effect.
Exactly, exactly, and check that out. Oh, it's hard to see. It's hard to see.
Look at that.
It's a little bit folded. It's okay, because once we apply, you won't see any of those issues.
All right.
So what we'll do is go ahead and apply it.
Okay. Well, do-si-do. I'll pop one back in there.
I think, you know, with heat transfer vinyl, you really have to get to it. You have to play with it. You have to touch it. You have to see it personally to really understand, you know, the beauty of it.
Now, really, as you're using the heat press, let me remind everybody, if you want the heat press, you've got to be very, very quick. 60% of the stock of the heat press has gone on its own, okay? I know many of you have got the cutting machine previously. If you're buying the vinyl today and you're thinking, well, I can use my domestic iron, but I'd rather not. I'd rather have the knowledge that I'm doing it professionally and properly, the pressure's right, the temperature's right. You know, you don't want to use your domestic everyday iron, do you? So this is the perfect tool for the job. There we go. Now, if you want the heat press, here it is, $4.20 normally. Today, we can let you have it for $379.99, and it's on split pay. 5 split pays on that, maximum split pay.
So you notice here, just a little bit of a tip. I'm leaving always the collar on the outside. The reason is because the vinyl is very thin, we don't want the seams from the collar to interfere with the pressure.
Right, got you.
Okay, so in this case, we're giving us a flat surface, application surface, which is always going to guarantee the longevity of that design
So
on
the
the
same
fabric.
with bags, keep the straps away and that sort of thing, yeah?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's always very important. For example, this kind of bag, we want to keep the zippers away.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't want to put the zippers under the heat. So
Makes sense.
things like this are, you know, and these are all things that we teach you throughout our different courses and lives and demonstrations. And one of the main, because we don't actually sell direct. You know, we sell through through partners globally. So for us, it's just more important to educate and bring that knowledge to the users.
And remember, as I said before, the quality of the vinyl from Siser is exceptional. So much so that even top football clubs, certain top football clubs, use their vinyl on their vests and on their jerseys. I can't tell you which ones, but certain ones do.
You're a teaser, aren't you? You want to pull that away there?
Yeah.
See how it looks?
The reveal.
Yeah, look at that. Look how beautiful that looks. Yeah, you can go for it.
There you go, look.
You see, nothing is coming off.
Nothing's coming off.
No, there it is.
Nothing has been left on the carrier sheet. It's all on the T-shirt.
Check out that design there. Look how awesome that
Oh,
looks.
wow. That looks incredible.
Be careful, it can make you... we should put one of those warnings before, right?
Absolutely.
Lighting could cause...
But, you know, it's that machine. The combination of the cutting machine to give you perfect results from a cut perspective and the perfect results from a heat transfer perspective. The heat press is going to go by the looks of it. $379.99. It's on 5 split pays. It's GX96. No, hang on, GX9G61. GX9G61 is the product code. We don't have many of these left. Jean in East Riding of Yorkshire has just checked out. Please, I think we've got more people wanting this than we actually have stock. So if you want the heat press, please be fast. At that price, it's going. Remember, the combination of the two together, yes, we can still give you that. If I know it's a temptation and you're thinking, can I justify spending this sort of money? All you have to give us today is a fifth of the total cost of it. We're giving you one of your payments back in discount because it should be $955.98 for the heat press and the Juliet. You're getting it today for $799. So you're saving basically about £160 by buying it from us today. And your first split pay is £159.80, I think. Yeah, 159.80. So basically one of your payments we're giving you free, because that's what you've saved by buying it today, and you only have to give us a fifth of that price today to get both the Juliet and the heat press home. OHXC41 will get you both. We sold the first one of these duos in the first minute of the show. There's so many people looking forward to the launch of this and seeing Siser come back to us at Hobbymaker. Right.
I'm so shocked, you know, I mean, because to start a business for £159 is incredible.
I know.
I mean, in this day and age, it's impossible to think that could be a full business the second it arrives to your home.
I mean, most businesses, you're talking tens of thousands of pounds to set up with a premises, all that sort of thing, all the bits and pieces that go along with it. So you can really get a business going from home. All you need is a little bit of space in the lounge, in the dining room, in the bedroom, in the spare room, and you're off and you're running. Right, now the other vinyl we've got that we've not got to are the Easy Peels. Now these, as the name suggests, really do peel very, very easily indeed, and they're available in loads of different colours. So if you're not interested in the glitter, if you're not interested in maybe the holographic, but you just like the coloured different vinyls, Aqua Green is the one that I've grabbed. There are 9 different colours. They're all the same size. They're 30 centimetres by 50 centimetres. So that's 12 inches wide, basically, if you're an inch person. And these are going to go down to from $7.99 to $5.99 as well. And there are 9 different colourways to choose from. You've got metallics in there as well, I believe. The gold, the bronze is in there. Now, the heat press on its own is just sold out. Last one's gone.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations. Those of you that wanted the heat press, it has sold out again. We only have it now available in the Duo, where you get both the machine, the Juliet, and the heat press. So congratulations if you got the heat press.
That's awesome.
Right.
You know what? I think we should do another cutting. What do you think?
Let's do another cut.
Should we
Yeah,
cut
let's do
something
it.
else?
Let's go back.
Let's see if this, so what I want to show.
As it's in the second hour now of the 2-hour show, if you just tuned in,
That's it already, huh?
Wow. We have got this as a TV exclusive. There's only 2 people in the UK, I believe, that retail this. We are one of them. We're the only TV company that has it. The deal that we've got from Siser is incredible. It's a cutting machine that you can control by your PC or your laptop. The software is completely free. You basically take a picture with your phone when it arrives of the QR code that's in the packaging. That takes you to the software and registers your machine as well, okay? Now, there are loads of you with it in your basket right now. Just check out your basket with the first split payment and it's on its way. It's as simple as that. And then it holds your hand, doesn't it, with the software?
It really
shows you
does.
what to do and how to use it.
It really does, and this is another one I want to show now. So this is another one of our designs from the design library.
Yep.
And you can see it's, you know, it says love, right? So we notice this right away that it's a 2-color design. Oop.
Yep.
Okay, so now because we're talking about the PS film or the Easy Weed, I think it's very important to note one of the really nice features of that product. Yeah, we got to be careful with the carrier.
I've got the carrier sheet stuck to my foot. It's all right.
Also acts great as a vacuum cleaner because you can just pick up the... So now we have this design, love design, 2-color design.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we do this?
Is that another one of the free ones?
It's another one of the free ones, absolutely. So the first thing we'll have to do is figure out what materials we want to use. In this case, we will use the easy weed, okay? Bring in the design. I will send it over to my cutting side, and you can see it separates the 2 colors for me.
Right.
So it makes it very, very quick and easy to separate the colors. Now, in this particular case, it tells me crimson and then white. So we have a base layer, and then the main design, which is going to bring it all together. So this is going to be a design with kind of an outline, and then the text on top.
Right,
Okay,
lovely.
so
Yep,
2-color
great.
design. Let's go ahead and do one.
Let's do it.
What do you think?
Yep.
I think I ran out of fabrics, but we'll figure something out. So first thing I'm going to do, just before I forget, I will switch it back to my easy weed. That way I don't overcut the material, which could cut through the vinyl. We don't
sure.
want to do that. And then let's go ahead and select one of our...
I love the fact that you basically select what type of vinyl or what type of card you're cutting, and the machine does it for you. No trial and error.
Oh no, did I run out of materials here? No, I think I have more here. Oof. Let's see what we have here to work with. So we'll do, that's not bad.
That's a lovely colour.
That's not bad, right?
And this will be one of the easy peel colours, I'm sure. There are 9 of them to choose
Yep.
from. Only you know what colours you need for the projects that you're going to be making, but
Exactly.
and you don't need a mat when you're putting the vinyl into the machine. That's the lovely thing. If you're doing things like scrap vinyl, like when we cut that out earlier on, then obviously that needs to go on the mat to give it support. But if you're doing a whole sheet of the easy peel vinyl, you don't need a mat. If you're doing cardstock, of course you do, but you do get the mat with it, so don't worry about that.
Okay. So now let's go ahead and, so first thing we'll do is we'll cut the bottom layer, so the base layer.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see how big we got this design. Okay. And again, we're just going to place this right inside. Let me go here to, so I'm going to bring the motor back to the starting point. Okay. That looks good there. Bring the lever up.
Yep.
And we are ready to go there.
And because of those rollers, that's why you don't need a mat for the vinyl.
Exactly. So now we're going to go ahead and I will send that first layer. So this is going to be the white layer in the background.
Yep.
Go ahead and do send to cutter. And again, always mirrored. So what we'll do now is while this is cutting, we'll go ahead and prep the second part of the design.
Oh, you can still do that on the PC without
Absolutely.
interrupting the cut. Okay.
Because it's already sent over. So there it is. Easy. Very quick, very easy.
Very quiet.
You heard that, right? Or
well,
did
no.
not hear
No.
that, exactly. So now we'll go here. And again, I'm just gonna have to bring this over here. We can see how quick and easy we're switching through materials. Now, you get to see in real time how we create a 2-color design. I went too far, I think. Perfect. Okay, bring it back around.
Obviously, you'll be doing it looking at the machine. Makes it a lot easier than doing
It
that.
does, it does, right? I really like to make my life difficult. So while we send this design over to cut, and you can see that's it, boom, boom, that's going to be cutting.
And remember, all these vinyls are actually manufactured in Italy. The quality of the vinyl is off the charts. It really, really is. Just look at it work.
You can see how quick and easy.
Yeah.
Yep.
But sometimes cutting machines can be overcomplicated. I've seen some before, then I thought, it's going over my head. This machine, it holds your hand. It shows you what to do. You've got tutorials built into the software as well. And there are those Facebook groups, of course, as well, that you can join and join in with that will give you lots of inspiration, and lots of people share what they've made. So you're just cutting the vinyl now.
Yep, so just making it easier to apply.
Yep. Do you want to get where I am? Is that easier for you?
Sure.
You can see what you're doing there.
Yep. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
So we'll go ahead and I don't want to cut that. Okay, so this is, again, is going to be the first layer. And I will show you the trick behind this one. So I'm not throwing this away. I'm just going to place it down here.
Yep.
Just in case for later. Okay, so we have the first layer. And then we'll go ahead and this one. You can see very simple. Look at that color, is beautiful, huh? Look how easy that weeds away. And what I'm doing is I'm just kind of guiding as I'm going through the cut. So you can see here, not missing any pieces. And again, everybody has their own technique, their own way of weeding away the excess.
So do bear in mind, we've already had one sell out on the show. The heat press has gone for now. So whatever you do, if you want the main machine, the main cutting machine, the Juliet, which is launching here today, exclusive on TV to us, grab it, because I know we've got another show scheduled at 6, but that's only if we keep the stock. Obviously, if the stock goes, there's no point in doing the show. So grab it. If
it does, then you're taking me out to dinner, right? That was a very, that was...
Well, if it sells out, you'll pay it. You'll pay it.
Good turnaround. That was a nice way, yeah. I'd be happy to. That was a good way to twist that one around, huh? So that's it. Look how quick. It takes me longer to actually cut it with scissors than it does to weed away the excess. It's incredible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there it is. So we have our 2-color design. So doesn't look like much yet, but now we're going to go ahead and show you the ease of the products and why we like to use the Easy Weed.
Okay. Yep.
Where should we apply it to? I think I ran out of shirts. Nah, it's okay. You know what? Let me see. Will it fit on here?
Yeah, why not?
We'll see. I think it's going to be quite a big design on there. No. Yeah, it does. So the difficult part
Got
is...
another T-shirt?
No, I got one right here. So
Okay.
I got one for my closet. There you go.
Probably a bit too big for this, but it gives you the idea anyway.
Yeah, the T-shirt's
From
too
your
big.
closet.
It's too big for me, huh?
I didn't realize what you said then, sorry.
You gotta keep up.
I
You
know.
know? So again, we'll just do a quick press. And again, because of the different certifications that we have, this can perfectly go onto kids' clothing, babies' clothing, because they are Okie-Tex certified,
Yeah.
meaning that they can go on children, baby, any type of delicate type of fabrics like this, or delicate type of applications.
Sure.
Okay, so now what I want to do is we're going to go here, make sure I put it the right way, and do the first application.
I see you do them one at a time.
One at a time, but I'm going to show you the trick behind this one when you're using this kind of product. With the Easy Weed, it can apply in 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, what do I mean by that? I can literally go down, 1 second, boom, and then we can remove the carrier.
So it's kind of like temporary stuck it.
Just tacking it.
Tacking it,
We're
right.
tacking it. And the reason for that is the material is very thin. All right, we're applying to a cotton-based fabric. Cotton, first time we wash it, we throw it in the laundry, in the dryer.
Yep.
What happens? It tends to shrivel a little bit, right? Shrink. Now, if that happens, that means that base layer is no longer registered with the top layer.
Right.
So by applying it for just 1 second, which we call the 1 second tack rule, we ensure that first layer is not shrinking on us.
Okay.
Okay, that's very important.
But that's only if you're doing layer upon layer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now check this out. Oh, that looks beautiful.
This is going to look great.
This was totally improv, but looks great.
Yeah, it does look great.
All right, so now because this is going to be the last layer that I'm applying, it will be applied for the full 15 seconds.
Okay.
And this guarantees also the base layer that it's applied correctly. So that 1 second tack rule is just to tack it so that we can keep adding the layers on top. And that's it. That's how you would create a quick two-color design.
And in 3 seconds, that will be done. And totally machine washable as well. Professional transferring onto any fabric, whether it's a bag, whether it's a little baby grow, whether it's a T-shirt, whether it's a polo shirt, whatever it might be. And actually, that looks really cool on there.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't look bad, right?
It does look fantastic.
Yeah.
That is amazing. And it's so professionally done. So remember, today, it's a very, very special day here at Hobby Maker because we've got Rudy back. He's not been here since February. We had the Romeo then. Now, the Romeo one was a much bigger machine, okay? Now, for most of you at home, I'm sure 12 by 12 is kind of key for you. You've probably got 12 by 12 paper pads, American craft cardstock, that sort of thing. We're familiar with working with 12 by 12. Our mats are very often 12 by 12. So this machine is the 12-inch wide version. And it will cut any SVG file that you've already purchased on a USB or anything like that. You can put that into the software too. But when you buy the machine today, you're not only going to get the machine, you're going to get access to the software from Siser, which basically gives you access not only to tutorials and shows you how to get the most out of your machine, but it also gives you access to a library of 5,000 images, which you can then manipulate and edit and change if you want to as well. And any of those images that you cut out with the vinyl or cardstock or whatever, provided you make something with those images, you can sell. So everything behind us here, on the mannequin here, on this t-shirt, on this bag, you know, these were all some of the free images. You can personalize on those free images as well. We did a dad joke loading earlier on. You could put dad's name underneath it if you wanted
dad's
to.
name in underneath. Depends. I mean, you can do so much more than, you know, and I can show real quick how we can do that in the software.
Let's do it.
Should we go there?
Yeah.
So I know personalization is a big one. So let me see if I still have the dad design. I do. So let's say, you know, you want to do, oh, what happened here? Did I delete it? Okay, so we have dad joke. Simply can go here. Let's go, you can see I can do an arch over it. So let's say, Dave the Man. We can change the font here, boom. Let's move this up a little bit, side to side, hit apply. Now we have Dave the Man there. We can change the size a bit. You can see how quick and easy we can personalize that.
Yeah.
You know, very quick, very simple.
And you can do that on any of the free images.
Any of the free images, absolutely.
Actually, could you show us some of the other free artwork that's on there? Some of the 5,000, if that's all right.
Yeah, why not? So let's go back to it. So now, should we give a little insight on what's happening and what's coming?
Go on then.
Okay, so this is kind of just between us, right?
All right.
Nobody's watching.
Nobody's
watching, right? So we are actually going to be launching something very, very soon. The engineers are probably going to hate me for this, but it's going to be called Apprentice.
Apprentice. Okay.
Are you familiar with AI?
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Well, we will be installing a feature which you will be able to actually type in a prompt, and the software will actually create the design for you.
Oh.
So this is going to be AI generated.
So you give the software the idea, and they come up.
So
with
you
it.
say, you know, you give it an idea, and it will a prompt. For example, I've done butterflies, I've done some different things, and it's going to generate the design for you.
And you can put anything in there, within reason.
Within reason, come on. Let's keep it PG.
Okay.
No, and obviously, of course, one of the more important things is also regulating the copywriting, the trademark designs, because that's also very important. But that's coming soon.
Okay, that's not there yet.
Little
but
thrown in there.
And that will automatically go onto the software as
It
you
will,
use
it will.
So, okay, let's have a look at some of the.
Yeah, so let's go.
5,000 images.
Let's go summer, right? Summer, or you know what? I like humor.
So they're all themed.
They're all themed. I love my colleagues in the U.S., but I will say some of the jokes, the humor side, is very Americanized. So let's bear with us if you see some things that are okay. So you have, you know, craft life. That's kind of rad mama. I craft for, therefore I am. Mobbing like a mother. You know, different fun stuff, Fun 21. But you can see a lot.
Sassy,
16
and flirty. Yeah, I get that.
Don't rain on my parade. Let's see, my dad has his own podcast. Actually, some of these I haven't even seen because they upload them on a daily basis.
Oh, so they're always changing.
They're always changing.
Oh, okay.
So obviously you have, you know, you're a proud mom, a lot of different designs for different occasions. I wasn't listening, sorry, overthinking.
And remember, this is all free. Once you've bought your machine,
a lot of these are free, yes.
You then basically go to the website, you scan the QR code that you get with your machine, that then registers your machine with Siser, and then you go to the website and away you go. All that artwork there, 5,000 images. You can, of course, edit and adjust and personalize those images, cut them out onto cardstock, cut them out for your scrapbooking, cut them out for your t-shirt making, bag making, whatever you want to do. But of course, the key thing really with Siser is the vinyl. The vinyl, I mean, we're used to seeing machines that cut out cardstock. We see those all the time. Nothing unusual with that. But the Siser vinyl is what separates this. This is what sets it apart. It is market leading, so much so that some Premier football clubs are using Siser vinyl on their shirts. So that says something. I mean, you know, to have that sort of credibility is amazing. So that's why having the Siser vinyl with the Siser machine is the perfect marriage made in heaven. Look at all these images.
Yep. Of course, being an Italian company, we had to have some wine designs.
Absolutely.
Don't whine.
Absolutely.
I'm dreaming of a wine Christmas. I mean, you know, again, just fun designs, but it's, you know, you have your serious designs, your holiday designs, of course, your fun designs. So you get a nice broad range of different types of images that come already with the software, which I think, again, this is, the designs in itself could cost more than the machine, to be
Yeah,
fair.
exactly.
You know,
I agree.
One of these clip bar books or SVG books can cost hundreds of pounds. In this case, you know, the price of the machine, and this all comes included with the machine.
And these vinyls, remember, are completely machine washable as well, up to 50 washes. That's what you've been testing them on. You put them in industrial washing machines.
We do. We run through a really challenging type of process from our R&D department.
Yeah.
They do all the different types of testing to ensure that the products, before they even leave the warehouse, are all up to standard. And this is very important to us. Again, as you said, we do work also with big fashion brands, large football teams, all sorts of sports teams. So for us, it's very important the durability and longevity of the product. So the quality beyond anything.
Okay. Well, we've been on air now for an hour and a half with this, and I know lots of you have made your mind up and made the purchase. All I can say is to you, you will not regret it. Many, many congratulations. Now, if you're buying it for your pure pleasure, for your family and yourself, brilliant. Enjoy. Make and enjoy. If you're buying it thinking, do you know what? I quite like to offer maybe a personalization service as like a sideline at work. Tell my colleagues that if they wanted personalized t-shirts or whatever, and you know, you can take your laptop or your PC to work, or go online on your PC at work and go onto your account and show everybody the artwork that you've got access to, those 5,000 images, and get them to choose what they would like, and then you can sell what you've made. Everything behind us here, I mean, this is what blows me away, is the professionalism of it, because we've all seen transferred objects or garments that look as if they've been done at home, and they look cheap, they look cheerful, they don't last. You put them in the washing machine, it starts to crack the minute you wash them. All of these look totally professional, because that's what Siser is. It's a professional company. Now, the bundle where you get the heat press and you get the Siser Juliet as well is now single figure stock. So let me just remind you of the deal on this. The machine and the heat press. The heat press is sold out on its own completely. The only way you can get the heat press now is to go for the two together, and we give you the best saving. We're basically giving you one of your split pays as a discount, okay? It's gone down from £955.98, which what would be the combined price of the two, to £799. And with 5 split pays, you pay the first payment today of £159.80 today. You're saving that as well. So you pay that first split pay today, and there's 4 more to pay 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months later. But you've got it. You've probably made your money back within that period of time, and you've probably got into a real kind of roll with it, and you're producing things, cutting things, making things for friends, selling things maybe at local fairs. We're coming into the spring and summer now. Spring and summer fairs are just around the corner. It won't be long, but we're talking about Halloween, then we're talking about maybe Christmas. All events where you can be using this machine to make things that people want to buy from you. Wedding season's coming up.
Can we not jump ahead to Christmas yet?
Okay.
We're just getting rid of the cold.
We launch Christmas in June. Next month we launch Christmas.
Oh, that's incredible.
It happens
let's
in the
enjoy,
crowd.
Let's enjoy the warm weather.
Let's
enjoy
absolutely.
a little bit of the warm weather, short sleeves. You know, let's enjoy a little bit of the summer. Say hello to summer back here.
You came in February and had a bit
Yes.
of a shock. There was a snow warning. There was torrential rain.
Yes.
Now you've come and it's nice and warm. You couldn't believe it when it came in.
Actually, better. It was nicer here than it is in Italy right now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it was raining, a bit chilly still. So
Oh, okay. Cool.
I must have brought the good weather with me. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you want the two together, the heat press and the Juliet, $799 with 5 split pays. It's an opportunity that's too good to miss. We don't see this guy very often. So when he comes here and he brings us deals like this from a brilliant brand like this, can we go back to basics for people who've just tuned in?
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
Go back and start from the beginning.
Absolutely.
Machine arrives, box arrives, really nicely packed.
Yep. So we have all the different. Obviously, we have the machine will come with the different tools. So you have the different blades, 3 blades that will come with the machine. 2 of them are 45-degree blades, which help you cut the easy weed vinyl,
Yep.
cardstock, things like this that are thinner. And then you will get the 60-degree blade, which is for thicker products, like the glitter
Yep.
that we see here,
On the holographic, is that?
holographic,
Yep.
the faux leather, things like that. So anything that is thicker in the actual gross of it is thicker, then you will want to use the 60-degree blade. The reason is it has more of an angled edge or point, so it's going to allow you to cut directly through those thick products with no problem.
So you get 2 of the blades you'll use the most,
Yep.
and then you get 1 of the other blade for the thicker materials included with it. You get your
Exactly.
cutting mat. Now, to be fair, if you're using the vinyl from Siser, you don't need the mat. It basically supports itself.
I haven't used it all day.
No, you haven't.
No, and just think about that. I mean, just that mat alone yes, we'll use it when we need to, but realistically, you should save a lot of money by not having to always use the mat, because the mats in certain machines, you know, once you start using them over a certain period of time, they start getting dirty and they start getting substance on them. So,
but obviously, if you're cutting cardstock or something like that, then you will need the mat. And if you're cutting like remnants of the vinyl, then again, you wouldn't put that through the machine like that. You put it on the mat and then cut using the mat as
although
well.
we did with this one, we cut directly on there. You can
That's
see,
true. Yeah.
even this scrap piece of paper or vinyl here, we were able to cut with no problem.
Yeah.
Because again, the importance of the pinch rollers on there.
Yeah. Okay, so we open the box, take it out, plug it in.
Yep.
What's the first thing we need to do?
The first thing I would do, obviously, turn it on.
Yep.
Then we'll take a look at the programming here. So some of the nice features, the settings, you'll find your settings for the Wi-Fi. This feature is very, very important if you want to work wireless.
Okay.
So the Wi-Fi is gonna allow you to have stronger connectivity between your laptop and the cutter. And also, if you're in different rooms, for example, you can still cut from your laptop to your cutter as long as it's connected through the same Wi-Fi network.
Sure.
So it's a huge value. Whereas Bluetooth, which is more popular in this type of designs or these types of machines, tend to lose that strength the further you get apart. So
Like I said before, I think most of us have got really strong Wi-Fi in our homes now, not like maybe a few years ago.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. So this makes it very, very enticing. No longer I am using the cable here just because you never know. Live, things could happen with the internet. And
Yeah.
I like to be
our
secure.
Wi-Fi in the studio, because we're in like an enclosed cage, is never really
Yeah.
that good. But at home, it's always good, isn't it?
Exactly.
Hopefully it is anyway. So yeah, you connect it with Wi-Fi, and
Yep.
then you register your machine.
Yep, you register your machine. This will happen on the computer side. We have here, you'll start with the Leonardo Design Studio. You'll go in, you can register right here on your account.
So you don't have to go to the website. You just basically scan the QR code. It takes you there. Yeah?
Exactly,
Right.
yeah, and there's instructions inside that will show you exactly how to register. But you'll see here, of course, I have the back ends going on, but you'll just register, you know, based on your name, email, and then you will also, see, it's a bit slow right now, and then you'll register the serial number on the machine, which is located on the bottom. Okay, so this is gonna give you the accessibility to the cutting.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you have all the data that you need down there. If for any reason, anything happens with the machine, this is the serial number that the support team will need to be able to diagnose the machine and correct it for
Gotcha.
you.
Okay.
Okay, so very simple, very easy. So we have the machine registered. What next? How do we work? How do we use the machine? We'll go to the tutorials tab right here.
Yeah.
And let's say we want to quick start guide. So click on quick start guide. This is going to take me to a YouTube video. And this YouTube video is going to show me, I'll lower it a little bit here, but it's going to give me the introduction to the machine.
Right.
Okay, so how to get started. And you can see this one is pretty detailed. It kind of goes from opening the machine. You can see here the blades.
So you don't have to
everything that
remember
comes-
anything that Rudy shows you today. Basically, just go to this tutorial.
Clearly done in America.
No, yeah. You don't have an American plug, don't worry. You've got a UK plug.
It does come with a UK plug, I
Yeah.
promise. So yeah, I mean, obviously, everything I'm saying, it's take it in, but know that it's still there.
Yeah.
You can go to this tutorials page, and you'll get all the data that I've given today and more, all here. So let's say exploring the user interface. So everything I've talked about, what's inside the interface, you can see the video on that as well.
So all the icons, what they mean.
All the icons, exactly.
Yeah.
Making your first cut, hugely important. So that's going to guide you how to make that first cut. Then let's say we want some help with the design studio, so the software. Let's click on software tutorials, and then you have all the different tools that are in the software in here. So let's say sending a design, cone wrap. So these are new tools that we have on there. The Leonardo Apprentice. This is the new one that we just covered.
yep.
So all the tools will in here, how to use the tools and how to benefit from those tools.
And remember, Siser are constantly updating their software, so you don't have to remember to download something or remember to upload something. If things change and the Apprentice becomes available, it will automatically be there on your software next time you go to your computer to use it. And that works on laptops and desktop PCs. And then you can then start creating. And remember, you've got included, free of charge, 5,000 images, 5,000 designs that you can keep the same, you can add to, you can manipulate, you can change the size. All of those are free. Now, there is a pro version of that if you want to subscribe £7.99 a month. That will allow you to do even more adventurous things with it, which you may want to consider maybe a few months down the line. If you're thinking to yourself, well, okay, I want to take this and be more adventurous with it, do more with it, expand what I can do with it, then there is that subscription option. But without subscription, you've got literally access to those 5,000 midges again and again and again. And it's not using one once, you can use it over and
You
over.
can reuse those, exactly. Edit them as you want. So let's say you have one design from there, you can edit those in many different ways. So different ways to personalize the name, the number, whether it's a sports team that you're creating, whatever it is your imagination wants to take you to, your creativity wants to take you, it allows you to capitalize on it. The other thing I want to show that's actually very important, this little tag down here at the bottom, with this we can chat with you directly if you have any problems at all.
Ah, brilliant.
Okay, so Siser chat, I can type name, email, phone, and we'll reply to you within the 12 hours.
Now, I've just heard some good news. We've got, obviously, the team from Siser here with us today. Now, we were expecting to be very busy, and we are. We did sell out of the heat press about half an hour ago. Thankfully, because the bosses are here, we're able to actually tell you that we've got literally a handful left. We've got all the remaining heat presses left in the country, basically. So if you wanted the heat press, we're really upset that it's sold out. We've got limited stock available. We've got a few that have just come back into stock, okay? So thank you, Siser, for giving us a few more. This is all they've got at the moment. £379.99 for the heat press. This is it. Remember, transfers your vinyl professionally. You've got the pressure, the correct temperature, and the built-in timer as well. There it is. If you want your heat press and you oh no, I've missed it, I've sold out, pop it in your basket now. Today it's only the first split pay of 5. This is the last stock we can get today, so it won't be in the 6 o'clock show if this sells out in this hour in the next 15, 20 minutes. So the first split pay today is all you need to give us, plus your P&P, and that fantastic heat press from Siser will be on its way to you, but that's the last we've got for now. GX9G61. Thank you, Siser, for giving us literally a few more of those. So be quick if you want it, if you missed out earlier on.
I was wondering where Sue went. She just took off, so now I know where she went.
She was going to say,
whenever
yeah, you
she
can have
sneaks
this
away
number.
this way, I know what she's up to.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we've shown you how to kind of play with the software and have fun with the software. So you've designed something, then I suppose you make your first cut, do you?
Yep, we make the first cut. So you know what, I have a product that we can probably tease right now that we'll be showcasing later on, but what do you think we can...
Go on.
All right.
Why not?
All right, so this is a very unique product. We are bringing it live in the next segment. It's called PS Lumen, or
glow in the dark.
glow in the dark.
Glow in the dark vinyl.
What, should we do a design with it?
Yeah, go on.
All right, let's keep so we'll do a design with glow in the dark.
Now this is going to be on the 6 o'clock show.
Yep. Did I turn it on? Did I turn it off here? Oh, sorry. I pulled the cable too much earlier. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, so the Lumen isn't in this show, but it will be in the 6 o'clock show. And this is glow-in-the-dark vinyl. So imagine how much fun you're going to have with things that you're going to put on the kids' T-shirts and that sort of thing.
Like you said, Halloween, perfect time for it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and clamp that down there. I'm working backwards here, so bear with me. Okay, cut settings, perfect. All right.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and, I don't know, should we keep it with the dad designs? Actually, I have a good one that we can do.
Okay.
Already because
Is there a Halloween section?
there is a Halloween section, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. But I have something
Particularly glow in the dark, but it don't have to be Halloween.
Yeah. I also have something special here. So what I'll do is I'll cut the design, but I've already cut it because I need it to charge. Okay,
Right.
So the glow in the dark is quite unique because it uses light to load.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
We'll see why here in a momentarily.
Does it have to be daylight, or can it be light like in the studio?
Like, actually, these lights are perfect for it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just leave this out here for now. And you can see it's already kind of loading on there. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and cut that same design so you can see how fast and quick we can cut it. Where's the design? Let me see if I can find it here.
And it's just fun to scroll
look
through
around
all
with,
the
yeah.
images and see what's there.
Here we go. So we got the grill father. I know.
I've just got a new barbecue. That could be me, grill father.
So we'll go ahead and let's go ahead here. And of course, I came with something to also be able to do this.
You can make images bigger.
Of course, you can easily make it bigger.
Yeah.
So make this one
And don't forget, in addition to what's on the memory of the software from Siser, any SVG files you've got on USBs or anything like that, yes, these will recognize, they'd be recognized in the machine. So you're not kind of saying bye-bye to all those SVG files that you bought over the years. You can use those with this machine and this software as well. You can import them in. So.
Yep, exactly. Let's go here. Let's do, okay. So just make sure I have the right size on there. Should be good. I'm guessing really 6x6 should be okay. So let's go here.
The thing is, you can play around with the design of what you want to cut to your heart's content. You're not wasting anything. You're not actually cutting anything until you're happy with the size of it, the design of it. So it's all done on your screen before you put anything in the machine.
Exactly. So I'm there checking just the size, make sure it's the right size. Then I will have to do a quick. So what I'm doing now, see how I'm sliding the pinch roller over to the edge a little bit?
Yep.
So that way it gives me plenty of room to cut. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So we'll go here. And then I will do a quick area test, make sure that the design is the right size. And what it's doing, it's showing me perfect.
So that checks to make sure you've got enough vinyl in there to do it, right?
Because I don't want to cut this and then it cuts off the side.
No.
Right? That's not what we want here. So good to go.
Yep.
Send the cut over. And again, always without the mat.
Yeah, no mat at all.
Nope.
With the vinyl, that's the thing. You don't need a mat with the vinyl. It kind of supports itself because you've got those 3 rollers at the back of the machine, which is brilliant.
Yep. So if you think about the vinyl, it comes with on a carrier like you see here.
Yep.
So this allows it to already have that support
Right, got
while
you.
it's cutting. And then the carrier of the pinch rollers, of course, maintain the vinyl down so it doesn't slide as it's cutting. Now, the great thing about that is not only can you cut without the mat, but you can also cut lengthwise 5 yards with no problem.
5 yards?
Even longer.
Wow.
So let's say you're doing signage for the walls, or you're just doing a lot of, you decide that you want more material, and you're cutting a lot of different logos. You can do it all without having to stress about the machine sliding or miscutting.
So you could use a whole length of the vinyl roll and then just keep feeding it through with more rolls? Or?
Ideally, yeah. I mean, because what you can do is also click the play button, and it will recut the same design.
Okay.
So yeah. So it's a more intricate design. So it's going to take just a few seconds longer. Seconds.
Okay.
All right. So we've gone some.
But can you hear? I know it's kind of a contradiction in terms. Can you hear how quiet it is? I mean, it's literally a whisper. It really, really is. And you're going to get 3 blades with the machine as well. 2 standard and 1 for thicker material like your glitter vinyl and your holographic vinyl.
Exactly. And you can see there, perfect cut. I mean, that was pretty quick, and you can see it's a very detailed design. So we won't weed this one the full way. I just want to show you guys kind of how it looks. Should I go over here?
I'll move out the way so you can show everyone. There we go.
Yep. So we'll just cut the outside so you guys can weed the outside. So you can see I'm not lying about this. It's always good to show, right?
Yeah.
You can see there, perfect cut. Absolutely perfect cut. Beautiful.
And this is what we call weeding. This is why they call it weeding vinyl, because you basically tear away the
excess.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can see here. Now this one I made a bit smaller just because, of course, the amount of material I had. But if I had something like the mini roll right here, I would be able to cut this at a reasonable size to make the design really look good on what we'll be applying today. So again, beautiful design for Father's Day, for example.
Yeah.
And you can see here, I mean, very easy. And that cut so quick.
I know. And do you know what blows me away is the professionalism of it. You know, we've all seen transfers that look cheap, cheerful, nasty because they've been done at home. You put them in the wash and they've cracked the first time you washed them and all of that. I mean, that's such a waste of money. Remember, some of the best and most well-loved football teams use this vinyl on their shirts because it's so good. The vinyl is actually made in Italy. Italian made, Italian designed. The whole range is Italian inspired, but the actual vinyl is manufactured in Italy. It's of the top quality and will withstand at least 50 washes. That's a minimum because that's how they test it, Siser. Did you say 40 degrees? Or up to
It
40
depends.
degrees?
Actually, this one's up to 80 degrees.
Is it?
The PS film.
Right.
The Easy Weed, up to 80 degrees, yes. If applied with the heat press.
Right.
If applied with a home iron, just take a look at the instructions there. We will tell you exactly what degrees to watch it because, of course, with the heat press, as we mentioned before, gives you that perfect recipe for longevity.
Yeah, it gives you that perfect professional finish, which is going to seal the design better for it to last longer and for it to be more professional. So if you want that heat press today, and of course sublimation, we were talking about that earlier on, if you want to use the heat press for that, for those purposes, and Dan, our director, he just said, yeah, because sublimation. Yes, you can use that heat press for that as well. Now, details on the screen are for the Juliet at the moment, okay? TM9G32. If you want the heat press, singularly, we 10 minutes ago got more stock of this, and thank you to everyone at Siser for giving us a few more, and it's literally only a few. It did sell out about 40 minutes ago now. We've got a handful, single figure stock at $379.99, and that's on 5 split pays. All the machines are on 5 split pays. If you go for the 2 together, have we still got stock of the 2 together? We do. We've got literally a handful of those left now if you want the machine and the heat press together. Again, we can let you have that with split pay. The whole thing, 5 split pays, and it, remember, is $799. So you're saving best part of £150, £160 nearly by buying it together. You get both the machines, the heat press and the Juliet for that price, and it's on 5 split pays. So we're giving you basically £160 odd off, and we're letting you pay just $159.80 today, plus your P&P, and you'll get both of them delivered to your door in the next few days. And then there's 4 more payments after that, interest-free. Next month, the month after that, and the month after that. So that will be, where are we now? May, June, July, August, September. September it will be paid for. Perfect.
Incredible. Okay, so now we're applying it. Always 155, 15 seconds. Can we do something a little bit different this time? Can we turn off some lights? Would that be reasonable?
I think we can do that.
So we have the apron here. So now we're ready to go grilling, right?
Oh.
We got the grill father.
This is, now watch.
See? Oh no, we got to light it up more. We need more lighting over here. Can we turn the lights back on real quick? We need to just get some lights on there.
Okay, here we go.
You're taller than me. Can you see if you can just put it up to the...
Yeah.
Or maybe that one right there.
Okay. I think it's been under the counter.
Yeah, you just need to charge it a bit.
Okay.
And we'll finish it off this way. Let's see, hopefully...
Does it take very long?
No, I mean,
I just stand.
Hopefully just as long as we can see a little bit of it, right? Trust me, it does work. It's just that we need to give it some time to charge.
Okay. Yeah, it's been under the counter in the darkness for a while.
Yeah. You know what else we could do? Let's do this.
I'll get your phone with your lights.
Yeah.
So this is lumen. This is glow-in-the-dark vinyl.
I think it will definitely look better later when we have some time to let it charge.
Okay.
What a disappointment that was, huh?
So it could be daylight, it could be artificial light. It just needs some light for it to charge during the day.
Can't believe we just built it up that way and then nothing, right?
I know.
Welcome to live TV.
Let's see.
Come on, give me something, Lumen. Let's see now. I don't know. Okay, we got a little bit more this time. You can see.
Yeah.
You can see a little bit better there.
Yeah.
It's still not fully charged, so we'll have to get it more lighting, but you can see the effect is coming through. So
I just love this apron. Now, my new barbecue and that, I'm sorted, aren't I? Grill father, love that. So that's another one of the free designs, cutting files, that's on the software from Siser. And if you've never met Rudy before, Rudy came to us back in February. You brought us the Romeo.
The Romeo, yes.
Which is probably about a third of the size again, roughly?
It was, 60 centimeters, so 24 inches wide.
Right, okay. Now, that was double the size of this. Now, for most crafters and most people that I know, they're working with 12 by 12 cardstock. 12 by 12 is the kind of, what they're used to. And most other cutting machines out there are doing 12 by 12. This is the Siser 12 by 12. This is called the Juliet. So this is the perfect companion to the Romeo, but this is the Juliet. This will be with you if you order it today, either as an individual machine or if you buy what's on the screen. That is the press with the Juliet, the two together, which is the perfect marriage, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a beautiful marriage because, again, it's whether you are a hobbyist just starting out to play with these kind of materials, or you're a small business, or even a professional business already doing other types of applications, you just now look into personalized garments and things like that. This is the perfect solution to get you started.
I reckon, I mean, it depends on how much you make and how many things you make, but I reckon you could potentially make what this is costing you back by the time you pay your last payment, especially through the summer seasons with fetes and fairs and things like that.
I mean, I would say if you are able to capitalize on a football team, for example, 25 players, easily you can make your money back on that first order.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, depending on, you're charging 30 pounds per jersey, then maybe you're decorating the socks, the shorts, personalizing with numbers. This is all added value to that garment.
But
So
also think about businesses. You know, if you've got a business and at the moment you've maybe got, I don't know, personalised tops that don't really do the business any favours, it doesn't look really professional, you can use the vinyl for that. You could, did you say you could actually put business logos into the software?
of course, yeah, absolutely. You can what we call vectorizing it. So we can bring in the logo, prepare it for cutting job, and then you can cut that design out and customize, whether it's, you know, a restaurant, whether it's, you know, any law firm, whatever it is. Everybody needs some type of promotional products.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if as a business you've gone to a garment manufacturer and asked for maybe a dozen or 2 dozen printed, personalised tops for business, I bet that's going to they'll charge you that sort of price just for those garments.
Absolutely.
So to have a machine that can do it for yourself, and then you can offer it to other people, other companies, friends, family, neighbours, that sort of thing. It's a business in the box. And just for those people that haven't heard of Siser before, Rudy, fill us in with the company. Tell us about the heritage of the company.
Yeah, so Siser is traditionally, we're an Italian company, started in the 1970s. We originally started with names and numbers, so always personalization. From then, we started growing based on different needs in the market, necessities in the market, different technologies that came into the market. But always our bread and butter has been the heat transfer vinyl. With time, we've also adapted to the market, so we've brought on the heat presses, which we also manufacture. Within the last few years, we saw there was a necessity to kind of bring that full solution together. And that full solution was the heat transfer vinyl, the heat press, and of course, the cutter to complete the process. And with that, a powerful software also that's easy to use to invite more people to do this kind of decorations.
Sure. And the lovely thing I think is that we've all been there when we've bought a machine of whatever type, and you've got it home and you thought, okay, now what do I do with it? I'm stuck. And it stays in the box. And you don't use it because you're intimidated by it. This company, Rudy and all the people that work for the company, hold your hand every step of the way. There's an online community with Facebook. There's, of course, full interaction on their website as well with the software. You can ask questions. There's the AI interactive apprentice section of their software that's coming in the future, whereas if you want to see a dancing elephant, you can tap that in and then see what the software comes up with it.
Can I show something else really quick before we get off? Can I show something really quick
Okay.
as well?
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw this out there because it's something new.
Yes.
We're still talking about it, considering, but
Yep.
we have new tools to allow you to do things like this. I don't know if you'll be able to see it there.
So there's going to be an etching tool and a scoring tool coming out soon for the machine as well. At the moment, you're going to get the 3 blades, but there will be an etching tool. Wow, look at that.
Yep. So this is plastic glass.
And that's going to be coming out soon.
Very soon, yep.
Brilliant. Okay.
So again, just added value to the machine. And these tools you just place right inside where the blade holder goes, and you're ready to go off.
Excellent.
And then we also have some features in the software to be able to capitalize and do some more things with
So,
that.
I mean, the company's constantly adding to the software, constantly adding to the extra free designs that you can enjoy. But if you want it today, what we have on the screen at the moment is the machine on its own, okay? $479.99. That gets you the machine, it gets you 3 blades, and you get a trial pack of the vinyl to enjoy as well. TM9G32. The first split pay of 5 is only going to be about 90 odd pounds. $95.99. $95.99 your first split payment. Under £100, it's on its way to you. How about that? TM9G32. We've also got a couple, and I mean literally a couple, of the heat presses. That's available too. That's coming up on the screen for you. We managed to restock that, but this is all the stock we've got. There's no more available until next time Rudy's here. We won't probably have this in the 6 o'clock show, or if we do, there'll probably be one left. $379.99. And that's GX961. GX9G61 is the product code for that. That's also on 5 split pays as well. And then the pièce de résistance is to go for all of it together because they work together well. This is the first time we've ever brought you the heat press and also the Juliet as well at the same time. So 2 together will give you £160 odd discount down to $799, and that can be split into 5 interest-free split payments as well. OHXC41 is that product number. Make sure you do check out your baskets. There's going to be more with you at 6.
Yep.
An hour that time with Zena and Rudy. Brilliant show. Thank you for all the explanations.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant.
Always great.
Good to see you.
You as well, Dave. Thank you so much.
And you can check out in between shows if you want to as well. Grab the deal while we've got it, and more from Rudy at 6 o'clock. I'll see you with Francoise after a short break. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Hobbymaker. Thank you to Rudy. He'll be back at 6 with Zena with more from that amazing Juliet cutting machine. Francoise back for part 2.
Hello.
Part 2 of part 2.
Part 2 of part 2, yeah, definitely.
We're in the garden, Mon Jardin. Now actually, Francoise released this first Mon Jardin collection a few weeks ago, or months ago now.
No, it was January.
Was it January? So a few months ago.
A few months ago.
But the collection was so big, they said, should we do it in 2 parts? So Mon Jardin 1 was in January. Mon Jardin 2 launched yesterday. We have it here today. Now, earlier on, one part of the bundle completely sold out, and we couldn't get any more stock for the 1 o'clock show. Since 1 o'clock, we've got hold of the powers that be. Andy has worked his magic and asked Creative Expressions and Woodware for some more stock of this trio. This sold out yesterday. We couldn't give it to you at 1. We can give it to you at 4. What you've got is this die that actually literally die cuts stamps of different shapes and different sizes. And then to go with that, you've got the stencil that coordinates with that die. So that means that you can add colour into each of those sections very accurately with perfect straight lines. And you've also got, of course, your verse stamps as well. Now, they have been designed so they're the right size to fit inside the apertures of the stencil and on the die as well. But I love this, Francoise, because obviously you can perforate it and tear it with your fingers, or you can cut it with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, you can cut it with a, like you said, tear it or cut it with some scissors. Just think about the weight of the card or paper that you're using, depending on what you want to do. Obviously, with scissors, you can cut through any weight, but with the tearing, you might need slightly thinner card. It's really up to you to experiment a little bit.
Now look at this. This board shows you the potential. And we were talking about this yesterday, Francoise. You could actually line the die up multiple times to have a longer sheet of stamps.
Yeah, you can go longer or you can go side to side. If you've got a big shot, Sizzix big shot, and your plates are nice and flat, because mine aren't flat at home, you can actually do 4. So you can make, take an A4 sheet. It's virtually slightly smaller, but it virtually feels an A4 sheet.
But look at the sort of things you can do. Remember, the stamp verses you get with this particular offer today are designed to be the right size to fit onto each of the stamps, whether you're having them individually, whether you're keeping them, a couple of them joined together, keeping maybe 3 or 4 joined together here, or using the whole sheet. It's entirely up to you. But the fact you've got the stencil, which is the perfect shape and size, so you can create effects like this. I mean, to do that without the stencil would be pretty tricky to do. Stencil makes it easy. And then all of these verses, as you can see, depending on the size of them, fit into each of the stamp apertures. So this sold out yesterday. It's at £22.99 and we've got more stock. We don't have a massive amount of stock of this. £22.99 gets you all 3 packets. JO2848 is the product code. JO2848. So if you missed out at one thinking, oh, that's what I wanted, we've got it for you. There we go. £22.99 the price. Lovely. Now, as well as that, we have got a set of 8 stamps. So if you want just these stamps without the actual stamp die and the stamp stencil and the verses, these are the Jardins, and I've got them here to flick through so you can see. This is a set of 8, and here they are. So you've got your brilliant geraniums, and that's got I love the water tap on that. I really do.
Yeah, it's a real garden water tap, that is.
Really sweet, I love it. So that's a full stamp as well. The whole stamp is just one with your geraniums. You've got some numbers on there and some post-frank marks as well. Next, you've then got this one, which is your, what's this one called? Postal Rose. Again, that's one big stamp, beautiful. Again, a few frank marks and first class on there as well. Then we've got, this is, I'm sure, on everybody's wish list, the wood grain stamp, really effective, whether you're stamping for texture or you're stamping inks.
Yes, I mean, you can do it in whatever colour you want. It doesn't have just to be wood. And it's fairly easy to stamp it multiple times if you want a whole sheet of wood grain as well.
Lovely. Then we come on to your flying birds. Now, these are swifts, we reckon. You've got the thistle there as well. You've got les l'oiseau. Let your imagination fly. A beautiful feather there as well. And another frank mark or two. Then we've got this one, which is a landscape of your hollyhocks. So, beautiful flowers, again, more like a vintage postcard feel to that one, which is rather lovely. Then you come on to the smaller ones. You've got the airmail stamp and first class stamp together with the serrated edge. Then you've got your geranium, the smaller geranium on its own. And then lastly, you've got your French script. So this is Mon Jardin 2. It follows on from the first one, but it stands alone really nicely.
It stands alone. I mean, all the stamps really, you know, they combine together or they work on their own, because I give you, on the big images, I give you like a collage already done for you, so that you don't have to think about having, you know, 20 stamps to create one picture.
Okay, well, this is £47.50. That gets you all 8 stamp sets, and it's on split pay, which it shouldn't be because it's under £50, but it is. So you can pay just £23.75? Yeah, £23.75, your first split payment of 2, GU2818. But if you want to go for the big bundle, that's going to give you all of those, and it's also going to give you the restocked stamp die, stamp stencil, and stamp verses. 20% of that's restocked this hour has already gone, but if you want to go for all of it, it should be £79.42. It's a great deal. You get the whole lot from Francoise today for £64.99, and that is on split pay as well. So that's that's easy to work out. £32.50, your first split payment of 2, PL2803. Gets you everything. Very, very good. And it's been really well received, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. I mean, I'm absolutely gobsmacked by sort of the response. And I've posted some extra sort of videos online and stuff as well, showcasing it. So yeah, I'm ever so pleased.
Good, excellent. So. Okay, demo time then.
Okay, so I've sort of switched my demos back around again now that we've got a little bit of stock of the postage die left. I'm going to be using the Postal Rose that we've got in the show today. Before I start demoing, I wanted to show you a nice little sample that Emma's done for us, which is like a little set of cards where she's used the Postal Rose. I'm hoping she hasn't knotted it too, that's okay, that's fine. I thought it might be sort of double knot.
Yeah.
But I quite like what she's done. She's made some little postage stamps to go on the envelopes, and then she's used the geranium stamp. And then we've got the little cards using the postal stamps again, so you can see what you can achieve as well.
They could be little notelets, they could be all sorts.
All sorts, yeah. So it really is sort of a lot of fun. Obviously, like you were saying earlier, these are not obviously usable for real postage, but you can put a real stamp next to it. And hopefully, when they frank the real stamp, you might get a bit of the franking on your one of my postage stamps.
Why not? Well, actually, before you go to demo, one thing I forgot to do, I always like to show you some finished samples because the design team really worked hard, and also it shows off what you can do with the stamps really well. So let's just have a quick look at these and then we'll go to demo if that's okay. That was one of the designs that, that's one that you did in the
That's what I
show,
did in the earlier show. So just to show you again with the postal, the whole die, if you want to use the whole die, more in an arty way rather than the postal way, if you see what I mean.
Exactly. Then, here we go, the geraniums, and beautiful, one of those birds. Now, the postage stamp bundle that we restocked for this show, half the stock has now gone. Please check your baskets out quickly if you want it. Mary and Herbert Road. Oh, that's unusual to see your address. Corinne in Newport in Monmouthshire. Check your baskets out if you could. Here we go. This is from, who's done this one? This is Christine Smith's done this one. Love that.
She's done some, I think just the simplicity of that, making 4 little postage stamps and putting them on an A6 card is really nice. That's a bit of a signature for her. She does these gorgeous little cards. I like that one with a long version of the postage stamps.
Love it.
And
It's about postage stamps and postcards I love so much. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing, I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's partly that as well. And I'm always fascinated to see what's actually on the stamp and, you know, the artwork on it and what they do. And an interesting little fact is, did you know that the UK is the only country in the world that does not put its name on its postage stamps?
What? When you say its name, what do you mean, UK?
Well, if you, for instance, French postage stamps have France on them.
Oh.
The UK just has, now obviously has the King's head.
Yeah.
But we don't actually put England or the UK on our postage stamps.
Yeah, thinking about it.
We've always had the monarch's head as our sort of emblem to be
never knew that.
recognised.
Every day's a school day.
It's something that you learn from doing quizzes when you're on holiday.
There we go. Now, I love that one with the water tap. Absolutely love it. And then another one here. Now, by the way, we do have the paper clips and the bulldog clip dies coming up in the show as well. If you're wondering where they are, they're coming up soon. But just to give you some ideas and inspiration, you can make them quite antique-y and quite monochrome, or you can make them really quite vivid and quite bold.
I like to mix the two. I like to mix like the brown sort of paper that's gone brown, if you see what I mean, from an old book, and then the bright colours.
Yeah.
So I think they really combine well together.
Perfect. Right, over to you now.
Okay, so I'm going to use the Postal Rose stamp in a minute. So this is what I'm working towards so that you can see, okay? And when I was thinking about what I was going to do for this project, I also sort of did a flat one without any sort of cutting. So it's like a journal page that you can put inside a journal.
You can see the difference, having those perforations, the difference it makes.
It just sort of changes the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can go either way, but it's just to show you. And as well, when you're working, you can either choose to sort of work and then put it through your machine, or you can choose to cut it and then stamp over the top if you want to. But with this, you have to take it through the machine twice. So you need a long piece of card, basically.
Yep.
And if you take your die, on here, I can see, you probably won't see in the camera, I can see where I stopped and started. So if that did one bit here, and then I sort of dropped it down and did another bit. And when you want to cut it the second time, you need to line up the little holes.
The holes lock into the
this stamp, this little line here.
Perfect. So there's no end to how many stamps you can make, really.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got like a piece of A3, you could do a really long strip if you want to. So I like the fact that you can work it into a rectangle, a long slim line rectangle, or you can have a square if you want to. Just lots and lots of possibilities.
Cool.
So let's get started with the stamping. That to one side. So a lot of my collage stamps, a lot of them that I design, they're not, they haven't got like a finished frame around, so you can extend the stamps if you want to.
Right.
So you don't have to sort of think, oh, that's it, I just stamp it once and that's all I can do with that stamp.
Well, loads of you coming through for the stamp die and the stencil and the verse stamps as well. Very busy for that, $22.99. I don't think we're going to have stock of this towards the end of the show, so if you could check your baskets out quickly, this is all we could get. This is all we could get from Creative Expressions. That's the last of the stock. So, and it only got released yesterday.
I know, it's just, you know, and so yes, grab it while you can. So I can pick and choose which angle I go on. I could go straight on if I wanted to, but I think I'll position it slightly at an angle on here. I'm just going to use this so that I don't have to sort of...
Oh, those tools are great.
I think it's old age with me, but my joints and things. I'm trying to preserve my hands as much as I can so that I can carry on crafting for as long as I can.
You've got to carry on crafting and carry on designing.
So that's our first stamp. So you can see how beautifully, I mean, I haven't even used a stamping press and I haven't even used anything underneath. The moment my surface was nice and flat, it's printed off really well. I mean, there's a little bit of grunginess in this stamp as well, which is really nice. So that's our base. And then I'm going to bring in our French text that we've got as well, our script on here, which is another really nice stamp to use. Mm-hmm. And I think I should be sensible and put some scrap paper underneath, because otherwise I'm going to mess up my mat underneath.
I do love a script, especially if it's a French one. Really nice. The handwriting's really classy as well on that.
So we're going to go at a slight angle. And you can see how you've got these sort of spaces that sort of almost guide you into putting something into that space. And we'll put some at the top as well.
I love the combination of colours you've got on the one on the left there, the finished one.
Yeah, it's those brilliant colour clouds that we've got on the show today that I used at 1 o'clock as well. Let's move my scrap paper.
Hi to Isabel in Greater London. She's got one of the wonderful stamp bundles in her basket. What's on the screen now? Sandra in Lincolnshire, Crafter in Northamptonshire. Very, very busy. We're now almost down to single figure stock if you want that stamp die, the stamp stencil, and the stamp verses.
Okay, let's put that to one side. And then what I'm going to do is use a few of the smaller elements from the flying birds. I think it's the end of the day. My brain is beginning to go, so bear with me. Just going to use the little stamps so I can put some extra elements onto my page, and we'll pinch that beautiful feather as well, which is really nice from that set. So this is the beauty of having in the collection, having a set where you've got separate elements, but you can also bring back in some of your previous stamps. Like I know I bought this one out just in case I wanted to use it. I've got 2 sets of these postmarks from previous collections. Mm-hmm. So you can bring all those stamps out from that you've purchased before, and
of course, the feathers are really significant. They mean an awful lot to an awful lot of people. And there was one card actually in the show that we did yesterday together that just had white embossed powdered feathers all over it, and it looked amazing.
Yeah, just this one little stamp.
Yeah.
Sometimes a set is just worth buying for just one of the stamps. Actually, in that set, I would say there's about 3 or 4 that I like.
I agree.
But, so you've got all those additional little bits. And
what ink have you, is it VersaFine you've used, the ink?
Yes, I've just used VersaFine because I was saying this in my earlier show, that it dries waterproof, and but...
So you could go over with the colour clouds over the top and not disturb the ink?
Yeah, which is exactly what I'm going to do.
Could you have done it the other way? Do the colour clouds first and then stamped over the top?
Yes.
Right.
This is what I'm saying. There's lots of possibilities.
Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier on, if you want to, you can, stamp and then run it through the machine, or die cut your postage sheet before and stamp afterwards. And again, it's a bit, this morning when I did the geraniums, that's what I did. I actually used the colour clouds first, and then I stamped my geraniums over the top. So there's no wrong or right way. You can go whatever way you prefer. Some people sort of like almost feel worried. If they've made a background and they stamp on it, it goes wrong, they feel worried about it. So sometimes it's actually better to get the stamping bit out of the way and then do your colour clouds.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So, you know, it depends it's totally up to you, totally as to, you know, how you feel about things. I don't know why I'm moving that out of the way because I'm probably going to need it as well. So that's ready to go. What I would do is just give it a quick burst of heat just to make sure the ink has dried completely. Because with the VersaFine, I find there's just a little bit of time, which is ideal because you can emboss it as well with clear powder. I used to actually have black embossing powder, but I never used it anymore because I got fed up with the little black specks. And I find that the quality of ink in the VersaFine is so good that when you emboss it, you can't tell that it's not black powder.
And of course, if you're using a different colour, a clear embossing powder will kind of give vivid colour to that colour too. It's not just for black. So yeah, shop clear embossing powders, and I don't think you can go far wrong. Now, we've literally got single figure stock now of the bundle, and the bundle, just in case you've switched on and didn't realise which is which. We've got the stencil, you've got the die that cuts out the sheet of stamps, and of course the stencil allows you to colour those sheets of stamps really well, and those verses have been designed to be just the right size to stamp onto them, but you can use them completely separately. So £22.99, we've got 4 left, I've just been told, so good luck. JO2848, that's all we can get. Even though it only got released yesterday, that's all we can get our hands on.
It's the fight to the finish.
It is.
So next stage is we can come in with our colour clouds. And what I'm going to do, first of all, is I'm going to think a little bit about what I've got on here rather than just launching in. Unlike my previous demo with the geraniums where I was just doing the background, this time I'm actually thinking about what's actually on here because I want to sort of work with that image.
Right.
So I'm going to start off with some pink because I know that I want some pink sort of, you get lovely sort of orangey pink roses. So that's what I'm going for. And I'm just literally going to work some of the pink over my roses.
And the colour clouds, we've got them in sets of 3 today, and they're on the website if you want to have a little look, and we'll do a little shopping list of everything that Francoise has used at the end.
And then I want just a little bit of pink here and there so that I don't end up with just the pink in the middle. And so I'm going to just randomly in the background add some pink. And then I'm going to add a little bit of the baked peach. And I'm going to put some of that a little bit on top of the roses so I get that sort of glow on the roses. And then we'll bring some out on the background.
And you said to me before, when you're using the colour clouds like this, they go on quite vivid, but they actually dry. When they dry, they kind of calm down.
They do calm down quite a bit.
Yeah.
And the colour as well in the pot is a lot more vivid as well than what you're actually putting onto your card.
Now, do you know what? Earlier today, I was thinking, I know someone else who loves colour clouds. Our Sandra Rushton and postcards. And as if by magic, there she is. She's watching. Sandra in Lincolnshire. It's our Sandra Rushton. Hey, Dave and Francois. Just had to have this. Goes with my postcards. Absolutely, it does. Too right, it does. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel very privileged that she's watching.
Yeah. Oh,
Very
Sandra's
nice.
always watching. She says it's always on in the office. And she's always at work. So.
And then I'm going to bring in a little bit of the decadent teal.
And Sandra's a massive fan of the colour clouds too. She uses those all the time.
Another person who's really, really good with the colour clouds is our Jane, the other lady, my other partner from Woodware.
Right. Oh yes, of course, Jane from down south.
Yes. So I call her the colour cloud queen actually because I think she's absolutely brilliant at what she does with the colour clouds.
Jane is around the corner from me.
There you go.
Is Jane's surname Giff, is it?
Gill.
Gill, that's it. Jane Gill.
Jane Gill.
Lovely lady.
So you've got all your colours on here, and then I can come in and I can start to put some extra detail. And this is what I was saying to you earlier on about being able to use the colour clouds as paints as well. So if I want a little bit more detail, say for instance on my roses, I can just decant some of the colour cloud into my lid and then just add a bit of water and then I can intensify.
Those three colours
The
together
pink.
are a dream, aren't they?
They do. You wouldn't think that they would work so well together, but
Soft cerise, baked peach, and decadent teal. I'll give you details of those at the end of the demo, though. But yeah, they come in as a set of three. So if you love that look, which I must admit I do, love that colour combination. they'll be on the
so
screen soon.
this can become a real mixed media piece. So you can start to actually add some colour as well from the colour palette that we've got on the show as well.
Yeah.
So I've become really I just like try and mix everything up.
Yeah.
Make a maximum use of what you've got in your craft stash, so that you don't feel that you're buying something and then you never use it.
So the Carnival Brights is the palette that you're using, I think, isn't it? Looks like
It is, yeah.
I love these palettes. I've got a couple of these at home myself. They're fantastic.
So we're just going to add some little highlights with those colours here and there, just to sort of pick up some of the detail. You can, if you want to, spend ages sort of colouring in, but I find that with these stamps, because there's so much detail already there, that it's actually a bonus in that you only have to do a little bit of painting just to sort of bring out the detail. So we can carry on and we can fill all the colours in with the palettes and with the colour clouds. So that's just to show you how it works.
Looking great.
The other thing we can do as well is to bring in our stencil. So I'm going to bring in the Medina stencil. And you know what? I'm going to actually bring a little bit of the warm cocoa into this.
I'm just thinking, after Sandra's message saying how well that these stamps are going to go with her postcards, if you are a Santangler, yeah, you could tangle in the perforated die, the stamps that you make. Yeah, they're perfect to go with Sandra's postcards. You probably wouldn't tangle the main stamps, but certainly the stamps, the open stamps you could do. Use them in all sorts of ways. More of the colour cloud coming in. This time it's one of the kind of earthy tones. We've got natural rosewood, smudged charcoal, and warm cocoa. And those three have been put together by Francoise purely to kind of create like a vintage sort of feel, those three colours.
I'm going to borrow the rosewood one.
You want rosewood one?
Yeah, because I lent it for the set. Because you remember yesterday?
Oh, yeah, you did.
We didn't have one. So today I quickly put it in.
Okay.
But I've suddenly thought, oh, you know what? I need a bit of that colour. You can see it's mine because it's already used in the lid. So we're just going to bring a little bit of that rosewood is the darker brown, and I just want to bring in a little bit into the frame to show you how you can sort of pick up the edges of the frame to make that pop a little bit more.
I didn't realise you could paint with the colour clouds, but you can.
You can, yes. So they're sort of multifunctional. You can also stamp with them as well. You can apply them with a smoothie to your stamp and then actually stamp as well. So lots and lots of different things that you can do with that. And then eventually what you do is you build it up till you get to, let's move all the lids a little bit, rearrange my space, and move this out of the way. This is getting more like home now. So once you're happy with all the painting that you've done, you're going to run it through your machine.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've just realised what I've done. I was actually going to stamp on this one, and then I was going to colour on that one to show you how it worked, but I didn't do it. So.
Okay, doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter. But so you could run it through your machine and die cut it if you want to. But that's what you will do. And then when you finish that, you're going to then choose some extra little elements, and we're going to use some lost and found. So you can choose some bits from some die cuts that you might want to actually put.
Now the lost and found, lowest ever price, and these are dies, by the way. I know you may think they're stamps for the price, but they're not. You get all of these dies to create your keys, to create your paper clips in different sizes. These actually, Francoise pointed out to me earlier on, these actually are the perfect size to go on ring binders. So it actually kind of reinforces the holes on ring binder files. You've got little file labels, and then you've also got your flat bulldog clip there as well. Now they are all dies, believe it or not. Dies for $9.99, and you get so many of them.
I just couldn't live without my set now, because I just can add it to things and I can embellish a little bit further.
So you could be for a new home card, new job. Yeah, you'll always use this. And if you're a journaler or a scrapbooker, these are perfect. Rather than using the real thing that can obviously make things weigh quite a lot and also can bulk things up a little bit, why not use the die versions of them? $9.99 gets you the set, RW2825.
So you can see what I've started arranging some on my sheet here, so you can see what I might do with the arrangement. And you can bring in any other things that you might want to at home. You might, for instance, maybe have some old postage stamps that you can actually use, some real postage stamps. Or alternatively, you've got this whole die that you can make your own stamps from.
I mean, I've still got a massive collection of stamps from when I was a kid. They're in a box somewhere.
A little tip, if you're at all worried, I mean, obviously, I've got loads and loads of sort of piles of the same one, if you see what I mean. But if you make sure that you use a sort of friendly glue, if ever you decide afterwards you want the stamp back, then you can always take it off your artwork. If
Make
you
sure it's not a penny black you stick on there or something like that.
It's funny, we were discussing the value of these stamps because indirectly I've sort of inherited part of my dad's stamp collection.
Right.
But he's got no penny blacks in his
okay.
stamp collection. So, yeah, and really the stamps that have the most value are the ones that have been misprinted.
Okay.
So, or that they've only printed X amount before they had to change something on the stamp. So, I think the same happens with coins.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
so, same. But anyway, coming back to this. So, what I do when I cut my my shapes, my keys and my paper clips, I tend to do like a cutting spree, because there's lots of little elements, and then I keep them in a box so that I can come back and I can use them. I showed in the earlier show that what I do, like for the keys and also the paper clips, although it's a bit fiddly, is I actually stick some of them together. So let's do it with the paper clip and I can show you. I've already done my key. I've stuck 3 keys together on this one.
Then it feels like a little bit like grey board when you put 3 sheets of cardstock together like that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's just worth that effort. We were talking earlier on that if you want to, you can cut them out of mirror card if you want to, and you can colour them in whatever way you want. When this first came out as a set, Diane actually did a wonderful card where she had loads of different coloured paper clips on her sample.
Now, 10% of the stock of the paper clips and the keys, the lost and found, isn't it? That's what we're calling it.
Yes.
So if you want that 10% gone, that is just put in your basket and you'll use them. You really will, again and again and again. And for $9.99, lowest price ever, RW2825.
So you can see what I've done. I've managed to just glue 2 little paper clips together, and that makes it just that little bit stronger, and the same with the keys. And then you can use some of the gilded touch that we've got on the show today. I showed you earlier on the lovely green that we've got, the teal.
Yep. You get a teal and a gold. Is it called gold? Or
It's a rose gold.
Rose gold.
So it's a little bit softer and less, I would say, it's not so much garish, it's just a softer gold.
As you can see, it looks like a tube of makeup, doesn't it, really? It's
It
not.
does.
It's
It does.
basically gilding wax, but water-based, because gilding waxes normally aren't. They're normally quite whiffy and quite fumey, but this is completely odor-free, and yeah, and it still looks like gilding wax, and it makes things look metallic and kind of oxidized.
It does. So earlier on I showed how to just use your finger, but if you don't want to use your finger, you can just apply it with the brush.
Yeah.
If you prefer. And depending on how much you have or how little you have, you can leave some spaces open so that it looks worn rather than brand new. If you've got to do a card for a new home, it's always useful, you know, very easy just to put a key on a card and for a new home.
Or it could be the key to a new career, new job, all sorts.
I just love keys, and I thought they went really well with the vintage sort of theme. And we can do the same with the
paper clip.
The paper clip that we've got here.
And you can actually tuck those, as you would metal paper clips, over the edge.
Yeah,
of
you
whatever.
can do that. Or you can lay them flat on the surface. I'm going to mix the two. I'm going to mix a little bit of the rose gold and a bit of the teal, because I really like that combination. I mean, that now looks like a real old key.
It does.
And the reason the set is called Lost and Found, because some people are going to say, it's very strange, why does Francoise call it Lost and Found? Because when I was thinking about the name, I thought, you know what, sometimes you go to a drawer in a desk and you look at the bottom, and what do you find? You find an odd paper clip, you find an odd key, an odd screw or something in there. So that's why I came up with the idea of Lost and Found, because now you found it.
Okay.
You know, having lost it.
Why not? I just think they're really useful to have. You'll use them again and again, you will. And of course, these gilded touch tubes of, well, gilding polish, really, but water-based. You use the tiniest amount. They're going to last you such a long time. £11.99 for both of them, for, what, £6 a tube. Great.
So once you've coloured them in, obviously you can decide where you want them to go. So you can see how nice that looks on top of here. And if I have that there, it's in contrast to the black. I mean, I quite like the black as well, funny enough, but it's quite nice to do it that way as well. So you can do add lots of little things on there. While we're on the theme of showing you what you can do with the Lost and Found, I thought I'd show you a little book that I've created that combines the two collections of Mon Jardin together. And it also combines the papers for the Mon Jardin collection as well. And you can see all the Lost and Found on here as well. You can see how I've used a bulldog clip with my rose stamp here. And I found a postage stamp that actually had some roses on to be able to add to that.
You could put the bulldog clip over like photographs and things like that, because if you put a normal bulldog clip in a book like that, you wouldn't be able to close it.
No, you wouldn't. So it's brilliant. And this is the postage stamp with the open postage in the mini stamps. And it looks empty, but the reason it looks empty is for you to be able to fill it.
Yeah.
So you can choose part of, this is the geranium stamp on here. This is the postage die with the old magnolia, which was from the first collection. So we had the tag stamp. This isn't exactly the same tag as we've got, but you could use the tag that we've got in the show to be able to sort of stamp and put things into a book.
Actually, just while you're on the tags, we do have this at the lowest ever price as well. So you've got the large tag, you've got the smaller tags, that could even be a price label if you wanted to be, or a handmade by tag. And then these actually, I thought they were for reinforcements up there, but they're not. These are actually little button dies. So they make faux buttons. Really sweet. Lowest ever price, you get all of those for £7.99. Really cool. So yeah, use them in your journaling, use them in your scrapbooks, use them on gifts as well. You need never buy a tag again. Tags can be quite pricey. Actually, you could make your own and sell them.
And also your tags for your Christmas presents, your birthday presents.
Yeah.
You know, you can never have too many tag dies, basically, because, you know, you need them in lots of different sizes and lots of different shapes. So on here, I've you know, just to show you as well how I've used the stencils. So some of the stencils are from the previous release, some of them are from the ones that we've had on today. But we got our birds here with our thistle, with art is what you make it on here, little paper clip here. And then that was the sweet pea from the first release, but then we've got the feather here and our paper clip holding on to a postage. So I've got quite into these. I've got another one here, which I showed previously when I came on before, but this is what you were saying as well about what you can clip.
Yeah.
You can make it look like it's realistically holding lots of bits. And then these books can eventually go together if I want to. I've got to make some covers for them at some stage. While we're on the subject of books, I'll quickly show you this one as well, which I mustn't forget to do. This is from Sharon, where she's used the wood grain to make a little booklet. If I hold it up so you can sort of see. If I pick out, she's done some little packets with the flowers from the previous collection. And to be even cuter, she's made some little wooden stakes for your
Really
planting your
sweet,
seeds,
like
which
that.
is really, really lovely. So and the geranium. So she's picked all those out and she's given you a little stick for all of those as well.
Perfect. I love it. Now, can I quickly just remind you of a few things that Francoise used in the demo? I know loads of you fell in love with the colour combinations that she used in that last demonstration. So that's these here, okay? So if you want to create the same look that Francoise had on that last demonstration, that last fantastic card, you've got baked peach, soft cerise, decadent teal. That's set A. That's what you're going to be getting, those three there. And this is basically a sponge. It's like a sponge donut in the top, which you, with your smoothie or your blending brush, push down. That then sucks up the ink. So that's how it works. And they're loaded. They're really, really, really loaded with ink, top quality ink. So you get those three for $19.99. If you liked the last demonstration that Francoise did and you want that colour combination, they're the bright, vibrant ones. And then the other colours that we've got for you, if you want more of a vintage effect, if you want to make something look more kind of antique-y, then that's why Francoise put these in the show. So we've got smudged charcoal, natural rosewood, and warm cocoa. So those three together, totally different to these, but they will give you that kind of vintage effect, definitely. $19.99. They're brilliant. If you've ever tried colour clouds before, give them a go. They'll last you such a long time. And again, as I said before, Sandra Rushton is always using these to create backgrounds for her Sandtangle too. TQ2869. Now, the postage bundle, we've got more people want it than we actually have stock. So please, it's the next couple of you, I think, to check out. We'll get these for you today. So you've got the die stamp. So that is going to actually cut out all your perforations and your serrations for your stamps. You're going to get, of course, the stencil that allows you to create the colour to do stuff like that. There we go. So the stencil will allow you to get the nice sharp edges. And then you're going to get these, which are your sentiments and verses, which have been made to fit into the apertures on here. So like that verse there will go in that aperture there, that one there will go in the second one down. So they're all designed to kind of work together. Next couple of you to check out will be lucky, $22.99. Isla, no, it's not Isla, it's Lisa, Sandra, Crafter in Northampton. Check your baskets out. I think you've then sold it out for us. JO2848 is the item number, JO2848. Right now, gilding touch or gilded touch. We touched on those. Did we put the price up for these? I don't know if we did. Yeah, I think we did. We'll do it again. So 2 tubes, what look like, of course, makeup, but they're not. Please don't put them on your face. Don't put them on your skin. They're not designed for that. But they are water-based. You've got your teal and you've got your rose gold as well. So if you like that verdigris look, that kind of vintage, old-fashioned metal look, those 2 colours together are going to work a treat. They're completely odour-free, which isn't the same with gilding waxes. They normally have quite a strong odour. Doesn't bother me, but bothers some people. $11.99 gets you both of those, £6 each. SK2821. I think, we haven't done the palette, have we? The Carnival Brights palette. Okay, now these are one of my favourite palettes. I love these to bits. Now, this is the one I'd say, if you're going to go for any of them, you've got your brights in there. You've got, look, can you see the mica? It's just full of mica. A little bit of water on a brush, that activates it. You can easily, if you want to, flip up the palettes. and flip them over and change the order, or maybe make your own palette out of others. So you've got the colours that you need for a trip to the riverbank or a trip to the forest to do some painting or whatever it might be. But aren't they lovely? From Cosmic Shimmer, 19.99. They've been a bestseller for years. You buy them once and you probably won't need to buy them again for a couple of years.
No, because you use them sparingly. I mean, it's up to you. You can use them a lot, but they will last you quite a long time.
Yeah, and they've got that lovely
Because
shit.
you will not waste one single bit of it.
No,
which
exactly.
is the beauty of them.
Because it doesn't matter if it dries out because it's water reactive. So if it is dry, just add water to it. It kind of gives it a new lease of life again. The other one, if you want that one, this one's called Your Summer Garden. So this is more pinkies and violets and purples and blues and, of course, greens. There we go. Can you see the light on the mica? Amazing. Really, really shimmery. So this is one of, I think there's about 12 in the range, something like that, 12 or 13. So this is $19.99. This one is Your Summer Garden, and it's MR2886. There we go. Fabulous. And what have you bought today? No more P&P for you. No more P&P for you for the rest of the day, because it's just one P&P. Free phone number to the call centre and free to order on the website and the app as well. Now, we've got about 10, 15, about 11 minutes left.
Okay, so, yep, I've got just enough time to sort of... I thought I'd feature the wood grain, because we haven't really looked at the wood grain.
Yeah, good idea.
Apart from we saw it on Siobhan's lovely little booklet. But I have to show you as well these two samples where... move this out just... quickly so that we can see these. I had to show I had them on the display yesterday, but we can take a sort of closer look at these two beautiful bits that Diane has done. One is a card, one's this box card featuring the flying birds and the thistle.
Yeah.
But what I love is around the box at the bottom, she's used the wood grain around here, and she's embossed it with gold embossing powder. Which looks lovely against the brown. And I just love what she's done. She's put some feathers in between the thistles, and they just looks amazing.
I didn't realise they were the feathers.
Yeah, they were the feathers.
Yeah.
It's just, I just love the concept and the idea. And then she's made this a birdhouse with the wood grain stamp. And again, you've got the thistles. I mean, what I love is she's really taken one set and she's sort of like used it to its maximum potential with the wood grain. But this is what you can achieve with your wood grain stamp as well, which is beautiful. I have to do this because without our design team, we wouldn't have all these beautiful samples and inspiration. They work so hard, so they're lovely. And I'm sorry if I haven't mentioned everybody on the design team. I think I've tried, with Danny, Siobhan, Emma, Christine,
the unsung heroes.
Diane. Yeah, they are. Yeah. They are, really. They work in the background, and they're just so grateful. Like when their work is shown on the TV, that it's worthwhile doing. So I'm going to show you, with what time we've got left, I'm going to show you quickly how I created this simple little card using the hollyhocks and the wood grain. So the first thing you're going to need to do is to choose some background paper from one of the paper pads. I think this one comes from Jardin, which has got a really nice teal. So whatever paper you choose your colour for your wood grain accordingly. So for that, I decided I would go for a sort of tealy, sort of turquoisey type of blue, rather than sort of stamping it in black. Okay, and then I'm just going to, I'm just going to drop it onto my onto my piece of paper. This is what happens on live TV.
It is. That's why sometimes stamping platforms are a good idea. Yeah. But I'm sure it looks. I've
got my stamping platform with me. I was just trying to be sort of reasonably quick. And here we go. So you can see how nicely it stamps onto the background paper. And you can just sort of see the images just behind, which is really nice. Now, what I would do is I would then take some clear powder and I would put it over the top and heat it. And then once you've heated it and you've trimmed it down, this is what it's going to look like.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so it'll be nice and shiny. and you still get the colours showing behind. So that's how I've achieved that. And then what you're going to do next is you're going to, I think I'm mad doing this last minute, but we will see. What you're going to do next is take your die cutting machine, and for this bit I'm using one of a rectangle from Sue Wilson's set of dies, so that I can cut a little frame. So place your die, I think we can just, yeah, we can see. Place your die so that it's slightly towards the top rather than the bottom. Mm-hmm. Chances are that if you try and place it bang in the middle, you won't get it bang in the middle. So it's always better to go slightly above the middle. I think it's worked.
Hey.
Me and die cutting machines on live TV do not mix. So by doing that, you've now got a lovely little wood grain frame.
Yeah.
And this little bit, don't throw it away, keep it, because you can use it as part of a collage if you want to. So the next stage is you would stamp your hollyhocks onto some white card, and to make it nice and simple, when you stamp the hollyhocks, what I then did was I took a slightly bigger rectangle from the Sue Wilson dies. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of what they call that collection, but you know, she's got a collection of ovals,
yes,
squares and what have you, so it's just those. Take a slightly bigger one to then, as a viewfinder, pick an area of your hollyhocks that you like. So I did it so I could get that saying in there, garden feeds the soul. You've got the little word Jardin in there and a little postmark. And then die cut it, and then you know that that's going to sit on top perfectly, rather than sort of stamping the whole thing, putting that on top and then cutting around. I think it just looks a lot tidier.
Beautiful. Mm.
Okay,
Lovely.
So that's the bones of that. And then what you need to do is get your colour clouds out, and you can do some quick colouring, literally quick, because we've got very little time left.
Absolutely. About four minutes left.
Okay, so I'm going to go for some pink hollyhocks.
So this is the soft cerise, which is in the set of the decadent teal, baked peach and soft cerise, those three together.
And then we'll add in a little bit of the baked peach. I'm going for the same combination because it's such a lovely combination.
Yeah, it's a winner. I think a lot of you have gone for those three in actual fact, because you loved the last demonstration that Francoise did. That combination of colours works a treat.
You're going to use it on loads of your stamping. And then we can even be really, really quick and, I don't know, wait, I shoved it back in here. We'll even add a little bit of stenciling in the background, except it's gone horribly muddy. Let's just pull that back. That's better. Okay, that's when you're rushing. At home, you will take your time and you will do this properly. And then what I would do is I would go in and actually paint some of the hollyhocks flowers, just like I did with the roses on the previous demo.
Perfect.
So that can sit on here, and then that can go onto another piece of card, just a little bit bigger. So if I show you that, just make sure I've got no black ink on here. So that's essentially what I did. And then I stamped a wording on one of the postage stamps. Make every day a new beginning full of possibilities. And that's just added in. And then you can add a couple of little gems.
Beautiful.
Nice and simple,
Yep.
nice and easy.
Superb demos, amazing wonderful stamps. And remember, you can go for either the smaller bundle. We've still got, have we still got stock of the postage stamps? There's a couple left, okay? So if you've fallen in love with that die that cuts out all the perforations to make your stamps, and you can then tear them or cut them. The stencil that matches up with that so that you can actually colour in the stamps inside, like on that board that I showed you a few minutes ago, like that one there. That's what the stencil will allow you to do. Really cool. And you can also make the stamps go longer or wider. You can link the dots up with the perforations that you've already done and continue down and continue across, so you can have continuous stamp sheets. And then of course these are the right size to go into the stamp openings. $22.99. We've got literally 2 or 3 left of those, not many of them at all. JO2848. And then of course we've got the overall collection with everything in it, which is going to include those, and it's going to include the other 8 stamp sets as well. PL2803. So you're going to get all 8 stamp sets, plus of course the verses, and you get the die, and you get the actual stencil, of course, as well. So that's everything. That's the I Want It All bundle for £64.99, and with a split pay, you're only having to pay today £32.99 if you want to. Oh no, £32.49, isn't it? Yeah, £32.49 if you want to split the cost interest-free into 2 payments. Just trying to think, anything else that you've used that I've not shown yet? We haven't shown you the paper pads quickly. Now these were really popular in the first hour. Junk journal first. Now these are done and designed by Francoise, and they're all uncoated papers, so you can add effects to them as well if you want to. But if you're daunted by making your own backgrounds, that's where these really kind of come into their own.
Or if you want to do the little books like I was doing, you can, use those to make your pages.
Perfect. That's your junk journal. And then this is your Mon Jardin. There we go. So again, 24 double-sided papers like the other one, 6 designs, 4 of each. Again, one side has got more of a pattern to it, and the other is slightly, I was going to say plainer. It's not plainer, but
it's like a distressed sort of look. You can sort of just about see postmarks and things into it.
Yeah.
But really sort of usable with everything that you have. And the colours in all the pads that I've done so far all complement each other. So it's like a build-up of different colours.
Francoise, thank you.
No, thank you.
Great to see you.
You'll
be back soon, I'm sure. Now, Zina's going to see you through the night in a few minutes' time to take you through till 8 o'clock. I'll be back tomorrow at this time, 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So enjoy the rest of the evening with Hobby Maker. Thanks for watching today. And don't forget the Siser Juliet machine back at 6. See you in a minute.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details, and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker.
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody, my lovelies. I hope it's as sunny as it is here today. We had a little bit of sunshine today. It's very nice. So we have got a very exciting 2-hour show today. Now, are you one of those people that is a crafter, or obviously, which is why we're all here, or might be new to crafting and might be thinking, I love stamping. I love the idea of stamping, but there's one thing that stops me from stamping. It's not understanding the world of the ink pad. Which one does what? Which one goes for watercolours? Which one goes for alcohol markers? Which one? I'm confused. Well, the good news is we've recognised that and we've got this yes, oh, that's a good one, Alex. My producer's just come up. He said, we have got the ink-redible. Hey, there you go. Sharon Curtis from, she's representing Personal Impressions today. And we are bringing a different set and range of ink pads and re-inkers and all sorts today. Very exciting. You will have, if you watch this channel, seen every one of the different guests and the presenters, everybody using this range of ink pads. So they are industry known, world known. And the good news is this amazing lady is going to teach us today why we reach for a different type of ink.
Yes,
Aren't
exactly,
you?
I am. And we're not going to go too fast with this.
No.
Because it is quite overwhelming.
Yeah.
There are so many different ink pads out there, so many different types. So what we thought we'd do is take it a couple at a time.
Brilliant.
So that you've got a chance to take it all in.
Walk before we run.
Exactly. And I think with anything like this, there are two types of people. There are those that kind of don't really care why, but just want to know, I'm going to use VersaFine Claire. If I'm using watercolours, I'm going to use Memento for alcohol pens. That's me. I kind of don't care what's in the ink pad that makes it do that. But then I know there are people that need to understand why it does that so that they kind of remember.
I'm one of them. I'm the nerd.
You're the nerd.
I'm the nerd that needs to know.
You see, I'm very much I think it stems back to the fact that I'm rubbish at maths.
Yeah.
So for my crafting, I avoid anything that involves measuring, anything that involves calculating how to put something, I mean,
You
that's,
just want to do. You're a doer.
Exactly. That's why I'm glad within crafting, we've got all these companies that come up with things to help us. Because I can avoid measuring things by using dies to cut out, to make journals and all those kind of things. So this has been quite interesting because I've had to kind of remind myself exactly why these ink pads do this.
Yeah.
Because I'm very much, I just know the main ink pads and what they're for. So I'm going to start by just explaining the basics of that sort of cover all ink pads.
Yes, please.
And then in this show, we're going to talk about VersaFine Claire. And then in the 7 o'clock show, we're going to talk about Memento inks.
Yeah.
So, and then after that, we'll be back I don't know when, but we'll have some follow-up shows where we'll take you through some of the other types of ink. We're also going to touch upon the distress oxides and the normal distress inks as well within these shows, because they're something we all use in conjunction with the other inks. So let's start. I've put together this board that is going to just explain the basics that kind of cover all ink pads. Now, I've kept it simple. With anything to do with ink pads, it can become complicated because whatever I say, there's always an exception, because companies that put these together quite often will tweak these. For example, oxide inks, broadly speaking, you would call them a pigment ink, but actually they do add a bit of dye in. So some of the sort of configurations of inks will be slightly tweaked so that they give you a certain thing. Sometimes they'll tweak them so that they have a longer drying time or a shorter drying time, depending on what they sort of plan you to use them for. So take this as very much a sort of general overview. And then as we get to each of the individual ink pads, I can explain to you the sort of real properties of that particular one. So broadly speaking, the first thing that we look at with an ink pad is it pigment or dye? Dye inks are where the dye is sort of dissolved into the water or the whatever it is. Can be oil-based, whatever. But the dye, the colour pigment is fully dissolved into the ink. With pigment, the colour is in particles. It's pigment in particles. So you will instantly see the difference if I show you a couple. So this is a dye ink. If I just put a little bit of this on my acrylic block, you can see straight away the colour is completely sort of dissolved. It's pretty see-through. If I put it over a bit of text, you can see it's fairly see-through. And the colour will be relatively translucent. Pigment inks will generally, they've got particles in there. So for the most part, you'll hear there's a ball bearing in there for a start, because all those particles are going to settle in the bottom. So with a pigment ink, the first thing, if you are using a re-inker for your ink pad, you're going to give it a good shake. And then when I squeeze a bit of this out, you'll instantly see how different that is to the dye ink.
Oh, wow, completely different.
It's opaque because those powders are kind of in there in particles rather than fully dissolved and translucent. As I say, there are some exceptions to this where companies will kind of do a hybrid of the two to get you the desired effect. But that's kind of the difference between pigment and dye. The way I remember it as well, a pigment ink will sit on top of the card surface. So generally with a pigment ink, think about your oxides, you can stamp on darker card because the ink is on top. It's not sinking into the card. So if, like me, you like using craft card a lot, I wouldn't really use a dye ink on top of craft card because you just wouldn't see it. It's kind of translucent, whereas a pigment ink will sit on top of it and you'll see it. So the way I remember it is dye ink dyes the card, which means the ink sinks into the card. Pigment sits on top.
Do you know how I think of pigment? Like a piggyback.
Piggyback,
So I think
that's
piggyback,
a good way.
sitting on the, do you know what I mean? That's how I'd think piggyback.
That's a good way to remember
because it's on the back of some,
So those are two things that I have been able to remember all these years, and I can quite easily remember the difference between dye and pigment. So I think that's quite simple to remember.
Can I just say that was really helpful, just even before we start, for a visual,
just
wasn't
to
it?
visually think about and remember the differences.
Thank you.
Because when you look at it all written down, you just think,
Well, you see the text sometimes, and you just can't. You need the visual. That was brilliant.
So that's the difference between pigment ink and dye ink.
Okay.
Then from then on, it's what the ink is sort of in as such. Is it alcohol-based? Is it water-based? Is it oil-based?
Okay.
Now, the reason that there will be different things to put the ink in is because it depends what you're going to use it with. So on this show, we've got Versafine and Memento, which come into water and oil. We will, in a show to come, talk about alcohol. Alcohol basically is something like stays on ink.
Right.
Stays on dries literally instantly because it's got alcohol in it. Alcohol evaporates almost straight away.
Does in my house.
Yes, me too. So if you were using an alcohol ink, you'd be using that generally if you're stamping on something where other inks wouldn't dry, like on glass, acetate, vellum, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Because if you stamp on anything like acetate with water or oil-based, it's never going to dry. It'll just wipe off.
Yeah.
So, but we're not going to worry about that for today, because that's further down the line. Today, we're just thinking about the 2 inks that we've got that we're focusing on.
Okay.
So a water-based ink, this covers all of your distress, and water and distress go even beyond being water-based. They're actually water reactive.
Right.
So they kind of, when you add water to them, you get different effects. They've been kind of tweaked even further. But broadly speaking, if you're using a water-based ink, it's going to move with water.
Right, okay.
So you wouldn't be using a water-based ink like your distress inks. You wouldn't be stamping with your distress inks if you then wanted to colour that image in with a water brush, because you're just going to move your stamped artwork, you know. Oil-based is the opposite. So oil-based is going to dry really quickly, and it's going to be waterproof. So the ink we're looking at first of all is VersaFine Clair. That's waterproof, so that's an oil base.
Right, okay.
So this is where these are kind of important. Now, if you want to keep it really simple, we're talking about VersaFine Clair in this show. So VersaFine Clair is oil-based.
Yep.
So that means it's waterproof, medium drying, but the ink, the way the ink is in it is pigment, which means it's particles in there. So that makes it a little bit slower drying. So this is where VersaFine Clair becomes an ideal, everyday, all-round ink. I mean, I've just been watching Francoise do her show. She was using VersaFine Clair, because you get a little bit of the best of both worlds. It's very waterproof once it's dry. It dries relatively quickly, but not instantly.
Right, okay.
And that means you can put your embossing powder on it. Because if it dried straight away, you wouldn't be able to emboss with it. So it's kind of that perfect in between. Because it's pigment ink, it means the colour's going to be nice and opaque. Means you can stamp on pretty much most surfaces and it's going to be nice and clear. And the oil base gives it a really crispness as well. So it's good for fine detail.
Okay.
So what you're going to use VersaFine Clair on is both coated and uncoated card, because it does dry relatively quickly. On a coated card, you can still get away with it. I would say if you're using any card that's too coated and shiny, you might want to give it a blast with your heat tool. Just to make sure it's dry before you then go in with your water. But generally speaking, it dries pretty quickly. And as I said, it's going to give you the perfect ink to use with all your water-based things. So your distress, your watercolours, your water pencils. All of those things, anything with water. So now, I hope I haven't overwhelmed you. I'm trying to keep this to sort of concise, but I will mention all of these inks are from the same company called Sukineko, and on their website they do have this chart. And this covers all the inks. Obviously today we're only focusing on 2. But if you are someone that likes to know all the details of everything, you can download this and print it off, and you can literally look across. It'll tell you what surfaces it's good on, etc.
That's
so
brilliant.
That's a good reference.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, hopefully because we are taking this in bite-sized chunks, your brain will keep up and you'll remember as we go through everything. So
that was brilliant. Honestly, Sharon, that was so helpful, wasn't it? I like to understand why, otherwise I don't know why I'm reaching for that one. That's brilliant. Alex is the same. Need to know why. Brilliant. And we've got special deals today, haven't we? On the VersaFine Clair.
We have. Yes.
Have we ever done the re-inker before?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure. But I think also I love the fact that with the VersaFine Clair today, we're starting off with the basics, because VersaFine Clair comes in loads of colours, but we're starting with your everyday here.
So this is good for the beginners?
This is good for the beginners.
Brilliant.
And you've got the 4 colours that you're going to use for your general everything stamping.
Okay, great.
It does come in lots of colours, but these are the 4 colours that I recommend anyone start with, because for your stamping of images, whether you're, going to watercolour them, whatever you want to do with them, you want crisp detail. These are great for sentiments, but quite often, if you're perhaps doing a background behind your stamping, you might not always want black. Sometimes black is a bit too much. particularly if you were perhaps doing a bit of text, say, in the background, just on a background. That needs to be a background, not a focal point. So that's when I would go in with maybe the grey, the brown or the blue. And having the 3 different shades of alternatives from black means you can tie these in with whatever colour scheme you've got going on.
Brilliant.
I use the brown a lot. I probably use the brown, I would say, as much as the black. Because I'm quite often going for a bit of a vintage look.
Yeah.
So the brown for me is kind of my go-to when I think black is going to be too much.
We were saying earlier, it's quite sepia, isn't it?
It
like
is.
you say, it is great.
It is.
Vintage, yeah.
And the beauty of the VersaFine Clair is because it's waterproof once it's dry, it is ideal for your backgrounds where you then might want to layer on, you might want to come in with sprays or watercolours. You know that's not going to move because I've done it before, I've forgotten and I've gone in with just my normal distress ink, stamped all this lovely text in the background, then I've gone in with a spray and all my text has just disappeared. It's all dissolved, gone. So I would say every crafter needs at least a couple of VersaFine Clairs.
Right, okay. Well, the good news is we're going to give you all 4 of those colours that Sharon has very kindly just explained to you. I know you're checking out already, but we have got a special deal on them today because, you know, that's what we do. So we're going to bring you, it's the perfect starter selection, all 4 of those colours of the VersaFine Clair ink pads, plus their re-inker colour as well. It is generous. So if we just have a little look over here, we've got the 4 ink pads, and they're the full-size ones, aren't they, Sharon?
They are,
yep,
full-sized.
In the 4 colours that we've just talked about, plus the re-inker as well. So you're getting the ink pads and the re-inkers for each one of the colours. It's a brilliant, brilliant deal for today. And I can back this up with what Sharon's just said. The 2 names I've always been given by when I started here and I got my first couple of stamps, it was like, well, when you know, I was literally told watercolours, VersaFine Clair, and Memento for your alcohol markers, and that's what I got told straight away.
Yeah.
So we're doing the Memento in the 7 o'clock hour. So you got the best of both worlds today. So then, for those of you that have already checked out, good for you. We're going to give you a cheeky saving because we like to do that, don't we? You know, so your code to check out is BEPQ93. The price is coming down for you. Thank you, Alex. You are very kind. And it's going under the £40 price point to $36.99. So it's a hefty saving. Just remember that is all 4 full-size VersaFine Clair in the 4 different colours and the re-inkers to re-ink the pad. Can I just ask, Sharon, is the re-inking of the pad easy to do?
Very,
Yep.
very. I'll show you, actually.
Would you mind?
Let's have a quick demo. I mean, my pads are new, so they definitely don't need it, but let's show you anyway. All you're going to do, I'll do the blue because I'm not using that just yet, which is Twilight.
Okay.
So all you're going to do is put your ink pad flat on your surface and just scribble like so over the surface. I tend to go sort of across and then up and down. Now, some crafters do go in with like a credit card and scrape across to make sure that sinks in. You can see it's already sort of sunk down into the pad. So that's all you're going to need to do. Don't do it right before you're about to stamp because you'll find you'll still have ink sitting on the surface and you'll kind of flood your stamp a little bit.
Okay.
I tend to do mine and then leave them overnight.
Oh, okay.
Just so that it seeps right in. But that's it. These will last you a long time. The VersaFine Clair, I think because it's oil-based, they tend to last ages before they dry out.
Brilliant.
Stays on, you almost need to re-ink every time you use it because it's alcohol-based.
Yeah.
The minute you take the lid off, the ink's kind of evaporating.
Okay.
VersaFine Clair, I don't think I've re-inked mine yet, the pad I'm using, and I've had it ages. The one that's in my craft bag.
So this is really sort of future-proofing your stamping.
By buying the full-size pad and a re-inker, that's going to be years of use.
Really years, is it?
Yeah, because you'll only need to re-ink it, gosh, probably about once every 6 months or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that re-inker is going to last you a long time. You saw how little I needed to put on there.
It's like when you buy a trimmer and you buy the extra blades. You're future-proofing your trimmer, aren't you? It's the same with your ink pad.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've had a few questions. Is this asking about the millilitres in the bottles, in the re-inkers? Because they're 15 mil.
Yeah.
So the re-inkers, 15 mil in there. And you just saw how little Sharon put in to re-ink. So in every one of those bottles, you can just see it on the front. Thank you, Michael and Dan. 15 mil. Okay. I'm just going to say, I think it's a great question, but how do you know when it's actually ready for the re-inking? Is it just that it won't fully give you the image?
You'll feel as you're stamping, it's not as juicy. When you stamp with it, let's just stamp something to show you. You can almost see it glistening on the card, particularly if you're using a coated card. I'll just take a small image.
Okay.
Let's do a sentiment. You'll almost see the ink sort of shining on the card as you stamp.
Okay.
And it will be perfect. You can see how sort of juicy that looks. As it starts to dry out, you might get the odd bit where it skips, but it just won't be as wet looking as you initially stamp.
Okay, that's
yeah,
really good
and that's
way
the
to look
point. And you know, the thing is with re-inking, it takes 2 seconds. So if you just feel it needs it, just put a little bit of ink on and see how you go, because you can top it up as often as you want to.
Okay. Oh, brilliant. Now then, my lovelies, we have got lots and lots and lots of you with it in your baskets. Lots of you checked out already. Can I just say, if there's any questions, because I was so excited about this show earlier when Sharon was saying, I'm going to educate you on the ink. And I went, oh, thank you, because I don't understand. So it's brilliant. I've got lots of stamps in my craft wardrobe at home, and I'm just scared to start. I've got my stamping platform one ready to go. Don't have the inks. Now, Janet's messaged in, which you're all welcome to do. Janet says, hello, Janet in County Down. Thank you. Oh, listen to this. Thank you, Sharon. This is so useful to me, as I'm one of those confused people. I'm writing all this in my notebook. Good for you.
Oh, perfect.
Don't forget, Janet, you can go back on the programme guide and re-watch it as many times as you like, my lovely. Okay, it's live on our website for 7 days, and then it goes onto YouTube, so it's always there for you. But any questions, Janet, while we've got the expert herself in, we're going on to the memento for the alcohol markers in the 7 o'clock, re-educating you on that again. Please, if you have any questions, this lady will help you if she can, because she's brilliant.
I will.
She will. Look at her. Right then, so now there are going to be other ways to buy online. So if you go on to hobbymaker.co.uk, my beautiful producer, Alex, will load the other ways of buying, okay? But if you want to future-proof, you want to go for the bundle with the re-inkers. Again, if there's a particular colour that you want with the re-inker, that's available, or you can get the 4 inks on their own without the re-inker, but that's the best way to go, because again, once you're into it and you've really got into it and you really want to future-proof and you've got the 15 mil of the extra ink, like Sharon's just said, you've got years of enjoyment there with your stamping. Years.
You have, yeah, you have.
Brilliant.
And over the next few days, when you watch the shows, look at what ink pads everyone's using.
Oh, yeah.
Because nearly everyone is using
every day.
Every day.
Yeah, and it's across brands as well.
Yep, it doesn't matter what companies we all work for. These are pretty much the standard. I'm not quite sure how long Sukaneko have been going, but I've been buying their inks I've been crafting 21 years.
Yeah.
So...
started when you were 3, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. My director, Dan, said that. I think she got I like your glasses.
Oh, bless. Thank you.
Right then, so do me a favour. Any questions, do get them in, my lovelies, and do yourselves a favour and get yourselves checked out. That's what you want to be doing. Okay, so shall we have a demo?
Yes, let's make a card, because we've also got, if you want to have a little sneaky look ahead, we've got some really nice stamps on the show. The new Stampers Anonymous from Tim Holtz. And the first stamp out of these sets that I was really drawn to was this typewriter, because my nan had one just like this, the lovely vintage typewriter. And hers was black. It was
what
really...
What was your nan called?
Evelyn.
Evelyn. Oh.
Yes. And she had one of these, and hers was black with red keys. So you'll notice in every sample where I've used this, I've done that. I've made red keys, black typewriter, because that's kind of how I envisage this type of typewriter. So I'm going to demonstrate actually how well this embosses, because we've also got embossing powders on the shows. So I'm going to emboss the black VersaFine Clair with clear embossing powder, because I want my typewriter to look shiny like the one my nan had. So the first thing I'm going to do is ink up my stamp, like so. And you can see how beautifully that just goes on. And I think that's the oil in it. It just goes on really, really smoothly. So I'm going to give that a good press and look at the detail in that.
Whoa!
Look at all the little lines on the typewriter. You can really pick out.
That's unbelievable.
It's the most crisp ink.
Gosh, look at the detail.
The detail, yeah. I mean, apart from these stamps are beautiful, but I think you get the result when you use a really good ink. You really do.
Incredible.
So this will dry relatively quickly. So I haven't got loads of time, but if you want to heat emboss with it, as long as you do it straight away, your powder will stick.
Okay.
Because these are kind of medium drying, I would say.
Excuse me.
So I'm going to pop my clear powder on, give it a little flick, pop that back in the pot. These powders are also beautiful. We'll come to those in a bit, but the colours are lovely. And if you don't have a good, this clear is a really good detail clear, which is kind of what you need for this sort of image. So heat embossing. Don't go straight onto your card with your heat tool. Let it warm up first. So I put mine on full blast and I literally wait a couple of seconds.
Why'd you do that?
Because the longer this heat is on my cards, the more my card's going to warp.
Oh,
is the
okay.
heat. So if I wait till it gets to full on hot, my powder's going to melt instantly. If I went in straight away, it's going to slowly build up and then my powder will melt, by which time my card will be quite warped.
Well, when you wait for your oven to heat up to full temperature, isn't it, before you put your
So
food
now you can see as soon as I wave that over, that area is going shiny.
in. Oh, look at that.
And you just follow it around. As it goes shiny, you move on.
It's quick, isn't it?
It's really quick, but that's the key. Don't go straight in. Give your heat tool a couple of seconds just to warm up.
I've got a question.
Yes.
My friend asked me this the other day. I gave her a wine bottle that had been heat embossed with the embossing powder.
Yeah.
And she asked for the pen and then the glitter and then the powder and then she said, "Can I use my hairdryer?" Now the answer's no, but why not?
Because your hairdryer's got too much puff.
Okay.
Yeah, your hairdryer will just blow the powder off.
Okay.
And your hairdryer is nowhere near as hot as a heat tool.
You've got to have a heat tool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want the heat without the
poof.
Without the poof. I can't think of a good way to explain it, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Now I've already done one because you don't want to watch me fussy cut because that's a bit boring. So I've jumped ahead and cut one out. Now because I've put clear embossing powder on that, I can colour this in without even sort of thinking about it. If you're not embossing it, I would say just give your ink a quick blast with your heat tool.
Okay.
Or leave it a couple of minutes before you go in. Because the Versafine Clair dries relatively quickly, but not instantly.
Okay.
So I'm just going to grab a paintbrush and I'm going to use my Distress inks to colour this.
Okay.
So I'm just going to smush. We've got to pick a mix on both the Distress and the oxides.
We have. Got to pick a mix, haven't we?
So if you need to stock up. And I'm just going to go in with Vintage Photo because I am very much going for, this is a vintage typewriter after all, so we're going to go for a bit of a vintage feel. And I'm just going to add a little bit of brown. I'm kind of following the lines of the artwork because that kind of already tells me where my shading is. And then we've got to have the red keys like my Nan's.
Nanny Evelyn.
One day I'll do something different, but I don't think I've... Actually, no, I'm lying. Sizzix had a typewriter die a few years ago, and I did do one where I did all the keys in like a rainbow.
Oh.
But generally, I'm going for red.
Well, it takes you back to your childhood, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I actually also, I'm that old that I learnt to type on a big old manual typewriter because I went to secretarial.
I hate to say so, did I?
Did you?
The VRSA 1, 2 and 3 typing qualification? Yeah.
Yep, T-line shorthand I did.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Do you ever use it?
I do actually.
Do you? Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, I do. If I need to write stuff down, you know, make notes.
It's handy. It's a handy technique.
It is handy to be able to write stuff down really quickly. Yeah. Now I could go on, but I'm going to keep this simple just because, you know, time. And now we're going to do a bit of a background. So I'm going to do in the background, there's some little light bulbs in this. Now, because this is a background, I don't want black. My typewriter's going to be here. My background it's got to blend into the background, not be as bold as my typewriter. So this is another, as I say, I use brown almost as much as I use black, because pretty much if it's in the background, I'm using brown.
Okay.
If it's my main image, I'll go with black. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to have a couple of these little light bulbs in the background, kind of like so. And then my typewriter can sit in front, and I've got a nice little sort of scene there. So we'll start with the small one. Ink that up with the VersaFine. And again, you're going to see how beautifully crisp these stamp. Look at that.
That's lovely.
Really just such a great ink for these sort of detailed images. And then we'll do the big one, kind of just below, like so. I'm being brave and not using a stamp platform today, so this could backfire on me. Now, that will dry fairly quickly. I am going to colour it though. So what I recommend, just give it a quick, literally only a couple of seconds, but just a quick.
Just a little blast.
Just to set it.
Okay.
And then we're going to colour in these light bulbs. So I'm going to grab a yellow, and it'll be the last, no, here it is. I was going to say it'll be the last one I find in my pile.
Always the way, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially when you're here and you're kind of rushing everything. So you can see.
Oh, she's turned the light on.
And that ink is not the water is not affecting that ink at all. It's still as beautifully crisp. And because I'm using distress inks, which if we think back to pigment and dye, these are dye inks, which means they're quite translucent. So you're not going to cover up any of that detail.
Yeah.
If I went in with an oxide, it would kind of cover up some of that detail a bit because they are a little bit opaque. So let's go in with a blue, just to give these a bit of a glass-like look. So with the blue, I'm really watering it down and just going around the edge, just quite lightly, just to give the effect. Now, while that sort of dries, we have also got on the show some
there's stencils, haven't we?
stencils.
Yeah.
So we could have a little bit of a stencil background.
Lovely.
Now, if you think back to the translucent opaque thing, if you want a nice bright background, go with pigment ink. So go with your oxides. Also, because pigment ink, if you think of the difference, pigment ink sits on the top.
Does a piggyback on the cup? Yeah, got it.
So the colours are going to be more vibrant and it's going to move easier on your cardstock if you're doing ink blending. So you can do backgrounds with the normal distress, but the oxide you will find blends easier. So we'll just do a little bit through here, just to have something going on in the background. And I'm going to do some brown as well, because I'm keeping with a little bit of a vintage feel. So I'm going to get a bit of walnut stain.
And I'm right in thinking with these stencil sets, we've got 3 options, but you get 3 stencils in each set, don't you?
You do.
So it's a really good
value for money. You get lots. I'll show you them in a sec, because you've got a really nice mix. The other thing to mention, actually, while we're talking about the stencils and the stamps, Tim Holtz always does a YouTube live when he brings out new products.
Oh, does it?
And it was only, I think it was last Saturday or the Saturday before. So if you go and check that out, there's loads of inspiration with these, because his design team made loads of amazing things. So check that out. He also explains the thinking behind all the designs and all of that. So let me show you the stencils actually while I've got one of them, because you've got 3 sets, haven't we?
Yeah, 58, 59 and 60.
So the first one, you've got dots, a beautiful rainbow, and then one that kind of looks like block paving almost.
That's the set 59, yeah.
Yeah. The rainbow one is a beauty. I think I'm going to use that a lot. All of Tim Holtz's stencils also come in this sort of tag shape, which is great, because if you want to store them on a ring...
Yeah, brilliant.
And then just flick through them and grab what you want. They work really well like that. So that's the first set.
We're just going to give you a cheeky saving on that one. They're going to work out to be £6 a stencil because they're, I think we go to £17.99, don't we? Yeah, well, thank you. So that is your set 59, £17.99. And Sharon's going to talk you through the next 2 sets as well, my lovelies.
Yes, and this is the one I've just used. You've kind of almost got a similar pattern. It's almost got a bit of an Art Deco feel to it. I've used the smallest of the designs there. Then you've got something quite similar but larger. And then this one's slightly different, very sort of retro feeling. I think these 3 are great for just sort of general backgrounds where you just want a bit of something going on.
Yeah.
And then this one is quite funky,
Yeah.
set 58, because you've got almost like when you cut out of cards, your letters.
Yeah.
That sort of cut-out feel. I know lots of us like doing a bit of an alphabet going on in the background. And then this one's kind of all sorts of funky geometric type shapes. So that's cool.
Yeah, I like that one.
And then this one's got more sort of curvy sort of shapes. So really, those ones are quite funky, I would
think
say.
that's good for any age.
Definitely.
And any gender. It's really out there, isn't it? It's
Yes.
cool, that is.
Yes.
You know, those pesky teenage cards.
They're the worst,
Those
aren't they?
ones.
Pesky teenagers. So let's start to put all this together.
Okay.
Now, I want my background to be a little bit softer. And this is where the fact that I've used VersaFine is really going to pay off, because I don't want this to be quite so defined. So I'm going to give it a little spritz with water.
Okay.
Let me just grab my water bottle. Here it is. Now, if I'd stamped those with any other type of ink, I would just be ruining my piece now. But I can go in and put a little bit of water over it all, leave
Clever,
it for a
isn't it?
second, and then I'm going to come over and just dab that off. And it's going to give a little bit of a bleached effect, but it's not going to affect my light bulbs at all. And it just softens it a little bit. Then the next thing I'm going to do is my typewriter's going to go here. And on that stamp set, you've got what looks like just a square. It's actually meant to be a page
Oh, that's
so
good.
that you could stamp your sentiment.
Yeah.
So let's go with just a note, because it is just a note. And
Could be you're just my type.
you're just my type. Yes, love it, love it. And again, back to my VersaFine Claire, because this is going to give me a really crisp, lovely sentiment. So I'm going to pop that there,
Oh, lovely.
like so. And then just quickly cut that out. Grab my scissors. Here we go. Now, with this one, if you want to, you can take your craft knife, run it along the typewriter there, and you can actually tuck
Oh,
this in
that's a nice idea.
as if it's coming out of the typewriter. I have done that on one of my samples.
Oh, I love it.
So it works perfectly if you want to do that. I won't do it now just for the sake of time, but it's quite cool.
Shall I show
Oh,
that?
yeah,
Can I
that's
just
it.
show? This is exactly what Sharon's talking about, where she's done the
Just cut
sample
slips.
look.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
and I love that.
Just quickly, we have popped the stamp set if you want to replicate this design that Sharon's doing. It's the Curiosity Shop stamp set, which is this one here, which is absolutely fab. There's going to be some great ones on there with the top hat and things for Father's Day on Sunday the 16th as well. So that is the one that you get there with all those fabulous numbers. There's the text that Sharon's working with at the moment. Great for Movember, great for Father's Day, weddings, the top hat, day at the races, all that kind of thing. And yeah, brilliant. And a nice Valentine's, St. Patrick's Day, St. Valentine's, I want you, all going on. So BUPQ89, brand new today from Tim Holtz, brand new to us. Your Curiosity Shop stamp set is the graphic on the screen.
Perfect. So all I've done is go around the edge with my little blending tool, just with some brown. I've gone with walnut stain, just to make that look a little bit more vintage. It was a bit too white for the whole sort of vintage thing we've got going on with the typewriter. So let's pop the background onto the card front. I should have mentioned I'm using watercolour card because obviously I've been using water. I've watercoloured. We've got watercolour card on the show, and then we've also got a smooth white.
Yes.
Now, the reason we've got those two is your watercolour card, where you're using water, is going to work perfectly with your VersaFine Claire. In the next show, where we look at alcohol pens, the smooth white is
Right.
great for that.
Okay.
Now, the smooth white is also pretty much a good all-rounder. I stamped the typewriter onto that because I then heat embossed it, and I've only added a bit of water. So I think you need both, really, is what I'm saying.
Do you know what's unusual, though, is that we've got 12 by 12 inch watercolour cards.
Yes, which is fabulous because you quite often do want larger.
Yeah.
It's also more economical because you can cut it down.
I think that's the first time I've seen it, Sharon, in a 12 by 12 inch in watercolour.
You don't see it
I've only ever
often.
seen it in A4. You do get 10 sheets, by the way, and for £6.99. So we've popped that on the screen for you, code SYPQ84.
So let's pop. I'm going to pop the typewriter onto some foam pads because we want that sitting up. And of course, because I've got that little piece of paper, I've almost got my sentiment done as part of the design rather than being sort of somewhere else on the card front, which is quite nice.
Lovely.
So I can pop the typewriter kind of here. There we go. And then I'm just going to tuck this behind with a bit of glue. As I say, you can just cut a little slip and have it as if it's coming out of the typewriter. I'm just going to put it at a jaunty angle, kind of coming out from behind.
Look at that.
And there we go.
Oh, that is lovely, Sharon. Really, really lovely, that is. Beautiful. The detail in that typewriter is absolutely phenomenal.
It's stunning, isn't it?
It really is.
And I have to say, that's partly down to the fact that we're using red rubber.
You get more detail,
You
can't
do
you?
get better detail. I mean, as a crafter, I wouldn't want all my stamps in red rubber because they take up more room.
Yeah.
But for the sort of special stamp sets like these, it is nice to have the red rubber.
Absolutely. Now then, we've got 3 more stamp sets. Shall we get those on as well?
Yes.
You've got boards for those, haven't you, lovely?
Not the stamp sets,
Oh,
no.
sorry, I'm talking about...
It's the inks I've got.
Because you've done it in that one though, didn't you? And you got that on the...
I've only used one stamp. from that.
Okay,
That's
fair
just
enough.
to show the powders.
So which one do we want to go for next, my lovely? The crochet trims? Oh, okay, the crochet... Try that again. Crochet trims.
Crochet
Not easy
trims.
to say that.
It's not. It's a
not.
lovely set. And you'll notice when you look at that, you've got the same design repeated because you've got it in large scale and small scale.
Oh, there, look.
Because if you're doing a big project, like maybe a journal page, you're going to want the bigger one. But if you're just doing a tag or something, it would be
Hadn't
too
noticed
big.
that till you said.
So he's given us the same images
Yep.
twice in different scales, which is, you can tell he's a designer because he has thought that the design of these, you're going to be using them as backgrounds, as little focal points. So you really do need the 2 different sizes.
They're beautiful. They caught my eye straight away.
They're lovely, aren't they?
They really are. So that is your crochet trims stamp set. I'll get my teeth in at some point. $24.95. We've still got some lovely abstract florals to come as well. So should we get all of these on the screen for you, my lovely, so you know which one you're getting? So now this has got just because, thinking of you, hello, miss you, thanks, love you, some lovely sentiments. And then these beautiful floral designs. And this is called your abstract floral. Again, brand new from Tim Holtz for you. Just stunning. Absolutely stunning. I love the way he makes the font match the detail of the stamp as well. It's
really
so well thought
It really
through,
matches
isn't it?
the style, doesn't
Yeah.
it? It's just perfect. And I think these are quite bit quirky, I would
They
say.
are quirky, aren't they?
Really lovely to colour in because
Gorgeous.
you've got that sort of I don't
Big
know.
designs as well, aren't they? That's
They
the thing.
are.
You've got that single stem flower. That's the stamp, isn't it? It's
Really
just-
striking.
Yeah.
But again, you've got some smaller images as well. So if you're perhaps doing a tag, you can use the smaller, but you've got those, 3 of them are really big, bold flowers.
And then the other one, which is your Forgotten Garden. Now, I think you're going to use this a lot, this one here.
This is lovely. It's got a real vintage botanical.
Yep.
These are like dried flowers with like a little bit of masking tape where you've like dried flowers and you've just stuck them in an old book or something.
You used to do that back in the day,
Yes,
Sharon.
yes.
Yeah.
I did.
Make your own potpourri.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
RUPQ18, it's so pretty. I'm thinking wild flowers and meadows, and it's just gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. Code is IUPQ18 for your Forgotten Garden stamp from Tim Holtz. So that's all the stamps. You've had all the stencil sets. We've got to do the, oh gosh, we've got the embossing powders from Tim Holtz as well, haven't we?
We have, and I've got a board for those.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Because you get 5, don't you?
Yes. Here we go. So you've got crystal clear, which is the one I used to make that typewriter glossy.
That's this one, isn't it?
Yeah, so clears are very good all round because it you know, literally if you've got loads of different colour inks, you can kind of seal them with the crystal clear and make it shiny.
Yep, okay.
The other thing about embossing powder, particularly with a clear, is if, say, you stamp something and you're not great at colouring in, if you emboss it with clear, it gives you a raised line.
Oh, so it helps.
So it keeps your, you know, if you're using watercolours, it will keep your paint within the image.
Oh.
So it's a good technique to use if you're not great at colouring.
Oh, that's a really good tip.
So it's always handy to have a clear. Then we've got Midnight Black, and you can see this is a lovely, shiny, beautiful black. Now for my typewriter, I could have used clear VersaFine ink and used the black powder and got the same effect. So it's kind of depends which you prefer.
Yeah,
there are two ways to get black ink and clear powder, or clear powder,
With black
clear
ink.
ink and black ink.
Yeah.
Black powder. Confusing myself. Then we've got Mirror Gold. Now I love this. I've got so many gold embossing powders, but when I was making this board, I thought this is the perfect gold. Because quite often gold can be a bit too yellow, I think, and not be just right. This looks to me just like proper sort of 9-carat gold. It's got that proper colour.
Authentic, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So I love that. Then we've got Kettle Copper, which is a lovely copper shade. You could almost kind of get away with that if you wanted rose gold.
Yeah.
And then we've got Silver Dollar, and you can see the shimmer on that.
Love that.
I would say I love these metallics because they are really shiny. I've got a lot of embossing powders and they're not always that shiny. These are really good quality.
They're beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. But great that you get all 5.
Yes.
Cheeky deal as well. Again, it's midweek. We need a special deal on a Wednesday, don't we? NGPQ64 is your code. You're going to get all 5 colours of the embossing folders. Amazingly, for less than £2 a pot, only $8.99, and you get all 5 of the Sweet Dixie embossing powders in all 5 colour range. Really good deal that is, including the clear as well, at £8.99. I would make the most of that. You've already placed your order today and you've opened your basket and you've paid that day's worth of post and packaging. 20% is in baskets of that already. So if you've already got you might as well make the most of your post and packaging because you only pay it once. So just pop those in. All 5 for less than £2 a pot. Good. Do you find, because they're deceiving the size of those pots, embossing powders, you pour most of it back in, don't you?
You do. I'm not joking. I've got embossing powders I've had since I started crafting 20 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, because they're not something you use every single day generally. And you are putting most of it back in the pot. If you think about how much of that powder is sticking to a very fine stamped line.
Minuscule, isn't it?
You are using, minuscule amounts.
So just remember all 5 colours for £8.99. Now, I'm sorry to raise on, but we want to squeeze in another demo, and we've got to get the 2 Tim Holtz, the Distress Oxide and the Distressing Pick and Mix in as well, because there's a special deal on these. So do we want to do this? Go on. The Distress Ink. Now, just quickly, brain in gear. So what's the difference between the Distress Ink and the Distress Oxide?
The Distress ink is dye ink. Both are water-based.
Yeah.
So both of them are going to be great for doing your backgrounds, your techniques where you want them to react with the water.
Right.
So these generally, I probably never stamp with these. They're more for techniques. I use the Distress inks for watercolouring a lot.
Okay.
So the Distress ink is a dye ink.
Yeah.
The oxide is pigment with a bit of dye.
Got you.
So your Distress ink is the one that's going to be translucent. I would say for me, I use these mostly for watercolouring with, where you saw me swish it on
That's
my mat.
what you were using.
And then, I use them to paint with more than anything. But they're great for backgrounds. You can blend your background with them and then spritz them with water to get that bleached effect. Lots of different techniques you can do with these, and they layer nicely on top of each other.
Brilliant. Thank you, my lovely. Now then, there's a special deal involved. Now, they're usually $7.99 each. If you put 3 in your baskets, now all you do is you put the code in, GNPQ10, and then a drop-down menu comes, and you pick whichever 3 you fancy. You can have 3 the same, 2 or 1, 3 different. Now, just to mention, this one here, the scattered straw, there's only 13 left. Yeah, so some of these colours, you're going to have to be pretty quick on, my lovelies. We've got more colours on certain ones. The seedless, now I've just seen that one, I'm sure I have.
It's a pink one.
Is it that?
Kind of pinky purple.
Is that one? That one there, there's only 11 left. Okay, now we've got, again, in the rustic wilderness, you've got to be pretty quick on that one as well.
That's a green.
Okay, so I'm just trying to find it. There it is. So those 3 are your most limited, those 3 colours there. Okay, but we've got lots of some of them, so just help yourselves, decide which ones you want, pop 3 in, and we do all the discount for you. It'll add up to £19.92. Okay, pick any 3 that you fancy. Right, 3 in your baskets. Okay, and then we've got a pick and mix on the oxide as well. It's all going on. We're going to have to be quick. Got to get another demo in yet. Same deal, same discount, but it's the oxide. Okay, pick and mix. Set of 3, actually we're giving you a penny less, but you know. £19.91 for all 3. Choose whichever 3 you fancy. All right, my lovelies? Right then. Are you good for another demo?
I am. We'll see how far we get in the time.
Well, we've got 5 glorious minutes.
Perfect. So I'm going to get straight in with the background. I've got a square card front and I've got watercolour card. I've used some of that lovely 12 by 12 card and cut it down. And in that set with the typewriter, you've got this really fabulous strip of numbers, which I love the fact they're all on a strip.
And they're big, aren't they?
They're going to give me a nice kind of something going on here. And I'm stamping these with the blue, the twilight, because again, I don't want black generally in my background because it brings it forward too much. Mm-hmm. That blue is going to look really nice. I probably won't get all of this done, but I'm planning to sort of go over with yellow ink sort of over the top.
Okay.
And then for my main focal point, I'm going to use one of those big bold flowers. Now this is going to be my focal point. Mm-hmm. So for this one, I'm going to go in with the black ink because I do want this to be nice and, you know, nice and bold. This is what we're all going to be looking at. So I'm going in with the black, which is the Nocturne. And this is going to give me a lovely crisp detail. Now, in the sample that's on the counter, mm-hmm. I did actually stamp the flower again separately mm-hmm. and layer it up. I'll just do it all in one because we haven't really got time to watch me cut that out. So now, again, as before, quick blast with my heat tool. Mm-hmm. We'll dry that enough just for me to do my colouring. You literally just need a couple of seconds because it is relatively fast drying, but I don't want to smear that around. Now for this one, we're going to go with a nice bold, bright colour. Let's go with, should we go with a red?
Yeah.
Let's go with Lumberjack Plaid. Now I've stamped all over my mat, so let's just wipe that away.
They wipe off easily, don't they?
They do.
Mm. Oh gosh, look at that, that's beautiful.
This is Lumberjack Plaid, it's a lovely bright red. As I say, I use these mostly for watercolouring because they're perfect because you can go in with a little bit of water just where you want the darker pieces. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to start off with all the areas that I want to be sort of darkest. Mm-hmm. So really along the bottom of each of these kind of layers. Mm-hmm. Then I'm just going to add a bit more water and then I can move that colour and I can add a little bit more till I get the shade I want, but it gives me that shade. And because these are water reactive, you can come back at any point and wet this and move the colour around. Even if it was dry, you can still kind of come back in. So they're really, really fun to watercolour with.
Lovely.
So that's given me a nice bold flower. Mm-hmm. And then for the background, I'm just going to do a little bit of stenciling. Mm-hmm. So we'll just do a bit of dots.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go with the yellow just because it's going to really pop. So I'm going to grab, and I'm going to go with the oxide for this, for the background, because that's going to be a bit sort of brighter. Because it's a pigment ink, again, it's going to be sitting on top of the card, so it's going to give me a brighter look. So I can just go kind of around the flower, moving it around. You'll notice I'm not taping this down because I'm kind of not really worried about where it goes. I can go over the numbers a little bit. Now, if I had time, which we don't, I would go in with a few different colours, give this a bit more interest, probably even with different stencils. And then I find it sort of helps to blend it in if you just go around the edge a little with that same colour. And I've got blue.
Oh, don't worry. Well, we can show this lovely card, can't we? So
yes.
This is one that Sharon made earlier.
This is one that we did earlier. Yeah, and you can see where I was going. With that one, I went in with yellow and blue.
Yeah. To
give a bit of contrast. And then, of course, I find that yellow and blue really makes that red pop.
Yeah. Looks fabulous. Sharon, I'm sorry that was a bit rushed at the end.
That's all right.
So much. And we're back at 7
yes,
with Memento.
Memento.
But in a Memento, see what I did that? We've got the lovely Rudy with the brand new Siser Juliet.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobby Maker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobby Maker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobby Maker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia craft websites. So that's Hobby Maker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Hello, my lovelies. Did you see that VT then waiting for my Romeo? We've got Rudy. Hello.
Starts with an R, right?
How are you?
Close enough. How are you?
Close enough. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Jealous. Now then, my lovelies, we are going to be showing this incredible digital cutting machine called Juliet, which is a beautiful name. She is beautiful. She's got a big mouth, hasn't she? I'll tell you. But also, before we get into that, we've got some fantastic new heat vinyl, haven't we?
Heat transfer vinyl. Yes, we do. Actually, one of them we showed earlier, but I think it was time to re-show it.
It's the glow in the dark one, isn't it?
It's the glow in the dark, of course, and it's your favorite design.
Oh yeah.
The grill father.
The grill father, because in the UK we've got Father's Day coming up, haven't we, on Sunday the 16th of June? So you've made this brilliant apron earlier, didn't you, with Dave?
So here it is.
The grill father.
So so basically this earlier in the 2-hour session that we had, we were showcasing the Juliet and its cutting potential. So we cut a lot of different designs as well as the heat press. So we were applying, cutting, applying different projects. But this is one that I think we need to show again because it really came out really awesome, especially for Father's Day gifts. I think it's great. I mean,
it's brilliant.
Especially it goes well with today because it's beautiful outside.
Oh, absolutely. And it's great because upstairs when we turned it off and we charged it, obviously with the light, and it went that, do you remember when you used to stick on those stars on your ceiling when you were a kid? Do you remember?
Yep.
And it honestly is brilliant, the glow in the dark. And there's lots of new colours we've got today.
There's a lot of new colours,
Loads of new colours.
We should point out that on camera might not show as well the glow in the dark.
But it works. I saw it earlier upstairs in the office.
You, it works.
It does.
We had a fail earlier with trying the
it works. I can promise you that.
The room, but
definitely
it does work. You want to try it?
Should we try it? Now, with our studio lights, they're either kind of on or off, so the director's going to struggle a little bit, but he's going to have a go. But it works.
It does work. So the goal is it will charge with the light, whether it's sunlight or LED light or just regular room lights. Too dark. There you go. So you can see the colors are coming through. The reason is it needs to be charged more. Yeah. You can see that glow in the dark effect right there.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And it's pretty dark in here. So again, not only for, it's just a nice gift, but also maybe Halloween that's,
definitely.
I don't want to say too that nearby, but hey, now you got some ideas to at least start thinking of some nice designs or costumes.
And we've got gorgeous glitters as well, haven't we?
We do.
Oh,
we do.
Glitters. Oh, they're gorgeous. Now, we are doing a cheeky deal on the glow in the dark heat transfer vinyl, and that is going to go to $11.99. So you can do the discount savings towards your post and packaging if you like as well. So that's your new glow in the dark. And then we've got all sorts of different glitters there as well. Rainbow white, neon pink, glitter gold, glitter silver, gorgeous colours.
Yep, so you want to take a look at these. This is a really nice one. That neon pink. Oof. These are difficult to showcase because of the colours don't show off, don't come off as well on the screen.
But look at that. Now this is a phenomenal price tag at $7.99.
It's incredible actually. Some of the cheapest that I've seen for these mini rolls.
Gosh, brilliant, absolutely. Right then, my lovelies. Now if you're sitting at home and you're new to crafting and you're thinking, heat transfer vinyl, what is it? What does it do? What do you need? What do you, is that the...
This is one we did earlier as well, but this is not the neon, but it's a glitter so they can see that effect.
Look at that.
So this is without the plastic carrier on there, so you can see how beautiful those colors really pop.
God, they're cracking, aren't they? Oh, look at that. Oh, sorry, really brought me then. Here comes the sun. Oh, yeah.
And it came today, so
it did.
Perfect timing.
You brought the sun today, didn't you?
I did. It was the bag,
So all these amazing colours. Now, my lovely producer is going to pop all those colours on the web because we didn't have them earlier, did we?
No, we did not. We kind of teased them a little bit, but didn't actually show them yet. So they're all going to be on the web here momentarily.
Absolutely. So, Alex, are they there yet, my darling? He said, he said, give me a minute.
We work too fast.
I know. So the glitter rainbow white, that's going on online now on our Hobby Maker website. Oh, you can go on the app.
Can I show you something really unique about the white?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have this beautiful design here. Ooh, can I take this off?
Yeah.
Bring it over?
He can bring it over.
This is a combination. So the white is actually very versatile. I know we spoke a little bit earlier during our 2-hour segment about sublimation. So this is actually the white glitter where we sublimated a design right directly onto it. So now you can see that we can apply the white glitter as a base, apply it onto dark garments, cotton, anything that you want now. But look at those colors.
Can I hold that up?
Absolutely.
Do you mind, just to show Michael? Look at that.
So if you are familiar with the sublimation process, it's basically the transferring from a printed image on a special piece of paper that then you can transfer onto polyester. But in this case, we transfer it onto the glitter, the white glitter,
I didn't
which
know
gives
you
it
could
that.
do that.
Absolutely.
Oh
absolutely.
my
So you can use it
days.
just as a white glitter, or you can take it that next level, which is really, really just beautiful.
But look, have you seen all these designs behind? I mean, gosh, that takes you right back to Greece, doesn't it?
It does.
With the pink ladies, doesn't it?
It's a great movie.
That's all funky and sort of woodstocky and flower
Woodstock, yeah, I
power
like that.
and all
Actually,
that.
we made one earlier with the holographic. This is
Oh, I
one
saw that on
did you
air
see
when
that
I
one?
came in. It was beautiful. It really caught my attention. Look at that.
So this is basically imitating the rhinestone effect, which is quite popular right now. Yep. So it's basically making that design, a rhinestone design, with the holographic. And you can
Wow.
see, based on how the light hits it, you get a different effect. I mean, it's really, really cool. And this is just going to give you a wow factor. Anybody that passes by is going to look at that and say, wow, this is incredible. And it was all done with...
But with the Juliet.
Lady
And the
Juliet.
thing is, now, I don't want to steal Rudy's thunder, but he did something earlier, and I said to him, this is about instant integration into your life, your personality, your family, your friends, and anything you want, bags, aprons, T-shirts, fabrics. I mean, it's just, there's so many materials that this can work on, isn't there?
Absolutely, and I think that's the best way to really explain personalization, right? It's just to integrate. I'm going to use it again because I think it was a great way to put it. It's integrating these types of materials and bringing two different worlds together.
Absolutely. Instantly.
Instantly.
I'll
Meaning-
invoice you for that later. No, but that's the thing, isn't it? You know, and we never had this years and years and years ago. You had to buy what the shops had in the shop, and
Absolutely.
it doesn't necessarily suit your personality, does
Absolutely.
it?
And the thing, those shops will still keep doing great, but this is just another avenue that you can take to be able to bring, if you're doing this as a business, to bring more value to your customers.
Yeah. And you think about, all those people that go off on maternity leave, or, and if you want to do a job out of a box, actually have a little business while you're at home and you're off, because some people are off for 9, 12 months, aren't they?
Absolutely.
You could have your own business going and selling to all your friends and family and then take it online with this Juliet.
Yep.
Couldn't
so
you?
like a side hustle, right? We can
Side
it's
hustle. Oh, I like that.
See,
A
now I'm
side hustle.
I'll build
Yeah,
be a billion
let's
now.
just balance it out.
It balances it out. We're back at
Side
zero.
hustle, that's a nice way to put it.
It is. I mean, and this is one thing that we do see is, maybe hobbyists will get the machine, will start working with the materials, little by little starts getting attention from friends, family.
Yeah.
And if you're doing this as a business, I will give you one advice.
Oh, go on.
No discounts to family and friends.
It's hard.
You have to. I'm sorry, but if you're doing a business, you have to be focused, right?
It's a fair point.
No, because what
It's a fair
happens is
point.
they tend to always ask for free. But your time's not free, the material's not free, the fabric's
Do you know,
not
that's
free.
a very valid point.
It comes with
very
many
valid point.
years in the industry. You start realizing that you want to be the best person, the best family member, but sometimes
That's a good. I like it.
They can destroy your
I like
business.
it. I like it. Can I ask a favour now? If you
Yes.
want to go back, earlier on we did a bundle with the Juliet, the digital cutting machine, with the craft heat press as well. Again, there was a massive 2 hours on that from 2 till 4 with Dave and Rudy earlier, which when we finished our show and we go off air at 8, if you want to go back and revisit that, that's really the business side of the bundle. Go and have a little look at that. We just want to focus on the Juliet itself today because she's a beauty, isn't she?
She's a beauty, and she has one particular feature that is what I want to show in this hour.
Okay.
Actually, before we get too far ahead, I'm still going to try it. Do you mind? Can we take a selfie real quick? So this is going to come in play for the demonstration today, okay? So let's take a selfie.
Hello.
Okay, let's see how it comes.
Don't take a good photo. So he's doing some very dodgy here.
No, let's see if it works out, okay?
But this is, just think, you take a photograph and then you can do what Rudy's about to do.
Yeah.
Come on.
You can take it on.
Come
Let's see.
on.
Hopefully the internet is working properly, so it allows me to. If not, we already have a preset image in
Just
there,
in case. 'Cause,
case.
the joys of technology.
So what I'm doing is I'm sending the image that we just took
Yeah.
to my email account.
Okay.
Oh, maybe don't want to put that on there.
Oh.
It's my work email, so
Awkward.
it's not bad.
I saw that on my eyes. My eyes.
So what I'll do here is I'll just email myself the picture.
Okay.
Okay. And the idea is to be able to utilize that image that we just took and bring it together with the software, the machine, to bring something really personal and really kind of integrated into our personal life.
It's like if you're doing a wedding, and if you're at somebody's wedding day or a graduation, or these are capturing those moments and making them wearable or making them to take them with you. They don't just sit on your phone on an image, because once they're there, they're lost. Whereas once they're transformed onto something that you can take with you, it might be a bag that every time you look at it, you think of somebody. Every time you put a jacket on, a t-shirt on, an apron on, it's a bit of fun. It can be poignant. It can be, it can be anything. Think it was the loss of a loved one, and you want to keep them with you all the time. I think this is just this machine. Oh my goodness me! And can I just mention, we're doing a deal. Of course we are. We're also going to give you a 5-month interest-free split pay option as well. Okay, so while Rudy's doing what he's doing,
it's working. So
it's working. I'm glad to hear it. Could you just take the price down, Alex, so that everybody knows what the buy price is? You can do it with the Siser Craft Heat Press big bundle that was on earlier on. Again, you can go back. That was $7.99. We'll go through that again. But if you just want the brand new, wonderful Siser Juliet digital cutting machine, we've got it at a 0% interest deal today, reduced to $479.99, which means you can get this sent home today with all the software, with everything that Rudy's going to talk you through. It's all in there, ready to go, at £95.99. If you've got any questions while we've got Rudy, please message in. Now, just quickly, we've had a question already, I think. Is it Julie? Oh, it's a message.
It's a message.
Oh, Julie in Somerset. I've ordered the bundle from the earlier show. Good for you, lady. For my son, 10, who loves making cups with vinyl images on. And I think he'll be super excited to be able to do tops, etc. You're getting your 10-year-old to into that's brilliant.
You know what's amazing? And I love this because it's an added value to what he's already doing, right? So I think that's really beautiful because they're already somewhat in the industry. And by the way, congratulations to you, Julie, because that means that you're an awesome parent.
Absolutely.
That they are already thinking business-wise.
Yeah.
So that's amazing.
She could be starting her very own Alan Sugar of the craft world, couldn't she?
She could. And she would be Juliet. It was meant to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was just meant to be.
Yeah.
It was meant to be. So the image that we took went through. So I think
Okay.
it's going to be really cool.
Brilliant. Okay.
When it works live, it's a beautiful thing, right? So we'll save that one here for a little bit later on when we get to the actual presentation of.
So the machine, can you talk us through this beauty? Because she's beautiful as well, isn't she?
She's really beautiful. It's heavy, but not that heavy. So you can still carry it. You can take it to the different events. So it's a very nice machine that is 30 centimeters in width, so 12 inches. Can cut up to 5 yards in length. So you'll notice
5
that
yards?
5 yards, absolutely. Wow. And the difference between this one and some of the other machines in the craft market, and this is why I consider this one more intermediate, because you have the pinch rollers here, which allow the material to run smoothly without moving, without sliding. And you can see, let me open it up here. These are very, very firm pinch rollers. So that gives you that professionalism to any type of cutting that you're doing. Okay.
Fabulous.
Also, if you go back to the previous live that we did, the 2-hour session, you'll notice that every project I did was without a mat. So again, those pinch rollers come in very handy in that scenario. So what comes with the machine? So you'll open the box, beautiful. You'll see it's a beautiful set, beautiful display. You'll find this magic black box inside. Okay, because it's very beautiful. Presentation-wise, it's amazing. The UV print, I like that part, so I always like to present it. But you see, welcome to the future of making.
I like that.
Yeah, it's
That's
nice,
exciting,
right?
isn't it?
Because it's a nice slogan that's going to get you ready to go, and it's going to get you excited and motivated to start cutting, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Not only to make the purchase, but also to get out of the box and start playing with it. That's the most important thing.
Okay.
So you have the power cable, the USB cable as well. We'll talk a little bit about that momentarily.
Okay.
And then you will also get.
It's like with the way they slide out the packaging. It's like the posh box.
Exactly.
Posh box for a watch or an expensive jewellery.
I like that. That's not bad, actually.
That's what it's like.
Smooth.
Beautiful.
Or like when you open an iPhone.
Yeah, exactly.
That one everybody can relate to, right? So you have the beautiful packaging.
Yep.
And then you also have the accessories. In here you will get a couple things. I already have it in the machine, but you will get the blade holder, which is the steel piece here that you see, the red one. Okay, so that is steel.
Okay.
And then you will get 3 different blades. Or 3 blades, 2 different types. The first 2 will be a 45-degree blade, meaning that this blade will be used for thin products.
Okay.
So like our Easy Weed, our glow in the dark,
Yeah.
you will use the 45. You have 2 of those in the packaging. And then you have a 60-degree blade for those thicker materials. So your glitter vinyl, which is much thicker.
Yep.
Cardstock, that's over, a certain amount of thickness.
GSM, yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Faux leather. These types of materials that are thicker and need a more of an angle to cut through completely, you will use a 60-degree blade.
Okay.
So those are the 2 blades, but you get 3 of them in total.
Oh, nice, cool. Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
The next thing is, actually, this is one that I realized that it was more important than what I expected originally, but I really do love it because this is something that I actually really like, is the physical manual.
Yeah, I like
So
it.
you have the physical manual. Okay, so of course you do have the option to do the PDF.
Yep.
But if you're traditional and old school and you want to
Physically touch it.
touch it, see it,
Yeah.
and you'll see it comes in various languages as well. So it comes in English, Spanish, German, Italian, French, and I think that's it for now. Okay. So it's in various amounts. It's not bad. And then you have also inside of here how to get started.
Oh,
so you
brilliant.
have a new love story begins here, and you have your setup, your cutter here with the QR code.
Brilliant.
So very simple,
Okay.
very nice, simple box. Again, it's the whole idea is to be simplicity is sometimes better, right? Keep it simple.
Can I ask then, so if I've never had a digital cutting machine before, is this still okay for me?
This is the machine for you.
Oh, okay.
This is absolutely the machine for you, and there's many reasons why. First, the machine is very user friendly.
Great.
It's really beginner proof in a sense, where it's gonna make you excited to be able to use it because it's very difficult to mess up. Let's
Oh,
put it
great.
that
I
way.
like to hear that.
It's the easiest way, nicest way I can put it, right? It's there. You load your material. We have the functions that are gonna make your life easier. Even if you've never worked with Siser heat transfer vinyl, we have special functions that will make that process easier as well.
Brilliant.
Okay,
Brilliant.
so let's jump into
Yes,
it. What do you
yes,
think?
please.
Okay. Also, it will come with the mat as well.
Okay, let me move that out of the way for a minute.
So let's turn the machine on, and this is one of my favorite parts of it because it kind of gives you that presentation, that elegant presentation that brings you a step closer to creating your projects. So you turn the machine on, and you have the Juliet Siser here.
Okay.
So it's a beautiful LED screen, touch screen.
Lovely. Oh,
And it's very simple, very, very simple. You'll see you have a couple arrows here. These are gonna allow you to move the blade and also the material to get it prepared for cutting.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be using this here momentarily.
lights up nicely, doesn't it?
It does light up. And that light,
Beautiful.
you can actually, for example, if you're working late at night, which this machine is great for, not only does it have the LED light in there, but also very, very quiet,
Oh,
which is a
great.
great tool.
Okay,
It's a
good.
great feature to have.
Yep.
So that light, you can actually also change the light. You can see here, we can reduce.
Oh, again, so like on your phone, you can just
Yeah,
take
yeah,
the screen.
exactly.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Oh, that's thoughtful, yeah.
So again, just little things like that, simple things that bring it, that
Thoughtful,
really, exactly.
thoughtful,
Little
yeah.
tools that are, in the end, you'll see they come in handy.
Yeah.
Okay, then we have the different languages. You can change the unit. The next thing I want to show you guys is this right here where it says Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Okay, Wi-Fi is hugely important. Up till now, most cutters are using some type of Bluetooth technology, which Bluetooth can be quite weak depending on the distance away from the computer and the machine.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yes, you can use a USB cable, but with the Wi-Fi feature, if my plotter is connected to the Wi-Fi network and my computer is also connected to the Wi-Fi network, I can cut from any room in the house without losing any type of that strength because again, it's connected via Wi-Fi, not Bluetooth.
Brilliant. That's a game changer.
It's a
isn't it?
game changer,
Yeah,
and it's a
absolutely.
huge benefit to those that maybe, or they're doing events, or they're,
Yeah.
maybe they do have the cutter in a different room. Maybe they're making dinner and cutting at the same time. Who
Yeah.
knows? Sky's
We
the
are
limit,
not
right?
here to judge.
No, if you can multitask like that,
Exactly,
that's
the
impressive.
result.
If you can be creating T-shirts and food at the same time, now we're reaching a different different level.
I bet there'll be a lot of our crafters that are doing that anyway.
You know what? I have an amazing mother, and she can do like 20 things at once. So I
Can
don't doubt it.
she?
I don't doubt it. One of those special people that can just.
Oh, they're brilliant, aren't they?
Yeah, the ones that have like 36 hours in a day. You
Yeah,
know, those
oh,
types?
yeah,
I don't know how she does
exactly
it.
what you mean. It's not me. I'm not that person.
No, me neither. I need 36 hours of sleep. No, she's amazing. And so is my girlfriend.
Hello,
She's another
Mom.
one of those. My girlfriend also, Carmen. Love you.
Carmen.
Hey, I gotta give her the shout out. Okay, moving forward. So one of the features that I think is also very, very valuable in this, and this is what we'll be showing today and working with today, is the camera.
Yeah.
So the camera, no, it doesn't take a picture of the material or the image, but what it does, it allows us to create registration marks for the print and then cut and give you a perfect contour cut every single time, a professional cut every single time, to do things like we see back here. So this is a printed vinyl, which is what we're going to be presenting today, along with the Juliet. You can see those colors really beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, but the idea is to cut a perfect shape around my image. Okay, and this is done with the help of the registration marks that we can create in the software, all free, and also the camera feature inside of the motor of the machine.
Clever.
It's a very unique tool. Again, it's very innovative because it's something different and it gives you a perfect read every single time of the registration marks.
It's amazing.
So if you're cutting, if you're cutting cardstock, if you're cutting our easy color material, which is a printable vinyl, this is where that camera feature comes very, very handy.
Wow. Okay.
And this is what we'll be printing our image on. You excited?
Yeah.
All right, and then earlier I mentioned a very important feature in the software or in the hardware, which is the programmed materials that we've implemented already in there. So you have all our Siser products already installed.
Oh, preloaded, brilliant.
Preloaded, exactly. So let's say we're working with EasyWeed.
Yep.
You can see here, it gives me the cut speed necessary and the force.
I think it works it all out for you.
That's the point, right?
Oh,
So
wow.
very easy. So you start working with the machine, you have a new product that you've never worked with before, we made it very easy.
Oh, right, okay.
And
Brilliant.
And not scary, which is the nice thing, right? We don't want to intimidate the user when they first
I
open
think
it.
like Julie there in Somerset bought the bundle from earlier for her 10-year-old.
That's incredible.
That's wonderful, isn't it?
That's incredible.
Brilliant.
You know, and I would love to see what he comes up with.
Yeah.
That's always amazing. I
Yeah.
I learn more from you guys than actually
Yeah.
from me playing with the machine. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm creative, but at the end of the day, I'm more on the education sales
Yeah.
side, not
Yeah.
so much on the let's come up with some cool ideas. and, you know.
I'd be interested to see, yeah. Please, don't forget as well, if you send a photograph of what your son's been, I didn't think you put, Julie, I don't think you put his name, did you? But anyway, if you send a photograph of what he's been making and email it in to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, then he's also got you've got a chance of having £100 credited to your Hobbymaker account. So that'd be nice for
That's
him as
awesome.
well. Yeah, oh yeah.
That's really
That's
cool you
every
guys do
single
that.
month we do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I join?
No.
I wouldn't win anyway.
We're not allowed.
No. No, that's really beautiful.
good, isn't it?
That's awesome.
So we
That's
can
really
see
cool.
how he progresses. Right then.
So we have the machine.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the blade. We talked about the pinch roller. Now we have to talk a little bit about the software.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 30 minutes left, so I can't get too in depth, but I will get to some points I think that could be very valuable
Yeah.
and will help, especially when you're first starting out.
Okay, brilliant. Yep.
So we've done the registration based off that little the little sheet of paper that came with.
Like the beginner's guide.
Exactly.
Yep, got it.
The beginner's guide. We
Yep.
scanned the QR code. We registered.
Okay.
Now underneath the machine, you will find the serial number. Okay, down there. That code is what's going to help you install or register the machine.
Okay.
Okay. Now once we have that registered, we can now look at the software. So this is Leonardo Design Studio.
Please say that again.
You know, Leonardo.
Leonardo.
So Leonardo is the piece that really brings it all together as well, right? So we
Okay.
have the great machine, the hardware, but you also need a powerful program to go along
Yeah.
with it. When I say powerful because it's not just allows you to do so many different things, but also very easy to use.
Brilliant.
Okay, so even if you've never done any type of graphic designing, you will be able to, within minutes, start working and cutting your designs.
Okay.
And I think that's a huge value. So you have the first page is going to be your home page. You can reach your, sorry, my mouse is dying. You can reach your account from here, check your license. We also have a nice special going on. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Creative Fabrica, but it's a website that does SVG designs. A lot of different types of SVG and PNG files. So
Yep.
if you are familiar, you can actually get 1 year subscription
Yeah.
to Creative. It's been a long 3 hours. Okay. Now the next window is one of the more important windows that we have in our Leonardo Design Studio, and that's tutorials.
Brilliant.
So again, even if you've never used a plotter before, a cutting machine before, you will have this page here, which is absolutely free, of different videos, 1 to 3 minute long videos that will showcase any feature, how to start with the machine, what comes with the machine.
Oh, look
For
at
example, let's see.
And this all comes with the machine,
This all comes with
preloaded?
it. This is all preloaded.
Wow.
preloaded on there. Now for this particular part, you do need the internet because obviously these
Yeah.
are cloud-based videos.
Yeah.
But for example, you have making your first cut. We can click on that, and that's going to take you to a video showing you exactly how to make your first cut. 2 minutes long.
Oh, this
So
is
it's very
awesome.
quick. It's very simple, very quick. But the goal is to, again, you see here the different blades.
Yep.
There's the blade holder. It shows you how to load the material or the blade and how to set it in the right position.
Yep.
So it's not too far out or too far in. And then you see here the actual starting of the first cut. So again, makes it very, very nice and easy to get you started. And again, those are
Oh, that's so good.
nice, right? I got to give credit to
This
to our
is
colleagues in the US. They came
fabulous.
up with this really cool idea, and you know, it obviously, from my perspective, it makes my life easy.
It takes the fear away, doesn't it? You're not left on your own. You don't just buy the machine and you're on your own.
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's like you know, also when you see like a nice recipe on TikTok or Instagram, and you instantly want to go make it, right? You watch a video and you instantly want to try it.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
and
yeah,
that's kind of
yeah,
the
yeah.
idea, right?
Yeah, yeah.
To get you so excited that you start working with the products in the machine. Because again, it doesn't benefit anybody if you buy this nice machine and just let it sit there like a paper holder.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah.
So that page is really, really interesting. You also have the different categories. So you can learn your Siser cutter, your software, and then the support videos as well. We also have Facebook pages, our Siser Facebook page that we do a lot of Facebook Lives, both on the US side and in Europe. And then a lot of our support. I mean, we have so many wonderful followers and have become influencers for the machine.
Oh,
and these are influencers that they just do it because they love to.
And you get to join that community.
They do. And actually, most users find more value in those because these are real users.
They're like-minded crafters as well, aren't they? They're into what you're into.
Yeah, I post something, they go, he's just trying to sell me on it. It's a different mindset. But when you see somebody that's, they don't get paid by Siser.
No, exactly.
They just really love
It's
the machine.
genuine. It's
genuine.
authentic. It's
authentic
real.
is the best way. Real.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. So then we have inspiration. Inspiration is a nice window. Just kind of shows you some different projects that have been done with the designs already installed into the program. So we have over 5,000 designs that are pre-programmed.
5,000 designs.
And growing.
Wow.
So you have, for example, let's say you want to make something, it's obviously travel season's coming. You want to make a nice passport cover. And you have all the materials used, how it was done, and then the design at the bottom that will take you right to the software.
Oh my goodness me, this is brilliant.
It's really nice, and these are all done in-house. So these are all our graphic design artists in-house in Siser that are creating all this, as well as the software is all created in-house. So the engineers are there at the Siser office in the US, and that's the reason why we're able to evolve the software like we can.
Yeah.
Because anytime we have any issues or we have a new version come out and we have some, things that need to be fixed, we can get them done really quick because they're all in-house.
This is the great. You've got full control.
Full control, completely
and that's
control.
really
It's not
important.
third-party
Yeah.
engineered, so that's also very
So
important.
you can jump on it instantly.
And we also, if you guys have any type of suggestions that you would like to see, or feedback, we always take that into consideration.
Brilliant.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a software for the people.
Yeah.
So all we can do is be there for them and support them.
Yeah.
And as you can see, we also have this.
1,000 designs.
We have this little comment section down here. Name, email, phone. You can start the chat with the Siser team.
Oh, how
Again,
brilliant.
always Siser. This is not a third-party company that's doing the supporting.
Great. Oh, so you've got a voice as well.
We do. We have to. It's the only way we can create that community, build that community,
fantastic.
and gain the trust of the community.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have the design library, what we were just referring to. So a lot of our designs, that Grill Father design, let's see.
Oh, is it on there?
It's on there.
Is it?
Yeah. So it was, it's nice because to do these kind of presentations, I no longer in the past, I would always have to spend many hours looking for the perfect design and trying to come up with what's going to be the best way to present it.
This
and now
is
it's
so
all in
good.
there.
That's all there for Father's Day
It is. You see that?
or birthdays. Or dog
My
dad.
dad's
look.
rocks.
My
Yeah,
dog
this,
dad.
This one over here.
Oh,
Yeah.
naughty.
We'll keep it PG.
Oh, these are fabulous. Oh, golf and everything, look. And
Yep. So a lot of different designs on there. And again, this is just by searching Grill Father. This
Yeah.
is the Grill Father design right here
Love
on the
it.
bottom left. So again, you have a lot of different features here. This is okay. This one's because it's already popped up. So there's a little tab here that says Apprentice.
Oh,
This
okay.
is something brand new that we're launching, and it's something very, very unique and innovative. Are you familiar with AI?
No.
Artificial intelligence?
Oh, I know of it, but
So-
I don't have any.
So we've also implemented AI into the software. So
Oh,
if I
wow.
click on apprentice, I can actually type a prompt, butterfly, give me something unique, and it's gonna actually create the design for me using
What?
AI. So again, you can really get very creative. You can either do a vector or raster image for printing. If you wanna do something unique, just type in, just get creative with the prompt.
Oh my days, this is clever.
It's really cool, and it's just bringing in also, it's integrating, like you said, integrating new technology into the process. Are you mind blown yet?
Yeah, I am.
And then we're gonna get to the design part. So the design is where you're gonna be creating all your designs. So if you're a graphic designer or for example, you already have images saved in your computer for any that you've purchased or you've created, as long as it's an SVG file,
Can you use that as
PNG,
well?
you can bring it, import it into the software. Absolutely, and that's
This
something
is
what we did last
huge.
time.
Good grief.
So you have all the different tools, and what I want to show is now I want to kind of bring in the image that
we took earlier.
Yes, you ready?
So good. Do you know what I love as well, though? Can I just mention, please, if you are tempted and you are thinking, oh my goodness me, I need to have this in my life, what I could do with this for my friends, my family, starting a business, I want to urge your side hustle, which I really like, you want a bit of extra money coming in. Just remember that if you put the code in your basket, which is TM9G32, and you use a little box underneath, there's a little square box and it just says, would you like to use interest-free credit? It doesn't cost you anything else. And if you think May, June, July, August, you're going to finish in September, and as long as you've got a free £95.99 each month, on your first payment, you get the machine and everything that Rudy is showing you. Okay, so anyway,
incredible.
sorry about that.
No. This is where you're here. To help me out.
Thank you.
I get lost sometimes in the presentation, so it's nice to take a step back and just focus also on the
Exactly.
the machine.
Yeah.
But because I do get excited, I don't know if you've noticed, but
Oh
when
yeah.
I start talking
you
about it,
can't not get excited about this though, can you? It's impossible.
Also because it really does make it fun, So this is the image we just took. So what I want to do is just bring this in as a background image. Oh, let's change the size here. Okay, so this
I thought
is
you were going to erase me then. I thought he was taking me out.
Never, never. So there's our image. Can you see it on there?
Yep.
Now it's nice, but it's a square.
Yeah.
What if I want to do something more unique and really
yeah.
do something fun with it?
Okay.
So what I can do is I can use some of the basic shapes. So for example, I have a heart.
Okay.
Let's create a little heart over my image.
Can you do that?
Do you see what I'm doing here?
That's better.
What's that?
The heart is covered as
Covers those up. No. We're gonna bring it all together. So what I want to do now is I'm just using that keyboard here,
Yep.
holding Control, shifting, and selecting both images.
Yeah.
Here I have a tool called Intersect.
Yeah.
And check this out. Boom, delete that. Now we have a
Yeah,
heart. Is that not
look at
cool?
that.
It's pretty cool, right? So really quick and
Yeah.
easy to customize, create different shapes. So you can see how nice. Now you have a cool image. Now it's not just a
my days,
rectangle,
yeah.
right? So here on the outside, you see those registration marks.
Yes, got it.
That's what the camera is going to read and be able to cut it perfectly.
Got you.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we can go here.
Yep.
Okay, make this a little bit bigger. Now the last step I need to do.
Yep.
Again, very easy. I'm going to go to Edit
Yep.
and Build Contour. And this is basically just going to create a cut line
Oh, okay.
that we can now cut the design. That's it. So
Nice. Is that it?
3 steps, right?
Wow.
Minimizing the image to make it fit, creating the heart and placing the image inside. And this is all done with the software. Again, very quick, very, very simple. And now we have print artwork and cutting contours. So this is where we're going to be utilizing our Easy Color that you see here. Okay, so Easy Color is one of the most innovative products that we have launched in the last 10 years. Easy Color is unique, all right? So what makes it very, very unique is that it can be printed, you ready for this?
Yeah.
With a regular desktop printer.
Really?
Inkjet-based, yes.
Really?
Yes. So in the past, you would need these big, elaborate machines, equal
Which would cost a
solvent,
fortune.
which would cost a fortune.
And take up space that none of us had.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, with Easy Color, you can actually just use your regular desktop. And this is why we have the HP, this is the HP DeskJet
Printers
4122.
are available.
Yeah, we don't sell them, the printer, but
So they come in A4 and you get 5 sheets,
you
don't
get
you?
5 sheets, yep.
Okay.
You get the
Which is on the screen
package.
now.
Exactly. So we place the the easy color directly into our printer. Okay. And we sent our image to print. That's it. That's how easy it is.
Can I just say something? Was it Denise that just messaged in? Alex, was it Denise that just messaged in? Yeah, she went, wow, I need one. I know exactly how you feel, Denise.
So what I'm doing now is I'm just going ahead and printing this image.
Excited.
So
We've got the easy colour on the screen, by the way. 1899 WO9G26.
and again, this is a picture that we took on my phone.
Yep.
I emailed it to myself, and then now we've created a heart shape around it, integrated the image into that, created the registrations, all done in the software, very easy.
Seconds?
In seconds.
In seconds, it's that instant.
Yep. And check this out. I mean, look at the colors. Like,
Look at that.
look at those colors.
Wow.
You see that?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I mean, look at the red in the back end. The red here. And that's all done with an inkjet print. I mean, something that costs less than 100 pounds.
But what can I now put that onto? What are my options?
So this is where we're gonna actually use our mat, because this is, we need to make sure that it has a support on it.
Okay.
So now we can personalize. Now we're gonna really get into the,
I'm so
the fun
excited.
part. So I will place this directly onto my mat.
It's brilliant.
It's not bad, right?
It's brilliant.
And then we're gonna now load the material. Now I might have to come, or we can do it this way maybe.
Can you manage?
We'll see. Let's do it this way. Is it okay if I move it just for a second so I can load it? So I'm gonna bring down my lever in the back, and I'm gonna go ahead and place my material or my mat directly in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Now notice I've moved my pinch rollers to the right so it
Yep.
doesn't go over the ink. Okay. Now this is a new registration, so what I want to do, and this is why I need to be on, because I need to make sure I set it up right.
Okay.
Okay. Now, even because I'm doing a new print and cut,
Yeah.
even if it doesn't read it perfectly on the first time,
Yeah.
which I hope it doesn't, so I can show the element of the camera on there. So now we're gonna go ahead and flip from the printer.
So you've just changed the cable.
Yeah, because I only have one cable, well prepared. No, in reality,
No, but it's
then it
great.
becomes
But a
too
lot
many
of us will only
cables.
have one. No,
Yeah,
that's
it's too
great.
many cables otherwise.
Flip it over.
Okay, so now we're gonna go into the next feature that's really powerful in the cutter, and that is your print and then cut solution.
Okay.
So I will send this over now. I will select cutting contours,
Yeah.
and that's it. So what we're gonna cut is just
Okay.
the heart shape around it.
Uh-huh.
And let me make sure I set, because I know for this one, just a little bit more. Perfect. And that's it. Let's send this to the cutter.
Uh-huh.
So now what the machine is going to do is going to start trying to read the registration mark.
Yep.
And it did perfectly. And you can see how quick it does that process. And now it's going to cut. And look how quick and fast and quiet it is.
Oh, it makes a great noise as well, doesn't it?
Or it doesn't make a noise at all.
Oh, I like it.
Absolutely. And that's it. Look how
like
easy that was.
it.
Oh,
Is that done
was
it already?
That's it. Look how quick and easy that was. So now, if all went well,
Come on, yeah, you must.
check that out. We're just gonna go ahead and look at that. We have and look how perfect the cut around the edges is. So there's no white showing from the printer, from the white vinyl. And that's the advantage of the camera. Look at that. So now, what do we do with that? Remember,
What can you do with it?
Luckily, we manufacture heat transfer vinyl, and Easy Color is just that. It's a heat transfer material, so that can now go onto bags, it can go onto shirts, it can go onto hats. I mean, you can personalize anything, any image. Let's say you're doing an event, or maybe it's some type of sporting event. Parents come by with their kids, you take the picture of them, you print it, you cut it, then you add it to a bag. I mean, this is, and if you want to get really creative with it, then you start adding some glitter to it, some text, some personalization. I mean, sky's the limit. I mean, you can really go from a thought to the creative process to the actual finished product, which is what we're going to do right now. So
It's amazing. Isn't it? I know that was really brummy, but it's just. What you have to, my lovely?
I'm looking for the shirt that I had. So I had a shirt earlier. Did I? It's right here. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
So now that we have the
Thought he was going to take his own one off and put
No.
it on.
So you notice what I did is we cut the design just in case nobody saw that.
Yep.
And then I removed it from that carrier, which is the foggy part here.
Okay.
Okay, so this allows me to then place this onto the, actually I'm gonna need this anyways because I need this too. Since it's a printed material, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to use, kind of improvise here a little bit. So what I'll do here.
That's called weeding, isn't it?
It is. The weeding is just, in this case, is just actually just getting rid of the excess. But what I will use this as a cover for the design because I don't want to damage.
Put the heat straight onto
It's printed, so we want to make sure we're covering it.
And just quickly, my producer just said, is that sticky on the back? No, it isn't.
It's not.
No,
Not yet.
No,
Not
no,
yet.
no.
So what we're gonna do, and I do want to give can I give a shout out real quick?
Yeah, of course you can.
So we were gifted these shirts from Fruit of the Loom.
Oh, thank you.
They are incredible, Chris. Thank you so much. These are actually very organic
you.
T-shirts, so obviously always trying to think sustainable as well.
Yep.
So thank you for the free garments here. It's always nice to cross market. So and they're a great company, so thank you guys for that. That's a really nice color, actually.
What size is it?
Medium.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. My size as well, Rudy.
So now we're gonna use the heat press. This is the one that we were also showcasing prior.
Now, if you want this with the machine, with the bundle that we did earlier, that was $7.99, wasn't it?
Yep.
And again, we can put that on the screens if you want to do what Julie did earlier from Somerset, and you want to buy the heat press and the Juliet in one go. We did it for $7.99 earlier as well. Okay, sorry.
No problem. So now that we have the material, you can see there's some wrinkles, some lines from the actual folded garment. We just took this right out of the bag, so this is brand new.
Yep.
So the first thing I want to do is just do a quick pre-press.
Okay.
Now, if I see that the pressure is a bit too high, it means that it's a bit challenging to close the top.
Oh, okay.
We can just reduce the pressure from the top
So you can close
screw at the
it
top.
more easy.
exactly.
Okay.
So we'll do this for 5 seconds. Gives me a nice flat surface.
Nice.
It's very good for if you don't know how to iron, aka me. I know how to iron, just not well.
Yeah.
So then we'll place our design. Now check this out. It actually flattens out by itself.
Oh, it does. I just saw it
You
do
saw
it
that?
then. Yeah.
Almost didn't give me time to talk about it. So now we're gonna go ahead and place our
solid,
cover sheet.
yeah,
Yep.
uh-huh.
And again, at this point, we can add text. We can add personalization. You know, this could be a beautiful gift for a wedding gift. It could be a birthday gift,
Absolutely.
anniversary gift.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, I mean, you can do so much. For example, the cups that they were personalizing.
Yeah.
Think about it. If you put this image on a mug and then you place it on a T-shirt, that's added value. That's added money. That's, I mean, now you're adding value to the mug, right? So something that that Julie, that your son was already doing, something like this can add a lot of value because you have the same image going on the mug, and now you can do it on T-shirts as well.
Clever.
So let's go ahead and place this over. And let's just apply. So nice thing about easy color, 150 degrees, 15 seconds. Boom, fast.
And that's it.
And that's it.
15 seconds.
15
Can you wash
seconds.
that then as well?
Absolutely. Now we recommend waiting 24 hours, like any other type of heat transfer vinyl, because you need to let that, first off, the glue, the adhesive, crystallize correctly on the fabric. But then after 24 hours, you have no problem washing this.
Wow.
Check this out.
Oh my, I can't get my breath.
Check out those colors. I mean, that is...
Look at that. It's that quick. Look at it. It's absolutely awesome.
You can,
So you could be making
you can
all-
stop zooming in on my face. No, I'm not kidding.
No, please zoom in on Rudy's and
No,
not
no,
mine.
no.
But you think about, so, thinking of behaviour. Stop it, you two. Stop it, you lot.
Well, I like you. You're good.
Yeah, don't encourage him, Rudy. But like my friend Mark off Jewelry Maker did me a picture of me and my dog on a pillowcase. And I bet that cost him a small fortune,
Yep.
whereas you can do it yourself.
Yeah, and look, we actually have an image similar up here at the front. So we actually have, check this out. See? This is actually Sue's dog.
Oh, look at the little poochie. Can you remind us of the dog's name, please? Maisie. Look at Maisie.
She's actually very innocent there.
Oh, you know this dog, do you?
Yeah, just from, I've called Sue before during COVID time when she was working from home. Hold on, I gotta put the dog, the dog would be barking at anything, bark outside the window.
But you think about this for, like you say, hang on, so I can get my brain in gear. We've done a T-shirt, we've got like a pencil case, a makeup bag, we've got an eye mask, we've got a jacket, we've got T-shirts, bags. What else can we do it on?
Oh man, what else can we do it on? Let's see, we have
An oven glove.
Let's bake.
Let's bake. You could get really naughty with some of these, couldn't you?
The original one said, let's get baked, but I kept it PG for this one. Then you also have cardstock. I mean, creating cards, personalized cards. I'm not sure about the UK, but I know in the US, cards is a big business. I mean, Hallmark.
It's huge.
They're selling them for
Huge in the UK.
Yeah. Check this out.
We wouldn't be here without that, would we?
Earrings. That's glitter.
Earrings.
Oh, that's a neon, similar to
That's
the neon
like
pink.
the neon
yeah.
pink, isn't it? So, oh, hang on a second. Come here. Look, your earrings. Well, your own earrings as well, look.
So you have,
I like them, actually.
it's not bad, right?
You got both of them? You got both
I
earrings?
lost one in the process. I think I actually lost it. I left
Rude,
it here last
Rudy.
time. Yeah,
Rude.
rude, Rudy, exactly. Faux leather bags, but you can also do it on real leather.
Oh, wow. So you do it on real leather as well, on bags?
Absolutely,
Oh, my
absolutely. So-
goodness me.
Being an Italian company, we manufacture all these vinyls in Italy. But of course, we have contracts with some big manufacturers of luxury bags and luxury brands. So they will ask us, what else can we do? What can we adapt to these kind of materials? So our job is to basically connect the dots and create products that can
And
do
you
this kind of
think
stuff.
you know, that you think about all the people that have got like unusual names, Rudy, Zena, all of our amazing customers that come in, and you could do all your lovely door signs and everything like that as well, couldn't you?
The cake toppers.
Yeah, oh, cake toppers, yeah.
Sorry, tongue twister there.
Cake toppers as well. This is absolutely brilliant. Now, Sylvia, I know you're on the phone to the call centre. You're trying to get yours, my lovely. There's the opportunity here.
Check this out.
Ties.
Again, some more design ideas for Father's Day. This one I really love. I mean, it's just, you know, I was able to cut the image in half.
So serious?
This is just for demo purposes, obviously. I never recommend utilizing copyright images, but in this case, I think it really showcases the products really well. And again, this is...
Yeah, but you can put your dad's face on there.
You could. I mean, especially with the easy color now, you can really take it to some funny ties.
It's my dad's 80th this month, on the 18th of May. My dad is 80, and I'm just
Happy
thinking...
birthday to him.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Rudy. But I'm just thinking, I could decorate. We're having a big party. You could have his face everywhere, couldn't you?
You know, have you seen the bachelorette parties where they come with the stick with all the pictures?
And all their own sashes and the T-shirts and the... Gosh,
Can you
I
imagine
tell you
walking
what.
into the room with his face on there?
Well, he'd love that. But he'd have some funny bumps in his face, but you know. But the thing is... Sorry. Sorry. We'll edit that out.
That was a
We'll
subtle.
edit that
That was a subtle comment you just threw in there.
But if you think of the money, behave yourself, Sharon. The money you could make from this is really
Absolutely.
proper, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You know, when you think about your auction sites and your Facebook marketplace and your stalls and you could have such a good time.
And you know what the beautiful thing about it is? All you need is the printer, the cutter, and the material, right? And the heat press, of course. You can also do it with an iron. But the reality is that you really don't have inventory until the customer buys it. So, right, that product is not actually made until the customer pays for it. Then you go ahead and create the product. So it adds a lot of value. I mean, obviously, as far as cost is involved.
But it's the beauty of the image. There's nothing dull about that, is there?
No, and the colors. I mean, again, this is
so
just an HP
good.
printer. I think costs £100, give or take.
That's
Not bad,
amazing.
right?
It's absolutely
Yep.
amazing. Now, just quickly, can you just give us, because this sold really well earlier, the heat press, didn't it?
Yes,
And you can have this either as the bundle on the $7.99 with the Juliet machine. And again, we did have, it's on the web, it's there for you to buy again in your 5-way split pay on your interest-free. That is coming in at a very good $7.99 today for both the craft heat press and the cutting machine, the Juliet. But you can also get the heat press on its own as well, can't you?
And this was actually, when I was here in February, this one really was a big hit.
Yeah.
So it's 8 by 12 inches.
Yeah.
So it gives you perfect, for small spaces. If you're doing events, it's lightweight. I mean, it doesn't weigh too much. It's heavy enough that it's not going to, flip over.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's very durable. Okay. Very easy to use. Again, the nice thing is that it gives you 8 by 12 platen on the top. That's all going to give you consistent heat from corner to corner and in the middle.
Okay.
That's very important, especially if you're doing some other types of application. You want to make sure that it's hitting every spot. Yeah. So you don't want this to be a cold spot. It has a nice feature that it has kind of a zigzag shape here, like a snake shape inside, which is you can't see it because it's inside the element here. But that's going to allow you to give that consistent heating throughout the whole machine, which is what you want when these applications. Also has the coated here. This is a Teflon coating. So it protects the top platen as well. So if something gets stuck to it, you can easily just remove it very easily with no problem.
Great.
The ease of use. I mean, it's very simple to use. So, You can see here you have the nice lever, bring it down, boom. It's gonna give you the countdown, which can be customized depending on the product or the project that you're making. So you'll see counts down. In this particular case, we had it to 15 because most of the product that we were applying, 15 seconds. Gives you the beep, boom, lift it up, no problem.
How do you know if it needs to be different depending on the project you're working on? How do you know?
That's a great question. So actually, even if, for example, if you look inside this,
This?
Yep, the mini roll.
Okay, lovely.
So in this case, it will give you inside of here, you'll see it says applies to polyester, polycotton, cotton. Inside of there, you also have instructions on how to apply it.
Ah, so I'll show you that there,
Yep.
look. That just gives you what it can go on
Yep.
to there, look. And then obviously inside, it's almost like giving you like heating instructions, like
It does.
like a recipe.
Like a
for
recipe,
an oven.
exactly. It is. I mean, we
Right, okay.
consider sometimes this process a recipe because you need the recipe, right? You need the time, temperature, and pressure.
And what it can go on.
Exactly. And this is what the heat press does for you. It gives you that perfect recipe for success.
It's holding your hand. The machine's
is.
holding your hand. The press is holding
simple.
your hand. The software.
Yep. So check this out. Look how easy it is to change the temperature. Let's say we're applying to a polyester that needs less time and temperature. I can easily click mode and
Oh, it's that simple.
yeah, it's just that simple.
It's like my
And
air
you go
fryer.
here.
It's dead easy. Time and temperature.
You get the dang air fryer. I'm addicted to the air fryer. It's too easy to use.
It's nice. Although I proper burnt myself on it today. That was this morning.
Oh,
I
no.
keep
How
forgetting
did
that
you
the air
burn?
because I keep forgetting that it's hot.
That's okay. You know, I have a birthmark on my wrist here, and I just
Oh,
always,
yeah.
if I'm doing a presentation and I feel like the crowd's a bit
Oh, and you
not
go,
into it, yeah, exactly. You have to get them going somehow, right? So it's a perfect job I have because I go and then it's just a birthmark.
Yeah, but mine's real pain, Rudy. Mine's real
I
pain.
feel it for you. I
Do
feel
you?
it. Don't worry, it's right there. I feel it in the soul.
I should think so. Now then, this pretty much sold out. I think we had one or two left, I think, and we've had to add a few more in. So thank you, Sue. Thank you, Sue. Sue's over there, by the way. In case you think I'm just going, thanks, Sue. She's over there. We couldn't do the show without Sue, could we?
No, she's amazing.
She's amazing.
Plus, she drives me here, so. No, I'm kidding. No, seriously,
Yeah.
she is an amazing. She's our Siser partner for 20 plus years.
She's brilliant.
Yep.
Do you want to come and say hello, Sue? No, no, you're all right. I don't do the camera bit. No, you're all right. Thank you.
She was not ready for that one. Can I show you one last thing? Because
Yes,
I think
please,
it's really
please,
nice.
please. Yep, yep.
So we have recently launched, it's not available yet with Hobby Maker, but this is a new accessories that will go with the Juliet and the Romeo.
Okay.
So this is the edge
Oh, yeah, 'cause we've
and
done
the
the Romeo
crease.
before, haven't
Yep.
we?
And then the nice thing is, look at this. It's basically, you can do the etching.
Oh, no, what? What, with this tool?
Yep. So you
When
just,
are we going to get this on the channel then?
after this.
Oh, yeah,
Hopefully very
we need
soon.
to get this. So you can do it. You can etch all those as well with
Yep.
this.
Exactly. So you place it right where the blade holder goes, and now you can do these types of projects as well. So again, just beyond garments, you can do so much more. You can do the crease tool for the cardstock and creating those 3D cool houses.
And then etch it with the other.
And then you can etch
Oh,
it.
we need
Yep.
to get those.
Yeah, I agree.
So we need to get those.
Okay.
Wow.
I like to show that at the end because it's not yet available, but I like to
Coming
show it
soon
very soon, right?
to a Hobby Maker channel by you.
You've done this before, huh?
Yes, I have. Right then, can I just say that was the most exciting, interesting, brilliant demo, and the machine is a thing of beauty.
Thank you
She
so
is.
much.
She's an absolute thing of beauty. She's
I know you're supposed to say that, but I appreciate it.
Oh, but
Thank
she
you.
is though. I mean, the white and the chrome and the oh.
No, I mean, the goal
She's
was to
beautiful.
create something powerful, but also something that gave the elegance of who Siser is as a brand, Italian made, and wanted to really bring that into life
But
with
the kind
the
of machine you want to bring out and
Absolutely.
keep out all the time because it's a thing of beauty.
Exactly, exactly.
So again, if you are thinking of getting hold of this stunning machine, just remember your 5-way split pay is available with these special prices until midnight tonight. So if you are thinking, do I, don't I, and just always ask, if I'm trying to decide whether to make a purchase, I always ask myself, will I regret not getting it? And when you've got interest free, keep the money in your bank account for longer and just give us £95.99 and you will get the machine home. And then you've got 4 extra months to pay for it and it doesn't cost you a penny more. Okay, all of the brand new colours of the vinyl, the heat transfer vinyl, are on our web, including those glitters and that incredible glow in the dark as well. So all of them are there for you. Again, if you want to get the heat press on its own, we nearly sold out earlier. We've had to add a few more back in. So make sure, I think there's 2 left now. If you want to get hold of that incredible heat transfer, heat press, and anything else that you fancy, just go and have a look at the Siser website as well, my lovelies. Rudy, you've been awesome as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you for making this experience amazing. An hour that just flies by. It really does. It really does.
And just out of your comment earlier, what are you charging me for the T-shirt? You said no discounts.
No discounts.
No discounts. You've got to charge me for the T-shirt.
25 euros.
25 euros.
Yeah,
okay.
so convert it.
Okay,
What
no
is it,
problem.
22 something?
Yeah. Okay.
I was doing really well with the pounds and everything else, and
I'll give you 20 quid.
I just blew it at the end.
Honestly, seriously, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Absolutely lovely. Right then, we have got the fabulous Sharon Curtis coming up after the break to tell you all about the incredible mementos. If you love using your alcohol markers, the next hour is for you. We'll see you after the break.
Thank you, guys.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
We're all talking now about how we want that machine. All of us. We've all just been chatting about it. So anyway, we've been got to welcome back the fabulous Sharon Curtis again on behalf of Personal Impressions. And we're now going to do, I say we, the fabulous Sharon is going to educate you on the Suki Neko Memento ink pads. Did I say it right, Sharon?
You did. You
Wonderful.
Did. I know, I've been practicing.
Only because she told me how to pronounce it in the break. I said, how do I say it? So is this if we want to use alcohol markers?
It is,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
So can you give us... If
I'll
you didn't,
give you a little recap,
yes,
shall I?
please, because if you didn't see the show at 5 o'clock, Sharon was talking us through the VersaFine Claire ink pads, and she gave us the most brilliant education. And if you've only just joined us, then this is all now about the Memento.
Yes, we're going to look at the Memento in this show. We looked at the VersaFine Claire in the last show. VersaFine Claire, you would use where you want to use things like watercolours because it's waterproof. Memento, you're going to use with alcohol markers.
Okay.
But I'll do a quick recap about
please.
ink pads in general because this is part of a series. Today we're just looking at Memento and VersaFine Claire. Next show, we're going to look at some other ink pads. So we're going to kind of gradually talk you through what all the different ink pads do and why you need different ink pads for different things. It's kind of a combination of what you're going to use it with. Are you going to add water? Are you going to use alcohol inks? And then what you're going to stamp it on. Because if you're going to stamp onto something like acetate, then you're going to need a StazOn ink. So that's to come. So for today, all we're thinking about is watercolours and alcohol pens, broadly speaking. So I'll just give you a quick recap of the general sort of how ink pads work in general. I will say take this as a sort of rough guide because so many ink manufacturers take these basic principles but then tweak their ink pads a little bit to make them work for what you want to do with them. A perfect example of that is pigment. Oxide inks are kind of a bit of pigment but a bit of dye. So that you've got a bit of the properties of both. So this is a kind of, take this as a broad sort of example of how things work. So the first thing about ink pads is the colour. So in all ink pads, there will be a dye of some sort. In pigment ink, the dye is in fine particles that are kind of suspended in the ink. With dye inks, it is fully dissolved. And I'll just show you, if I bring in my acrylic block to illustrate that, this is a dye ink and you will see the colour is absolutely completely dissolved. You can see through that, it's quite translucent. If I put it over the bit of text, you can see the text through it. So that is a dye ink. It's translucent because the colour is fully sort of dissolved in it. Pigment inks generally have a ball bearing in the re-inker because of the fact that there are fine particles. When you leave that sitting in your drawer or on your shelf, the particles are going to settle at the bottom. So they'll generally have a ball bearing in and you're meant to give them a good shake to get those particles sort of dissolved into the fluid. And generally pigment inks are quite opaque and you can see that straight away. It's a very obvious difference between the two. And the way I kind of remember the difference between the two is dye, I think of it, dye ink dyes the card. So the dye ink will sink into the card a bit. Pigment ink, you had a great one, piggybacks.
Piggyback,
Pigment ink sits on top of the card surface. So generally with pigment inks, you will get a brighter colour. The colour will be opaque, whereas dye inks will be translucent and quite often you won't be able to stamp on dark card and it showed that well. Whereas because the pigment ink sits on top of the darker card, you'll still get quite a good colour representation. So that's kind of...
I found that so helpful earlier, Sharon.
It just kind of helps to get it to sink in, doesn't it? And I was saying earlier, there are two types of people. People that want to know all the ins and outs of why does that work with water and why would you use that with alcohol? I'm not that person. I just, in my head, I just think, I use Memento every time I use my alcohol pens. And pretty much for most of 90% of what I do, my VersaFine Claire covers me. So in my mind, I don't really think beyond that. But I know some of you like to know these things. So then that's the colour side of things. Then the actual ink pad itself will be water, oil or alcohol based generally. We're not going to worry about alcohol base today. That's basically your stays on ink, and alcohol evaporates really quickly. So any ink pad that's alcohol or solvent based will dry almost instantly. Right. So those are the ink pads that you're going to use on things like acetate or glass or any non-porous surface. Okay. So we're not worrying about that today. Now, in the first show, we looked at VersaFine Clair. And VersaFine Clair you would use for a lot of general stamping actually, but it's waterproof. So if you're stamping an image with VersaFine Clair, you can use your watercolours, you can use your distress inks, etc. So VersaFine Clair is oil-based and it's a pigment ink. So you get a good solid colour and it is waterproof. So that's the properties of VersaFine Clair. Now Memento is kind of the opposite, because with VersaFine Clair being oil and pigment, now with Memento, we're going to, well, there's my little board, we're going to water and dye ink.
Oh, okay.
So that means it's got totally different properties to the VersaFine Clair, and it won't be affected by the alcohol. I actually did a little example before the show.
Okay.
Now this flower is stamped with VersaFine Clair. I used the exact same purple marker on both. This is Memento. This lilac has stayed beautiful lilac. This one has gone quite dark.
Yeah.
And that's because the black from the ink has mixed in with my marker, because the marker has moved that ink.
And you've lost the image through it.
Yeah, and the image isn't as crisp.
Yeah.
So that's why you would use Memento with your alcohol pens.
Brilliant visualisation.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Sharon.
So with your Memento inks, you wouldn't be using these. It's very fast drying. So you wouldn't be heat embossing with this because it dries too quickly. I pretty much use Memento only really when I'm using my alcohol markers. Or alcohol inks in general. You know, if you're doing an alcohol background, that's where I'd use Memento. The only exception to that really for me is because we've got the dewdrops with all the nice colours. If I particularly want one of those colours for an image, even if I'm doing a different technique with it, I'll use alcohol pens in preference to something else if I particularly want that colour. Okay. So that's kind of an explanation of it all. I will also mention, if you go to the Sukineko website, there is a chart that literally goes through all of their products, tells you sort of what surfaces you can use them, etc. But as I say, this is going to be the start of some education from us.
Could I ask you, Alex, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but did I hear you say earlier you could show us where that was, or was that in the earlier hour? Because I don't know about you, I don't know if I could spell Sukineko. Because it starts with a T for a start.
Yes.
So if you go to the Sukineko website, which is on there, look, and if you go down there to the, there it is. There it is. Oh, that was brilliant. Thank you, Alex.
Yes, that's so useful because it literally goes through everything. But even so, I think watching these series of shows that we're going to do will really help you, because I can visually show you.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at a chart, for me, looking at a chart just goes straight over my head. I need to kind of see, like that example of looking at dye ink and how translucent it is. That won't sink in for me unless I actually see it.
No, I think this is brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. Now, we've got some options coming up for you. We've got some full size on the Memento ink pads on a really good deal, which you've got on the screen at the moment. You're going to show us the boards of the colours.
Yes.
And then we go into the different options on the smaller options as well, don't we?
Yes, absolutely. Brilliant. So on the full size ink pads, we've got your basics. Now, we have got these in the smaller size as well, but I am going to say to you, go for the full size.
Yeah, you said that to me
because
before the show.
these are your stamping ink pads. These are going to be, you know, if you're stamping images to colour with your alcohol pens, they're generally going to be fairly big images, your focal points. You don't want to be faffing with the
they are
smaller
quite different,
pads.
aren't they? Yeah.
So I will say for your basics, I would go for the bigger size, and I would also get re-inkers for them, because these are lifelong. These are lifelong ink pads that you're going to be using. I've my original Memento ink pad. I've had kind of 10 years or so, and I just keep re-inking it.
Right.
So these are your everyday basics. So I would say invest in the larger size on those.
Okay,
You know, I'm not
brilliant.
trying to push you to spend more money. I'm pushing you to save money in the long run, because you're going to need, you know, they're going to last years.
Yeah.
So the colours we've got in these, again, as with the VersaFine Clairs, they're your kind of basics. So they're going to cover you for pretty much all of your images. So we've got the black, and you can see from this image how beautifully crisp that is. And then I've coloured these with some marker pens just to show you how well the colour still shows through. That black, you can still see all that
All the
detail in
detail,
there.
can't you? Yeah.
Then we've got rich cocoa, which I use a lot. As I said, with the VersaFine Clair, I use brown as an alternative to black quite a lot if I want more of a vintage feel, or if I just want it not to be so bold.
Yeah.
I tend to go for a brown. And again, you can see here how that shows through with a pen. Then London Fog. I actually use my London Fog quite a lot, not even necessarily with marker pens. I use it for my sentiments, because that colour looks more like a pencil.
Oh, yeah.
So particularly if I've got a font that looks like a sort of handwriting sort
Yeah.
of script, it looks quite nice. It's less in your face than black, and it gives you that look of sort of a handwritten sentiment in pencil. And you can see there, that's lighter, so you're not seeing the detail quite so much with the alcohol pen over it. And then the last one is Desert Sand, which is a lovely pale colour.
Yeah, I love that one.
This is the one you want for no line colouring. If you want it to look, when you colour in your image, like there's no outline, like you've literally sort of
Drawn it
almost
yourself.
hand painted that with your, or hand drawn it with your alcohol markers, this is the one for that. So if you don't want to see the outline of whatever you're colouring, Desert Sand's great for that.
That's a great tip.
So that's the 4 colours, and I you know, I'm not trying to get you to spend more money than you want to. But I am going to stress, go for the large size, because
I tell you what, though, I just did have to sense check this with Sharon and the producer, because I went, so just a minute, so you get all 4 of the big ones, and Sharon did go, no, I think it must be the smaller ones, and then we checked, and it's the big ones, and we're not even stopping at that. This is the great thing, right? So you're going to get the rich cocoa, the tuxedo black, the London Fog, and the Desert Sand in the big full size, just to make sure, does it give you like a, you know, when it gives you like a measurement?
probably not, I
No,
suppose.
I suppose not. Anyway, it's the big one, okay? It's the big one. You're going to get all 4. Give us a price, Alex. £15.99. So they're like £4 each.
Which is great value.
£4?
For something that you are pretty much going to use every day.
£4 each.
That's brilliant.
Can you believe that? So you're quite right. She's not trying to get you to spend more money, is she? 15. I was like, we were all like, are you sure? Are you sure?
We were. We thought we got them the wrong way round.
We thought it was going to be these ones. We thought it was the dewdrops for that price. But no. Good evening, Sharon and Zena. Hello, Laura. Thank you for explaining the different inks, Sharon. I am loving watching this show. Oh, this is why you did it, wasn't it, Sharon?
Yeah, I was really excited when Personal Impressions mentioned about this as an idea. I thought, this is going to help so many people.
Yeah.
Because it is just such a minefield trying to get your head around it all. It really is. And once you kind of got it in your head, it's quite simple, really.
Quite satisfying as well.
It is.
Because you're in the know. You feel like you know. You're like, yeah, I know which one it is.
I know what I need for this project.
Yeah. And that's a nice feeling because it inspires you to craft more. Because you feel like because when you're learning, it is nerve-wracking.
It is. There is so much. I'm so glad I started crafting so long ago. Because when I started crafting, there weren't that many products around.
No.
So I've kind of learned all these things bit by bit as
On the hoof.
new things have come out. Whereas if I started now, it's like, whoa,
it's overwhelming.
all the different die cutting machines, all the different inks, all the different techniques.
Now, what we're going to do for you, which our lovely Sharon's going to go through, we've just popped on the screen. If you want the same 4 colours, but in the smaller size, okay, but again, you know, if you just want to give it a little dip your toe in the water, but if you are thinking about, right, I'm going to go for this, go for the bigger ones. These are the 4 same colours, okay, so still your tuxedo black, your London Fog, your rich cocoa and your desert sand. If you want it in the dewdrop size, then this is the one that you go for. VYPQ 91, £6.50. But what also we're going to do is we're going to bring you, which Sharon's about to show you a beautiful board for, which is 12 gorgeous colours in the dewdrops as well.
Yes, yes, and the 12 colours are beautiful. I quite often, if you think about the different images you have, quite often say, well, let's bring back these. I would be more likely, really, to be stamping that in green, because then I can add my flower colour and it kind of gives the impression more of leaves. I generally, for a lot of florals and things like that, I'm going to go for a green over a black or a brown, etc. So it's nice to have a variety of colours. Now, colours are something that I wouldn't be using every day. So for these, I would say you're perfectly fine with a smaller ink pad, because these aren't going to be used every day. These are going to be used as you want that colour to go with whatever image you've got. So to have more colours for the money, by having them in a smaller size, I think this is perfect. Now, you can see with these butterflies that I stamped just how beautifully these stamp. And the other beauty of having a small ink pad is if you are using really small detailed stamps, it's kind of easier to get the ink on it. The colours, though, are just stunning. I think you've got a really nice selection. You've got 3 different greens, so for me that's really important because I am very much a floral girl. I'm drawn to all the botanical themed things and nature sort of inspired things, so I'm delighted with these. The espresso truffle is a really good brown. You've even got the toffee crunch, is kind of similar to the desert sand if you want like a really light one. And then you've got some really lovely purples and sort of teal blues. You've got this nautical blue. So within these colours, you're kind of covered for the different types of stamps you might be using.
But it's good that you've got the rounded edge and then the little pointy tip as well. So if you want to get right into a little nook and cranny on a stamp for a tiny bit of detail, you've got the 2 ends, haven't you? It's like a double lift.
And when you're holding them, they're easier to grip like that. Because we've all done it. How many times have you done it when you've gone to ink your stamp over your project and dropped your ink pad right on top of your project? I still do it now. I haven't learned my lesson to not do it right over my project. So these are nice and easy to grip.
And these say good for rubber stamping, stenciling and direct paper to paper as well. So brilliant. These are the 12 colours that you've just seen on the board there. You're going to get all 12 in the Memento Dewdrops. Again, and we're talking about QIPQ28. Don't worry, you're going to see all of this in action in a moment. Sorry, Alex. Oh, thank you, lovely. He said, no, that's not the buy price. We like to sort of give you a price and then just shave a bit off, don't we? Or quite a lot in this instance. You're going to get 12. So they are basically £2 each.
Wow.
£2 each Memento Dewdrop there.
That's great value.
10% gone. Gone that quick. Okay, all 12 colours. Could we please have a demo?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's see these in action.
Yeah.
So the first thing I'm going to do, I've got a slimline card and I've cut a nice green panel to pop on the front. And that's where I'm going to have my image. So I'm just going to pop this on. This is going to give me my matte layer to go behind my stamped image. So let's pop that on now. So we're ready to go once I've done my stamping. And then I can talk you through what else I'm going to use. So I'm going to pop that there, just off to one side slightly. And then I've cut a piece of card to fit. This is the smooth white card we've got on the show. Smooth white card. It's 250 GSM, so it's a nice kind of fairly thick weight, but it's coated. It's got the perfect, it's a very good all-round card actually, not necessarily with alcohol pens, but it does work with alcohol. And the thing to think about with alcohol pens, you don't want to use alcohol ink on like a watercolour card because the colour's just going to sink in and almost bleed a little bit. You want a coated card with alcohol pens, so this is a perfect all-rounder. It's got that nice coating so your alcohol pens aren't going to sort of bleed at all.
Okay, thank you.
So let's grab a stamp that's going to fit on here. Can't remember what I did. Yeah, I think I did that one there. Let's do this one. Yeah, that one there. That's going to fit nicely. So this is from the Tim Holtz set that we've got on the show. This is Abstract Florals. I love the mix of sizes you've got here because earlier on we did a big square card, that was perfect. Now I want a more in-between size, so this one's going to be the perfect fit for what I want.
Okay.
And I'm going to stamp this with black. We'll start with black because I think that's kind of the go-to for most things. And I always put my block flat on my mat. You quite often see people inking like this. Don't do that because you're going to get your ink all over your block doing it that way. If you keep that flat on your table, come in from above.
Get an even covering then as well,
You get
don't
a nice even coverage and it's perfectly flat.
I meant to ask you earlier, Sharon, I'm so sorry, but is there, obviously for polymer stamps and then the rubber back stamps, is there a different way of cleaning them?
No. I'm quite lazy about cleaning my stamps. I tend to just a bit of a wet cloth or a baby wipe.
Do you? Okay.
But yeah, if you're damp baby wipe and you're done.
Okay, lovely.
So you can see how crisply that's
stunning.
It's just beautiful. So for colouring, something else we've got on the show for you.
We have the alcohol markers.
We've got the alcohol markers. Now we've got 2 options, or 3 options really, haven't we? We've got a set of 24.
We do indeed.
Which is going to give you, let me open these out actually, so you can see all the colours. So in the set of 24, you've got a really good mix actually. You've kind of got some brights in this set and some pastels. And then the other set that you get in the set of 24 gives you kind of your skin tones and your greys. So that's the set of 24. So that kind of gives you a whole collection of everything you need.
Yep.
Then the other options we've got are 2 sets of 12. So we're kind of trying to cater for everyone's budget here. If you want to go for the set of 24, you'll have everything. And then we've got basic colours. So here, these are fairly bright. So you've got all your rainbow colours, and then you've got a brown, grey and black. So again, that's a good starting point. That will give you enough for most things. And then we've got natural colours. So if you're someone like me that prefers the more sort of muted tones, this one gives you a good old rainbow. You've got a bit of a skin tone there and a nice brown. So I would say get as many as you can afford to, because obviously the more you've got, you're kind of covering the more choices.
I tell you what though, aren't they great little space-saving design packaging as well?
They are, and
Good,
I have
aren't
to
they?
say, I'll probably keep these in the packaging.
I would, yeah,
because it's
definitely.
quite, you can take them out and about with you.
Yep.
And you can open it out on your desk and
They're
just
great.
grab them and put
Yeah,
them
they're
back in.
great.
So I really like this packaging.
Could you just show the 24 again then,
The
Sharon?
24,
That's
yep.
the one we've got on the screen, lovely.
Yep, so with the 24,
Thank you, lovely, just so we can see what we
you've
get.
got brights and pastels all in one set, basically. Have a look at that. We've got your bright rainbow
And are the
that
tips
side.
different then?
Yes, one
Okay.
end is a fine tip and one end is a chisel tip.
Okay.
It does show you, which is really handy on the
Great.
side.
You're not
so you haven't got
spending
to
half your
open. Haven't got to open it 50% of the time. The one you don't want. So you've got a fine point on that end, and then the other end you've got quite a nice chunky chisel tip. Actually, I do like having both sizes like that because if you're colouring a big area, you can save time by going in with the chisel side. So yeah, so that's the first.
Are these refillable as well?
They are.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness, that makes a big difference.
And I
doesn't
was
it?
going to say, actually, the quality of these, you know, they are a Japanese marker. We've got the other Japanese marker pens on the channel that we sell.
Yep.
They're not the cheapest, but they're the best
buying
quality.
quality.
And, you know, you do get what you pay for with markers. And, of course, the ability to refill them.
Yeah, that's a big.
That's a big
Game changer,
consideration
yeah.
because you're going to use the ink cup at some point. Do you need to buy another pen or can you buy a refill?
We're thinking about the environment then as well, aren't you? Because you're not throwing away the actual pen itself.
Yeah, so that's another key point to
Yeah,
these.
that's really good.
They're really
Yeah.
cool. So you've got your brights, your pastels, your kind of natural tones, skin tones, your sort of colouring in animals and things, your browns, and then you've got a full set of greys and a black. So I think the 24 set really does kind of cover all the bases.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's $44.99. Your code is EUPQ89. Would you like us to take a bit off for you? Shall we? You're like, well, no, I'd rather you didn't. Oh, hang on, is that 10 quid off? Oh, We like saving a tenner, don't we? Oh, yeah. Okay, so that is your set of 24 on the dual tip refillable markers, the alcohol markers. And which ones are you going to use now?
I'm going to use, let's go with the set of 24.
Okay.
So this is the set that's kind of got brights and pastels. I'm going to go for a nice bright because I want to show you how well these blend, because I have to say you do get Japanese markers are the best quality, and you'll see when I blend these. Kiyotaki have been around years. I was actually on their design team. They were on they were on the same estate we're on now.
Oh wow!
A few years ago.
Gosh.
And I was on their design team, and so I've been using these particular markers for quite a few years.
Right.
And you really can feel the quality, and you'll see the quality as I start colouring with these. So what I'm going to do is go in with a yellow all over. Now I'm going to start with the chisel tip because this is quite a big area, and I like to go in with the lightest colour and fill in with the chisel tip, kind of the main area, because it's quicker. Then I can come in with the nice fine tip and just go fill in the rest.
It blends nicely, doesn't it?
It just goes down beautifully. This card helps. I must mention the card you're using is really important when you're using alcohol pens, because you do need them to kind of be sitting on the top. So you do want a good
nice and smooth
card that's designed for using with markers. So then I'm going to come in with an orange to give me my darker shade, and I'm going to start from the bottom and just roughly kind of lay down where I want my darker to be, and I'll do it on the bottom of all the petals basically, because that's going to be darker. Then I'm going back to the yellow, and you can kind of see a line where they are, where the colours meet. If I go back in with the yellow,
oh, look at that.
it just smooths that out.
Okay. So you don't have to wait for it to dry because it
Not at all.
Right?
No,
Okay.
it's dry kind of almost instantly. And you can even feel, when you feel card that you've used alcohol pens on, particularly with the lighter colours, because the lighter the colour, the more alcohol is in it.
Okay.
It actually feels cold.
Oh, wow.
You can feel the alcohol kind of evaporating.
That looks fabulous.
And the smooth blend you got, you can keep going back in. If you want to add darker detail, you can go back in and you can keep going. And even I could go to the other sets and grab a red in the basic colours. I've got a nice red. So if you really want to highlight your sort of shadow even more, you can go in with a darker shade. There's actually a darker orange in here as well.
Yeah.
Let's do the darker orange. Actually, that's probably going to be a nicer blend. So we could go in and really deepen up that shade. And you can see I'm just going in a circular motion. You don't have to be really skilled to do this. So where I've gone from the dark orange to the light orange, I can just bring back in the light orange. You can see I'm twisting this round so I can see which end to open. And if I just go over where the dark orange meets the lighter orange, that smooths that blend out. And then if I go back in with the yellow again, that'll smooth that out. And you get a seamless blend. It just goes from a really dark orange up to the yellow without you noticing any lines at all. So that's the flower. Let's grab a green.
We've just put the set of the basic colours, the 12 markers there on the screen for you, 1899 code RNPQ38. And then we'll bring you the basics on, the naturals on as well for you, so you can pick and choose or go for the full set of 24.
Yes. If you go for all of it, you'll have a couple of duplicates.
Oh, okay.
But I wouldn't worry about that, to be perfectly honest. If you've got the budget to go for all of them, it's just going to give you the biggest choice. So,
exactly.
I like the fact that we've given you a mix to choose from, because it depends how much you want to spend, really, doesn't it?
Look at that green.
So I'm going in with a slightly darker green just to give a bit of shadow. And I don't even need to go back over this. I can see that's really blending on its own without me even doing anything.
Stunning.
Now I'm mixing up all my colours now. I need to remember which are from which one. so I don't confuse you with what you're buying. Now, I've got that little stamen at the top. I think we'll go in with a really light yellow for that.
Okay.
So I'm going to grab this almost pastel yellow for there. And that just finishes that off nicely.
Proper work of art, this,
So
isn't
the
it?
blend is just, these are really good quality. These are top quality markers. Another small point is I like the fact they're square so they don't roll off your table when you're working.
Yeah.
So
Gorgeous.
the packaging's fabulous.
Honestly, I think the packaging's brilliant.
Yeah,
Absolutely
because you can just
brilliant.
lay
So
them out next to
space-saving.
you. Now, I feel this is a little bit plain, although I am very much a clean and simple crafter.
Yeah.
I want to add a little bit of something. So I'm going to bring in something else we've got on the show that we haven't got to because we've got so much to talk
I know,
about.
yep.
And that's the Versamark.
Oh, okay.
Because Versamark is really handy for your heat embossing.
Just
It's
a
a
clear
clear
one?
ink. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a clear ink. And I'm glad they sent me one because the one I've got at home is embarrassingly dirty.
It's well loved, Sharon.
It is. And I would be embarrassed to kind of make a big deal out of showing you it. So I'm glad I've got a nice, fresh new one. Now, Versamark, I probably don't use it for anything other than heat embossing. You can use it for kind of a watermark effect. If you stamp it onto your cardstock, it will leave. It's quite oily. You will see a sort of outline, it's like a watermark.
Yeah.
Personally, that's something I don't generally use, but it is fantastic for heat embossing because it stays wet for a long time.
Brilliant.
So you've got all the time in the world to rummage around, find your
Yeah.
embossing powder,
Yeah.
cover it and do your stamping. Now, generally when you're using this, I would recommend using an anti-static tool
Oh, okay.
because when you're using embossing powders, if I've put my fingers all over this, my oily fingers are going to leave marks. And when I pour the embossing powder on, it's going to stick to my Versamark ink, but it's also going to stick a little bit to where I might have left fingerprints. So an anti-static bag or tool is a great idea just to make sure your powder's going to only stick to this Versamark. Now let's bring in that fabulous crochet stamp set.
Could I just ask a question?
Yeah, of course you can.
So this one that we've got on the screen, you get the pad. Yeah.
Yes.
Check in. What, for that price? Hang on, can I just be clear? Because my producer's trying to tell me something and I'm thinking, so you get the Versamark stamp pad, you get the re-inker, and you get the pen.
Ah, fabulous, yes. I'll tell you about the pen as well. So the pen is the same ink that's in the pad.
Right.
This is really handy for two different things. First of all, if you want to just write something and heat emboss it,
Yeah.
great. If you want to write someone's name on something and emboss it with a nice gold embossing powder. It's also great for touching up. If you stamp and you've missed a bit and you think, oh no, you can just go in. It's got a really fine point on one end. So if you've misstamped and you just want to touch up a little area, that's great for that. The other end has got more of a sort of brush type nib. The other thing the brush is great for is, say you had like a journal or something and you wanted to go round the edge with gold embossing powder. It's something I quite often do actually on journals and things. I'll emboss around it. You've probably seen me do it. This is great for that because you can quite easily go around the edge with the brush nip and give a nice coating of the Versamark. Pour your powder on and you'll have a lovely gold emboss all around the edge.
Can I just confirm? You will no doubt have seen the Versamark being used in embossing across multi-brands on this channel. We're going to do you the pad, the re-inker and the pen for $9.99. Yeah, all three. So the pad, the re-inker and the pen for $9.99. Awesome.
And with a re-inker, your pad's going to last you years. It will look revolting after a while because it's so easy to forget to clean your stamp. And when you add your Versamark to it, you end up with all black all over. So it will not stay white for long, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't have to look
Still
nice.
does the job, doesn't it?
It still does the job. Actually, I've probably got my old one in here. I'm going to show it to you.
Show us what a dirty-gerty you are, lady.
I'm going to show you how revolting. And I've had this one years. I'm thinking probably about 10 years.
Come on. Oh, that's not too bad.
It's got all embossing powder all stuck to it around the edges. And yeah, it's a little bit manky. But I just keep re-inking it and it's lasted me years.
There you go, brilliant.
So it doesn't have to look good.
Of course it doesn't.
Well,
you're very brave then, Sharon.
I did open a new one for today. So we're going to use this on that lovely crochet
Yes.
to create a little border. And we're going to use the gold because that's my favourite of the embossing powders, I think.
So this
Just
is
the
the crochet trims.
The crochet
wasn't it?
trims,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to use the mirror gold embossing powder. So I'm going to stamp that onto a little strip of card, like so.
Fran's just said the same thing. $9.99 for all that. Yeah, Fran?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Fran. Lovely to see you. You joined us, lovely.
So the mirror gold, this is a beauty. And I'm just going to pop that. I'm going to do one side, turn it around so I don't get my powder everywhere. And then do the other side.
Speaking of which, we had 5 embossing powder colours earlier for $8.99.
Yes.
5 colours, including the clear, for
Yes.
$8.99. It's on the screen if you want to get hold of those.
They are fabulous. Now, once you've put your powder on, you don't have to rush to heat emboss. So if you were doing, say, batch making, you can do all your heating at the same time because that's stuck on there. It's not going anywhere.
Oh, okay. There's
So
no rush.
you don't have to panic and think, oh gosh, I've got to get my heat tool, I've got to get that won't move now.
Okay.
So, and the Versamark itself will stay wet. So you don't even really have to rush drastically to even get your powder on. Now, I told you this in the earlier show, when you're heat embossing, don't go straight on, turn your tool on, go straight on. Let it heat up first because you want this to be at full temperature because then you can whiz through and it'll melt all your powder really quickly and you're not going to warp your paper too much. So I'm going to put that on full blast and just hold it away for a couple of seconds. And then I just kind of waft it in my hand to check it's nice and hot, and then we'll come in. And it minimises how much your paper's going to curl up. And I can just work my way along. And as soon as it melts, I move along. And the colour, look at the shine on this.
It's just transformative, isn't it?
I never get bored of doing this.
Makes you smile every time, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed smile.
I think these stamps are beautiful as well because you can kind of really see the detail in that.
And you were saying with Tim Holtz's new designs, if I just hold it in front of you,
You're
saying that there's a large and a small option of each
Yes,
design, which
you've
is so
got-
clever.
Yeah, and I've used the larger
Yep,
of that design for that one.
very clever.
You can tell he's got a crafting brain because he thinks of all these things.
There's your rubber stamps for the incredible detail that Sharon's been showing you there, and your code is on the screen, TSPQ85, $24.95 for all of that detail there. Thank you, Sharon.
So, to save you watching me, I have already fussy cut one. So all I've done is gone around just on one side, around the edge, because this is going to tuck underneath, so I didn't have to worry about that side.
Did you do knife or scissors?
Scissors.
Okay. Oh, okay, lovely.
So then I'm going to tuck that under there just to give a bit of interest at the side.
Oh, that's pretty.
So the easiest way to do that is to just put a bit of glue along here and then I can slide it under and move it, because I'm using a wet glue. I can kind of play around with how
As opposed
close.
to doing your double-sided tape?
Yeah,
Right,
I can manoeuvre it around to make sure I'm kind of nice and straight with it. And then before I pop that on the card, I'm going to add a sentiment here. And I'm going to stick with my memento ink because I'm going to stamp across the bottom of that stem, so I do not want my ink reacting with where I've got that alcohol marker.
Okay, yep.
So to play it safe, I'm sticking with memento, and I'm going to pick one of the images. Let's go with Miss You. That's going to fit nicely just across there.
And this one's off the abstract
flowers.
florals, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pop that on my block, and we'll go with black because we want it to be a nice, crisp, dark image. And yeah, by sticking with memento, I know I'm not going to get any reaction with that pen. There we go, look at that, it's beautiful. And then I'm just going to pop this. I'm going to pop it actually on some foam tape because then I'm going to get a bit of shadow from that, which is going to look really pretty. So I'm just going to grab somewhere in here. I've got a roll of foam tape. And that height's just going to give me a nice, nice to have a bit of shadow. Particularly when I have got quite a clean and simple design. There's not a lot going on this card, so having a bit of height will be quite nice.
Yeah.
So I'll just put a couple of strips of that. hardest bit to that is getting the backing off, especially when you've got fake nails. There we go. And that's it, just going to give it a little bit of shadow. Here we go. So pop that just with that green border all around the edge. There we go.
That's beautiful, Sharon.
So very clean and simple, but you can see the blend on those markers. You really can't see a line where I've gone from quite a dark orange to the yellow.
But with those stamps, you can create your own edge, edgeable to every card, can't you?
Yes, you can. Yeah, they work
Top of the
perfectly
card, bottom
for
of
that.
the card, and
yes, and having the
bags.
2 sizes as well.
Yeah.
You can even use them on little tags, and you've got one that'll fit.
Of course, yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you have one at the top of the gift bag, and then one on the
Yes.
tag to match. That's so clever.
Yeah, yeah.
Would
with
never have
different
thought to do
scale.
that and then cut them out.
No,
You're
and it,
brilliant. Brilliant. She's brilliant. She's fantastic. Say that again. So you know the starter selection that we showed you in the full size? We're just about to hit half the stock gone. So this is where we're all in shock. Each of these big size, the big sized Memento ink pads, are £4 each, £4 each. So you've got the tuxedo black. You've got the, if I just make sure, there you go. You've got the rich cocoa, okay. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. You've got the London Fog, which Sharon was saying she tends to use for sentiments if they look like the handwritten, and the Desert Sand. You get all 4 full-sized Memento ink pads there for a remarkable $15.99. Okay, $15.99. Can I ask a favour before we jump into another demo?
of course you can.
My producer has said he absolutely has to put on some messages for you because he has been inundated.
Oh, lovely.
So if I could read some out for you, Sharon. Great show. You need to write a book, Sharon. Even I can make sense of this. Thank you so much, says Vivian.
Oh, thank you, Vivian.
It's a nice message, isn't it?
Oh, I love it.
Suzanne's just said, hi, Zina and Sharon. I love this show. Thanks for explaining the types of inks. I find ink pads a minefield. Brilliantly explained, Sharon.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. That's exactly what you wanted, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad.
Penny says, hello, Zina and Sharon. Hello, lovely. I love watching everything Sharon does. She always seems so thorough and her demos are always brilliant. Zina, you're just awesome. What a lovely message,
Oh,
Penny.
isn't that
Thank
lovely?
you.
Thank you.
you. Can I just say as well, my producer just said a little bit earlier, because you're not on Talkback, and he said, I love watching everything Sharon does. So you've just reiterated what my producer said. Hi, Zina and Sharon. What a wonderful chilled hour. Relaxed crafting at its best. And that's love
that's
from,
lovely,
is that from
Lou.
Louise. Oh, lovely messages, Sharon.
You. Lovely. Thank you,
you,
everyone.
Thank you. You are lovely. Thank you. Right then, now. Go on, what are you thinking? Oh, now we were going to do the black, tuxedo black with the re-inker, weren't we, as well? Where's my re-inker? Do, 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 do. Oh, yeah.
One on the end is
There you go. So we've got so it's the tuxedo black with the re-inker, yeah? There you go. Hang on. Let me look at that little bottle. It's so cute.
I'm going to say something very bold here.
Oh, go on.
Every single card maker needs that combo.
Oh.
Because the black is what you're
Yeah.
going to use for 90% of your things.
Yeah.
And you want a re-inker because
Yep.
you're going to be using that ink pad every single day.
Well, there you go.
So I think I've probably got a couple of re-inkers for mine, and I just keep re-inking it. And again, as I said before, most of my ink pads I've had about 10 years.
Wow.
And I just keep re-inking them.
And again, if you want to go back to the show at 5 o'clock, Sharon very kindly showed you how to actually re-ink the pad, and it couldn't have been easier, could it really?
No, 2 seconds, and you can do it as often as you want to, or as often as you feel you need to. And it means you're going to have these are your basic everyday tools we've got on this
Your
show.
absolute
really.
essentials,
So,
aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
$8.99? No. Let's give you the pad and the re-inker for $6.99. There you go. You can have half towards your postal packaging for the entire day. That's assuming your poster packaging is $3.95 for most of us. So ACPQ81. Now let me tell you, be quick on that one because that is going to sell out pretty quickly because that is going to be probably the best seller of the afternoon. £6.99. Yes. Now the bundle from earlier was which one are you talking about, my lovely? The 4 big ones. Yes. So the 4 big mementos. Your tuxedo black, your was it your rich cocoa, your London fog, and your desert sand. Thank you, Sharon. The big size, $15.99. Okay, right. What are we going to do next, lovely girl?
We're going to have another play with the pens.
Yeah.
But we're going to bring in the dewdrops.
Okay.
Because we're going to use one of those lovely florals. And as I mentioned, I quite like to stamp in green with florals because it makes them look more realistic. And I'm going to use craft card as a background. So the first thing I'm going to do is a little bit of stenciling actually, because don't forget we've got those lovely stencils.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
So I'm going to grab, let's go for this big bold design. Just want to have a little bit of detail on one side. So because I'm using craft card, think back to the dye and pigment thing. I need a pigment ink to sit on top of this that's going to be opaque. So that means I need an oxide, because if I went in with the normal distress, it would kind of get lost with the craft. Whereas this oxide is a chalky finish and it's going to sit on the surface.
Okay.
And you will see it quite nicely on the craft. Because craft is quite a dark card, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to do the whole stencil. I want it to look like a soft sort of something going on in the background. So I'm just doing a little bit.
And if you want to get hold of this stencil, it's set 60, which we've got on the screen. And it's this one here, code LUPQ91. And that's just an image down there of the 3 of the stencils that you get for $17.99, again, from Tim Holtz.
Yes. So I'm going to pop that onto my card front. On my pokey tool. I'm just going to pop that on with double-sided tape. And I've cut my craft card to completely cover the card front.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pop that on.
Fran's just said, what is going on with these prices? Don't ask, Fran, just enjoy.
Just
make
fill
the
most
basket
of it.
Lovely.
Definitely. Now I've got, from my stash, a bit of really old, this is from 1903 or something.
Wow.
Old ledger paper. Because I'm going to stamp this particular set, the Forgotten Garden, just really makes me think of really old sort of vintage things. So I want it to have that vintage feel. So I'm going to stamp, this looks like lavender to me. It could be rosemary or something. And that's going to give it a really sort of old look. So what I'm going to do is just tear a piece of this so that it's going to kind of fit nicely on my card front.
Lovely.
So I can keep kind of adjusting it.
Do you think that a crafter just never throws anything away?
No.
I realised this the other day, Sharon, because I had a calendar from last year of cockapoos, and I'd normally just get rid of it and throw it in the recycling. I kept it and cut out every picture of the dogs from each month because I thought, I'll put that on a card.
Exactly. Could all be used, can't they?
Yeah.
Now, because I want this to be green,
Yeah.
but I'm going to colour in some of the petals with a marker, I definitely need memento.
Okay.
And I'm going to go in.
These are the dewdrops,
aren't they? These are the dewdrops. Yeah. Now, I've got a really good choice with greens. If I bring back in my little, show you the colours.
Oh, so you had 4, didn't you? Was it?
3, yeah. Pistachio, olive grove or northern pine. I think olive grove is going to look lovely on that vintage card because it's got that sort of like a sepia sort of feel to it. So we're going to go with olive grove.
Okay.
Also, I feel pistachio might be a bit light because I'm not stamping on white, am I? So we'll go with that. So I'm going to ink this up.
They're so handy, those little
They're handy and they're really nice to hold.
Yeah.
And of course, you can always buy reinkers to, to make them last even longer. So I'm going to make sure that fits nicely. Pop that on. So that's beautiful. And then I'm really going for a kind of lavender colourway.
I love that because it really looks like you've drawn it yourself, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got this, which is kind of like a bit of tape holding that down. So we want a kind of almost a nothing sort of brown for that. So of course I can go with the set that's in the 24 set.
Yeah.
You've got these kind of natural colours. So if I pick a light and a slightly darker brown, because I'm going to need some shading, because you've got these lines here that indicate, you know, where it goes over the stem.
Yeah.
There would be a bit of shade there,
Yeah.
wouldn't there? So I'm going to go all over with the lightest. Just roughly. Now I would take a bit more time over this and do it a bit neater if I was at home, but obviously
You're against the crafter clock.
out the corner of my eye I'm watching the clock. So, you know, we're always up against it. And you can see that ink has not moved.
No.
So, and I should be looking at the picture to get the right end. So I'm going to put a little bit of shade with the darker either side of that line, because that would be shadow. And then I'm
that's
just going
clever.
to do a little bit along the bottom. Just gives it a little realistic look by having that shading. And then to soften it, just go back over with the lighter, and that will just blend that, and it will dry pretty almost instantly, and that just gives me my shade.
See, Alex, my producer, just said that looks so 3D now, doesn't it?
Just that little bit of shade.
Yeah, what a difference.
You know, you can really go to town. You can go in with an even darker shade if you really want to. I probably would add a bit more if I was at home, but we're always racing here, aren't we? And I've got a nice light lilac here, which I think is going to look like lavender.
Say we're racing, but you make it feel so relaxed, Sharon.
Oh, thank you.
You do.
So I'm going to go all over with this light lavender, and then there is a nice deeper purple.
And just quickly, the 24 dual tip Japanese markers that are refillable are on the screen now until midnight tonight. They've got £10 off the price, £10 saving. They should be $44.99. Codes on the screen, EUPQ89.
And then this is a nice dark purple, so I can kind of go in at the base of some of the flowers. You can see there's kind of almost a line at the bottom of some of these. So it just gives it a bit of realism. You don't have to be neat, you can just do a little dot here and there. And because these are such small areas, I'm not going to bother blending anything.
That's beautiful.
Just give the contrast. So I think that looks going to look nice. And that's going to pop on there. So let's pop that on.
How'd you get these ideas, Sharon?
I don't know.
Can you give us a whole hour's demonstration on how we can get into your brain and your creativity, please? I'd watch that all day, every day.
It's I'm just really lucky, really, to work for so many nice companies that, you know, have such amazing products, because, you know, that makes all the difference. So I'm going to pop that on there.
Oh, how lovely.
And then sentiment, I have already, just to save a bit of time. This is the kettle, I think it's called kettle copper, isn't it? The embossing powder, kettle copper. And
the
then
font's off the Curiosity Shop
it's off,
stamp, isn't
yeah,
it?
it's off the stamp set with the lovely
sentiment,
typewriter. And I've heat embossed it with the kettle copper, and then I can just pop that on next to my flower. And again, it's quite, you know, my style is quite clean and simple, but it's got layers. You've got something going on in the background, you've got your focal point.
You've got texture.
And then we've got that just little pop of metallic there with the sentiment. And the copper just goes with the vintage feel a little bit. I think gold would maybe be a bit bright, whereas the copper gives it an antique look, doesn't it?
It's so different to anything you ever see in a card shop, isn't it? So unique.
I love the look of the flowers. They really do look like dried flowers, don't they?
Absolutely. Or like you've just drawn it yourself.
Yes, yes.
Do you know, I'm so pleased that Personal Impressions and Sharon did that for us today. Isn't it great to learn? And I hope everybody now knows which ink pad you need and why, so that you know and it's embedded. I think it's been brilliant.
I'm really excited about the fact that we're going to, you know, this is going to be part of a continuation.
Yeah.
We're going to bring you all the other inks that Sukaneko do and show you what you need them for.
Because there is one for every, because you drill down to the detail then of exactly what they're for.
Yes, because there are other, you know, we've covered alcohol pens today, and the Versafine Claire is my 90% of the time.
Got 5 seconds. I'm so sorry.
The time
How bad
flies.
do I feel? Sorry, Sharon. Bye.